remember there was a time when we was kings and queens, prophets and rulers, judging the earth. But now we stuck at the bottom of the totem pole. Where did we go wrong as a people? I think our people need to understand this with a wake-up call and give them understanding on what's going on. So bring it.
Early morning, rise up, open your eyes up, looking in the mirror, it gets no clearer. Cause we don't understand our own selves, drowning in sorrow with empty Hennessy bottles upon the shelf. Cause everybody wanna be a king, selling out their soul for this mean green cream thing. Paper chasing, but not facing the facts that as a nation, we all done got lax and letting the devil control us. And thinking like them damn Africans, they sold us. We in captivity because they hold us. Working hard with heavy burdens on our shoulders. Man, I thought we was some soldiers, but every second that I look, we getting.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. Welcome to Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We're here at 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard, Houston, Texas 77071. We have classes Monday and Wednesday from 7 to 10 p.m., Friday from 6 to 9 p.m., and then, of course, Saturday morning class where you're joining us from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. If you're in the Houston area, we encourage you to come join us live in class where you can be able to partake in the Sabbath morning ceremony with the prayers, the anointing, and things like that. If not, continue to watch us online, and we appreciate that. We also appreciate any donations you can give. If you have any regular, material donations like school supplies, books, dictionaries, thesauruses, notebooks, pens, pads, paper, anything, cars, computers, anything you can think will help with the educational process of your people, you can send that to the school address. If it's monetary, if you want to put something in the bank account, we have our Wells Fargo account. It's account number 101-580-6167. All right, I'm going to say that one more time. It's account number 101-580-6167. All right, and you can put that in your local Wells Fargo under Israelite School of Biblical History. We also have our schools in San Antonio at 4219 Centergate Street. That's San Antonio, Texas 78217. And you can also join us in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and these are all at the same times. In Albuquerque, New Mexico, it's at 501 Copper Avenue Northwest, and that's Albuquerque, New Mexico 87102. All right. Also, you can join us for our kids class. We have kids class on Sundays from noon to 1 p.m. and that's for the kids. So if you have children or anything like that, they want to be involved, or that you would like to be involved, that you want educated in the ways of righteousness rather than getting all that filth they get in schools and everything. You can join us for kids class every Sunday from noon to 1 p.m. On ISB HPK Kids on YouTube. All right. Passover is going to be April 10th. All right. That's the official day of the Passover. We'll be celebrating it here in Houston along with the other camps on the 16th. And that's at 12121 Westheimer Road. All right, and what's the zip code? You know? Well, it's Westheimer Road, so I mean, there's not too many of those. 12121 Westheimer Road in Houston. All right, we'll be doing that there on April 16th. All right, so come and join us. It doesn't cost anything if you want to give a donation toward the lamb. We're welcoming those, especially because we need to buy about at least 8 lambs, so we need that. We need the money for that. So if you want to help donate toward that or toward garments or anything like that, that would be greatly appreciated. If not, I know, but feel free, any seat toward the front. If you want to donate toward that, you can put in the same account, that same Wells Fargo account, or you can just send it in if it's check or money order. But yeah, that'll be on April 16th for the Passover. All right, looks like we're all caught up.
77077 is the zip code.
Oh, okay, so the Passover will be held at 12121 Westheimer Road. What was it? 72?
Texas 77077.
All right, Houston, Texas 77077. Okay. right, and if you have any questions during the course of the class, you can hit us up in the YouTube live chat right there at the bottom of your screen, or you can text me. Please text only at 832-941-2443, and we'll answer any of your questions. We usually leave the first hour of class open for any questions that you might have. All right, and Sabbath class is a perfect day for us to go over questions. Nobody got anywhere to run off to and everything like that, so you take this day to soak up as much knowledge as you can. So we welcome any questions. Otherwise, we're going to go into the Sabbath morning reading. All right, brother, do you feel comfortable reading? Do you feel comfortable reading?
I guess I could read, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just asking ahead of time, just because we do a round of reading basically for the Sabbath day,
Okay.
and so I'm trying to see if I should include you. If not, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal.
Okay, no, I'll read.
Okay, all right. So I'll include you in that, and we'll part that out for you. I'll let you know what section to read in a second. All right. Do we have any questions so far from anybody in class? You been here before?
No, it's my first time here.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. Cool. Yeah, I saw you got your fringes on, man. I thought you'd been here before already.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But you know what we're about, basically.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. You been through any other camps or self-taught or what?
I've looked at a few online. I've been to a few other camps online, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Cool. Who does it online? I know IUIC, they do it online.
Yeah, and ISUP.
ISUPK, yeah.
Yeah, you guys are online as well.
And GOCC.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. And then, were you about to say something?
No.
Oh, I thought you were about to ask a question or something.
We do have a couple of questions online, sir.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, we'll take the online questions then if there's nothing in class, all right?
Shalom, what happens if we cremate our bodies instead of burying them?
Okay. Go to Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 1. First of all, we got where was it? That's not right. That's you should have turned. First of all, we had the curse that was put on us when Adam and Eve slipped, right? So let's see. That's Genesis chapter 3. Genesis chapter 3, verse 19. All right. So we got Adam and Eve. They partook of that forbidden fruit. They the serpent. Adam blamed this woman that the Most High gave him, and Eve, of course, his wife, blamed the serpent that tricked her, and the serpent didn't have nobody to blame because he was a wicked jerk. So the Most High cursed the serpent, he cursed the man, he cursed the woman, but he also gave them this curse because before they used to be able to live forever, pretty much. All right. But when you get to verse 19 in Genesis 3, it says, "In the sweat of thy face shall you eat bread till you return unto the ground, for out of it were you taken, for dust you are, and unto dust shall you return." All right. So that's how we're supposed to go. We're supposed to be buried. All right. All through the scriptures, you read about us being entombed, or something like that, either entombed or buried. All right. The only time you really see anybody burnt with fire was when like Elijah was calling down fire on somebody that was wicked as hell. All right, you don't really see us setting up funeral pyres and stuff like that. What that came in with was really the Greeks made it popular, but a lot of the other ancient cultures, Babylonian cultures and things like that. You can read this in the book from The Two Babylons by Alexander Hislop. A lot of the cultures that you see why you wear black at funerals was because the Babylonians used to sacrifice the dead bodies to their gods. So they would burn them on funeral pyres, and the soot would get all over your clothes. You'd wear white to the funeral, and the soot would get all over your clothes, and you come out looking black. So eventually people just started wearing black for funerals. All right, so basically you're doing that in remembrance of a Babylonian custom. All right, this was not our custom. Our custom, as you see within the time of Christ, you have that we were wrapped in spices, we were wrapped in linens, all right, which are usually white linens. So the whole affair was usually done, in white or in our glorious apparel to send somebody off to that next life. All right, we already knew that their spirit had departed. We were just honoring their dead body and putting that in a tomb or a sepulcher. That's what you read about in the scriptures: tombs, sepulchers, and of course, just people just being buried in the dirt. Like you had Elisha. His bones were buried, and then some men were carrying a man that had died, and they threw him in a hole, and it turned out it was where Elisha was buried, or where he was buried, and the man touched Elisha's bones, and he came back to life. So these are things that you can read, but we were always buried. You didn't see us being lit on fire and floated off into the waters like the Vikings, or just put on a big mound of wood and lit on fire like the Greeks do. You can watch these things in like Troy. You can watch these things in like Thor. The Vikings doing these things. This was not a custom of Israel. All through the scriptures you read about us being buried or entombed. All right. So we're gonna go to Jeremiah chapter 10.
Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 1.
There you go.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel.
Right, so this is the word that the Most High speaks to the house of Israel. Go ahead.
Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen. And
there it is. Don't learn the way of the heathen. All right, so nowadays that's an option. The scripture do say, from dust you are, from dust you shall return. So if you get burnt up, you turn back to dust. All right, so but the thing is there was a reason that we were buried. All right, look how many people got resurrected. Imagine if they went straight to the crematory. Lazarus, right? Yahushua comes to resurrect Lazarus, and we already burnt him up yesterday. Sorry. What? Y'all see that? The angels come to roll away the stone from the tomb, and we burnt him up yesterday. You burnt Christ? Y'all see that? The little boy that died in the time of Elisha or Elijah, I think it was. I mix the stories up with these guys. In the time of Elisha, he went to the lady's house and he told her to give her what food she had left, right? Give him what food she had left, and then her son had died, and he came in, laid on top of the son, and prayed, and the boy received his life back. Well, if she just took him outside and burnt him alive, he'd be gone, right? Christ, he comes to the young girl. Hey, please bring my daughter, please heal her. He gets there, she's dead. Everybody's crying at the door and everything. He comes in. Where's the daughter at? I was gonna bring her back to life. She was just sleeping. We burnt her alive. Y'all see that? There was a reason we didn't cremate people. All right. So even when you look at Joseph, even though he was living in Egypt, he said, listen, make sure my bones go with you into the promised land. Y'all see that? So we didn't burn people. That was the custom of the heathen. All right. Mummification. I think they said Joseph was actually mummified. He was dwelling with the Egyptians his whole life, though. All right. Well, most of his adult life, he was dwelling with the Egyptians. So that was a custom that they did to their rulers. But otherwise, you didn't see our people getting mummified, having their body parts all pulled out and put in little separate jars, and having all their servants thrown in the tomb with them alive. And we didn't do that. That's insane. You got them unearthing Chinese burial mounds, where they done put the Chinese man in there, the Chinese king, the Chinese ruler, with all his servants, all his wives. He got like 100 wives. They got them in there dead. They just threw them in there. All of them they threw in there alive and just left to like die of starvation and suffocation. His horses, right? They got all this stuff in there because they acted like he was gonna take it with him, right? And all they come in there and find and unearth there's a bunch of dead bodies. Why? Because you just killed everybody. You killed everybody. I wouldn't even want to be related to no Chinese king. All they did was that. I wouldn't even want to be his friend. Everybody they knew, they threw him in the tomb with him. Y'all see that? So that was not our custom, was to be burning people alive, mummification, mass burials with all your friends and family. We didn't do that, all right? Unless your friends and family was dead already. If they was in a sepulcher or a tomb. All right, so that's what we did. All right, that was our custom. The scriptures in Jeremiah is telling you to learn not the way of the heathen. All right. Now, again, in this day and age, I think cremation is. I think it's a little less expensive and stuff like that. Yeah. So people, opt for that. If that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. But just know it's not a custom of Israel to be cremated. All right. I mean, makes work a little tougher in the resurrection when he comes back. You gotta like reassemble all your ashes before he can just call you out of the tombs, right? What's that?
But is it a sin if you do it?
No. That's why I said is when you understand where it comes from, that's where it becomes kind of a dilemma. Like, okay, do we do it because it's a custom of the heathen, or do we not? It's your body's gone. All right. The Most High said, "For dust you are, for dust you will return." So, really, no, it's not. I'm not gonna say it's a sin that you do it, but it was a custom of the heathen. All right. So it's one of those things that the Most High was like, "Don't learn those customs." All right. And you got to think the way they do it now is cool. You go, you take the body in there. They do all the work. They burn it in the enclosed space and everything like that. Back in the day, you was breathing in the dead person's ashes, and all his soot and body was getting all over you and all that stuff, and you was just defiled inside and out. You understand? So that's why he didn't want us learning that custom. You understand? Nowadays, they take the body, they basically entomb it anyway, but they just burn it up inside there. And then they give you the little urn. Now, you walking around with the little box of the dead person's ashes is a little weird, all right? That's kind of like what you get into idolatry and stuff like that. The scriptures say about the dead, when the dead is at rest, let his remembrance be at rest, all right? So you don't carry around his little ashes and put them on your mantle in your house and doing all that. That's going too far. You give him 7 days to mourn for the dead, and after that, he's gone. His spirit isn't even on the earth no more. You understand? So you let that go. And there's many things. You can watch our Life After Death class that we did. That I think Priest Kazaki did. It's called Life After Death. Just put Life After Death, ISBHPK, or you can look up, reincarnation. We've done a series of things on death. If you want to go into that topic, but so far as the what do you call it? Cremation, right? So far as the cremation, there's nothing in the scripture saying that thou shalt not burn the dead body alive or burn the dead body. But at the same time, know this, it was a custom of the heathen. And it's kind of like how we do with marriages now. People get married, they do the ring thing, it's like, okay, but that is a custom of the heathen. Alright? We didn't do our marriages like that. We didn't go down to no preacher, pay him $50, and all of a sudden we get to be married.
Courthouse.
You see that? Yeah, it wasn't like that. Or you have to make this big extravagant, she's dressed in white, lying her ass off, you're dressed in a tux, you know what I mean? And all your friends are there and they just staring at you while you kiss in front of everybody. We didn't do that. Alright? That wasn't our custom. But we did have feasts, you know, and things like that, celebrations. Our custom was a lot different. So, but the Most High didn't want us learning the way of the heathen. So that is one of those things that we leave it up to you. If it's not gonna cost you an arm and a leg, because that's the other problem. We're in this wicked kingdom, and so now instead of like, oh, okay, I have my own burial plot, and that's our family sepulcher or our family tomb, and I don't have to just keep paying generation after generation and paying every month for me to have that plot. No, it's already paid for. Like in the time of Abraham, he already had his plot paid for and everything like that. That's how we had it. But here, this place is so wicked. Even when you buy the plot, right? I just learned this. You buy that plot of land to bury your loved one, right? But they're only charging you for the square that you bought on top of the earth. Once that body goes into the ground, it is no longer has anything to do with you. So if they want to pull that body up and have sex with it, it's the mortuary's property. If they want to give it off to the cops and let them pull all your body parts out, or to science and pull all your body parts out, it's no longer, you have no longer any say so in that, because all you paid for was the plot on top, the rectangle of land on the top. You understand? You paid for the space.
Wow.
You didn't even pay for the actual body being in there. The casket, that's yours, but if they want the body, if they want to come in and pull your brains out and give it to Rockefeller because he needs an 8th brain transplant or whatever, then guess what? You have no say so. Because once it's in the ground, it becomes the mortuary's property.
Wow.
Y'all see that? So that's how wicked this kingdom is. That you'll die and then you'll end up, your consciousness coming back to life in some white guy's body because they just stole your kidneys and all your internal organs out and put them in Becky somewhere. You know what I mean? So again, you gotta kind of just weigh it out. You know what I mean? We're in this wicked kingdom. You get to decide now, because there's no right or wrong way to do it now. Everything's wrong. They do everything wrong here. All right. So on the cremation thing, I'm not gonna say that's a sin, but it was not our custom. If you can avoid it, if you can get your own land, your own plot of land, like you watch those movies in the 1800s, and like off on their acres of land, they have a little cemetery plot, and that's their family cemetery, right? That's the way. All right, but where we are now, guess what? That's your options. You either get cremated, or somebody's having sex with your dead body, and you know nothing about it. Look, ain't that America, right? Yeah, I'm surprised. It wouldn't surprise me if they got, just like in Washington D.C., they got sex farms, literal farms. All right, meaning not like people having sex on a farm. No, it's people having sex with farm animals. You can go and rent out a horse and have it duke you out and do all that. It would surprise me if they got something like that with your dead bodies. So like you go to some mortuary, pay some guy. I've seen it on movies all the time. Like they were, oh man, what was I watching? They were trying to get this guy's dead body. Oh, the Santa Clarita Diet. It's a movie about with Drew Barrymore, or a show about Drew Barrymore. She becomes a zombie mom or whatever, and she has to eat dead bodies and all this stuff, or eat human bodies. But they make it funny. But they go to the morgue, and they're asking the guy, "Hey, can we buy one of these bodies off you?" Because they want to feed her, and they don't want to kill people. So they go to the thing, and he's like, "Yeah, we want to buy one of these dead bodies off you." He's like, You want to have sex with it? Hey, what the hell kind of question is that? But this is where we live. This is America. So that is a valid question here in America. To them, that's valid. To them, this is normal operating procedure. All right? So, yeah, we don't want to be in this wicked-ass land. That's why we're trying to get out. So, screw it. It's a dead body. Just know it like that. All right? Put it in the ground, burn it, microwave it, whatever. It's gone. All right? But it wasn't. None of those were our custom. We just buried it. All right? That's how we did it. What else we got?
Could you explain Luke chapter 16, verse 19 through 31?
Is this the rich man and Lazarus? So Luke chapter 16, verse 19 through what? 21?
19 through 31.
Yes, rich.
19 through 31. The rich man and Lazarus?
Yeah, rich man and Lazarus.
Okay, I mean, it's the typical story. Christ is telling a story about Lazarus, who he died, and the whole time of his life he was a beggar. And there was a rich man. The whole time of his life he was rich. He ate whatever he wanted, drank whatever he wanted, and he walked by Lazarus every day, picking his sores in the streets and letting the dogs lick his wounds. And he never gave Lazarus a dime. Well, when they both died, Lazarus ended up going into Abraham's bosom, all right, which would be known as paradise. And the rich man ended up going down into what they call Gehenna in the scriptures, or Sheol, if you go into the Old Testament, which is hell. He went to torments, all right? Well, while they were there, it's showing you the location of where heaven and hell is. So you got to watch out when Christ said that you'll be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Every kingdom has a dungeon, all right? They're separated by a span where the rich man is able to see Lazarus living it up in Abraham's bosom, and Lazarus is able to talk to him over this chasm and be able to say, I can't go over there to give you no water. So the rich man's asking for water. Hey, please give me just a water on the tip of your finger. And Abraham's like, hey, between us is a great gulf fix. I can't get over there. I can't get over here. You can't come over here. I wish I could help you. So the rich man is like, well, listen, just let me go back and tell my family then. Abraham's like, listen, they got Moses and the prophets. They got the scriptures, basically. They got all these brothers running around teaching the word. So they ain't going to believe you just because you came back from the dead. Y'all see that? So, I mean, if they ain't going to believe a prophet, like apostles like Peter that's walking down the street and his shadow is literally healing people. If they ain't going to believe him, they ain't going to believe you just because you came back from the dead. Y'all see that? They had Moses. Moses parted the whole Red Sea and freed 2.5 million people from slavery. They murmured and complained on him. So if they don't believe him, they ain't going to believe you just because you come back from the dead. You understand? So this is the storyline that's happening right here. But basically, the rich man is in torment in this point, and Lazarus is in paradise. He's in Abraham's bosom. All right? And the rich man is begging that at least he can keep his family. He can go back and tell his family so they can avoid that place where he is. All right? But it's giving you the deepness of it is it's giving you the location of where your heaven and your hell are. All right? They're within sight distance of each other. What's going to be so heavenly about it is you get to see all the rich people being tortured and knowing that they deserve everything they get. What's going to be so hellish about it is that while they getting tortured, they can see you up there like kicking it. Y'all see that? Y'all experience that here on earth, man. You come home, you got your lazy nephew just sitting around playing PlayStation. You've been working 8 hours a day. You come home, you sweating, you tired and everything. And what's this nigga doing? You ain't been doing nothing all day. Yeah, I'm tired too. What? Ain't did nothing. Right? That just irks your spirit. Imagine if you were in flames and torment when you come in. Somebody stabbing you in the face with a pitchfork, right? Demons been raping you, you know, raping your spirit. Not even the scriptures describe hell as a place that is meant for the devil and his angels to be tormented in. So your spirit, which is lower than the angels, remember man is created a little lower than the angels, so you're lesser in power and might. They're going to be tormenting you in the same place that they torment the devil and his angels. All right? This is how deep that is. And this is within sight distance. You're going through all this torment while you're watching people hang out with Abraham and Christ, drinking wine and just living it up in the kingdom. Having spiritual power, being able to look into the past, look into the future, go into the quasars, going through the universe. It said in the Most High's house there are many mansions. You're getting to watch all this while you're being tormented. Just wishing you could be over there. Y'all see that?
Done.
That's going to be the hell of it. It's all within sight distance. All right? So hopefully that helps clear that up. If there's anything specific, then go ahead and ask that, all right?
Is there any significance in seeing a chariot, what we was taught to be called a UFO?
Whenever you saw an angel come down to talk to a man or something like that, and the man fell down and bowed on his face and was trying to worship the angel said, "Get up, I'm like one of you, I'm your brother." All right? So it's not to be worshipped or anything like that. And then let's go right back to Jeremiah chapter 10, because we're covering the same thing. Here's the problem. Your superheroes come from Greek gods, right? Your Greek gods come from what the heathen were looking at when they saw the angels coming down to deal with us. All right? So when they saw Gabriel, the messenger angel, beam down from heaven to come talk to Mary, when they saw Michael descend down to wipe some of the Greeks out during the time of Alexander the Great and his ilk, when you had Christ jump down from his throne and kill all the firstborn of Egypt, like it says in Wisdom of Solomon 18, when these things happened, they would see our powers, the angels, the Alahayim, descending. And they thought those were gods, plural. You understand? Which in the Bible they would technically be gods, plural, powers. You understand? But the thing was, they were not to be worshipped as the Most High. You understand? The other nations didn't understand that, so they began worshiping them. That's where you get people like Mercury. They call him Mercury or Hermes. All right, he's the god that comes down and he's got little wings on his sandals and he's got wings on his helmet and he comes down and he's the messenger god, right? That's Gabriel, the archangel. All right, the angels are described as having 4 wings or 6 wings. There's 2 different types. Some have 4, some have 6. You understand? Okay. So he had 4. This was an angel, an actual angel they saw descending. And they thought it was a god, so they named him Hermes. And they put a whole mythology behind him and a whole story behind him. And they said, oh, he's the messenger god. No, he was a messenger angel, you idiots. You understand? Now you have him as the Flash. All right? When you look at the Flash, when he first came out, little wings on his helmet, little wings on his feet, had nothing to do with running really fast. You understand? This was the heathen bringing their gods into your world so you could worship them reincarnated. All right? Superman, Flash, Batman, Wonder Woman, all of them, the whole lineup, the whole Justice League is Aquaman is Neptune. All right? Or Poseidon, depending on which mythology you're going with, Greek or Roman. All right? They had gods for everything that was just an angel. It was just a spirit. You understand? You read in the scriptures in the New Testament, you had the angel that would come and trouble the water. And everybody had to go to the water to get healed. right? First one in, he got healed. Poseidon, Neptune. You understand? When the Romans seen that, it was like, there's a god of the sea, there's a god of the waters. And they worshipped it. When they saw Paul walking down the street, they started worshiping him and Barnabas as if they were gods. They erected statues to them as gods. You understand? Who else was it? We did it on the cable show. Noah. When he said his name is Fohi or Yao in China, right? It's in this book right here. I got the Adam Sin chronological map of history. But his name was Fohi or Yao, supposed to be the Noah of the Bible, right? And they said he was a divine personage, meaning they made him a god. You understand? When you get the stupid story you get of Jesus with the immaculate deception they give you, they made him, God came down and had sex with a woman and made a baby. That comes from Greek and Roman mythology because, for one, they had to have a mythology between all their women being whores. All right? Their woman will have sex with the mailman, be knocked up and say she got impregnated by Zeus. Right? But in the mythology, Zeus and all these other gods would come down and they would lay with women. They would lay with earthly women and they would make what's called demigods, which is where you get Hercules. So when you get Christ, that ain't no different. That Christ you get in church is no different than the story of retelling Hercules. That's why the scripture said it was necessary for him to be made like unto his brethren, to separate him from all the mythological creatures you guys were worshiping. You understand? He had to be made born of a man and a woman, be a man of with the Holy Spirit on him, which is what of the Holy Spirit means. So I'm digressing a little bit. What we got to know is that those were not to be worshipped. Those heavenly bodies, those what you see, shooting stars, falling stars, whatever they call them, stars don't do that. They don't fall, they don't shoot. Those are chariots of the Most High. When you see them, the best you can do is give them the salute just like you would do your brethren. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatah, which means God in the name of Christ bless you. And let them go about their business. I wouldn't be trying to control them and do all that because you don't know if you're talking to an angel or a demon. They so far away shooting across the sky, you might call a demon down on you. They travel the same way. Didn't Christ say that? I beheld Satan as lightning falling from heaven.
Yep.
So watch what you call in your house. This is why the Most High said, read Jeremiah 10, read 1 through 3, I think it is.
Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 1. Hear ye the words which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven.
See that? He said, don't be dismayed. Don't be psyched out. Don't be crazed over what you see in the heavens, in the sky. All right? Don't trip over that. You know, you got people, when the moon turns red, they lose their damn mind, man. Oh, the moon's red, it's a sign of the end is near. They're like, what the hell are you talking about? Where did the Most High say that when the moon turns red, that world's going to end? You understand? You read about when the moon is going to turn red and things like that. The moon will be turned to blood and things like that. But one thing, it's a metaphor. It's a similitude of what is gonna be. So it's symbolism. It means something else, for one. Two, the moon turning red was never a symbol of Christ coming. You understand? That was never going to herald Yahweh Shai's return or the earth blowing up or whatever the hell you got in your fanatical brain. All right? That had nothing to do with that. So he didn't want us being amazed by these things. You understand? Then, of course, you got astrology. You got brothers and sisters go into astrology and they're looking up into the stars to see if they're going to get the winning lottery ticket and, you know what I mean, what kind of child am I going to have? You're going to have whatever child you raise. You looking up in the damn stars and your son down there being a heathen. Why don't you whoop his butt and get your head out the clouds? Y'all see that? The scripture tell you train up the child in the way that he should go. Not look up his moon sign, astrological chart, and do all that and determine based off of his astrological alignment what he's going to be when he grows up. He's going to be whatever the hell you let him be. Y'all see that? You got people really doing that. That's why I have to address these issues, because there's really psychotic people out there, or just befuddled and bewildered people that are going into the ways of the heathen and learning how to raise their kids off of that. And just like I said last night, they're swearing on a stack of Bibles that there's no instruction manual to life. There's no instruction manual on how to raise your children. Oh, you got your hand on a stack of Bibles. Those are the instruction manuals to life and how to raise your children. Y'all see that? That's what he said in Psalms 78:5, in Deuteronomy, that these are the things you will teach your children. You understand? These commandments are what to teach your children. So this is how we raise our kids. But, you got people looking all up into the heavens and looking into astrology, looking into numerology and all these different esoteric knowledges to learn how to raise their kids. It's like, your kid doesn't eat esoteric knowledge. Put pancakes on his plate. Go to work. Stop smoking weed and raise your child. Y'all see that? And stop depending on the stars to raise your kid. Y'all see that? This is what he didn't want us involved in. So when we see those chariots, man, the most you give them, if you're a woman, Yahweh Shamar Al-Athan, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, God and then Christ watch over you. And let them do their business. You understand? That's what you would get all through the scriptures. They would salute them. The angel will come down and salute you. So that was it. That's all you had to do. It wasn't a matter of worshiping, trying to follow it around. You trying to go into the business of angels. That ain't none of your business. Don't be dismayed at the signs of heaven. All right? Go ahead.
For the heathen are dismayed at them.
See, the heathen, the other nations, they trip out on that. We're supposed to be enlightened. We know what those things are. You understand? Well, every time you see a car driving by, you don't be like, oh my God, I just saw it. Did you see that Bugatti? Did you see that Lincoln go down the street? Wow. No, it's a damn car, right? Those are their vehicles. You understand? It ain't worthy of worship and everything like that. It's just a vehicle that there's an angel in. You let them do their business. You understand? For us, that was normal operating procedure. It was nothing to trip about. For the nations, because the Most High didn't have nothing to do with them, or wasn't sending them angels to do anything but destroy them at a whim. You understand? For them, it was a miraculous event, and it was something to be worshipped. All right, or something to fear. We are not to fear those things. So if you see a chariot, give it the salute, bless you, whatever you know, in whatever language you speak. Bless them and let them go ahead and about their business. They're your brother. All right. Was that it?
It goes into the Christmas after that.
Yeah.
The next question is Galatians chapter 3 verse 10 says, if you continue within the law, you are living under a curse. What is your view on that?
Galatians chapter 10 verse 3.
Galatians chapter 3 verse 10.
3 verse 10, okay. Galatians 3 verse 10, for as many as are of the works of the law are under the curse. For it is written, cursed is everyone that continueth not in all things which are written in the book of the law to do them. Okay? So he's clearly showing you, if you read past the colon, that if you do not continue to follow the law, you're cursed. He just said that. For as many as are of the works of the law are under the curse. Right? So what he's showing you is, if you lean on the law as if that's going to be your only salvation, if you're saying, oh, I follow the law, so I'm righteous. No, you're not. Just because you go through the legal checklist to go throughout your day doesn't mean that you have love. Doesn't mean that you love your neighbor as yourself. Doesn't mean that you're doing all the works of the law. Beside that, you can't do all the works of the law. Especially where you are now. It's impossible. You understand? You think you're doing it. You're like, oh, I'm celebrating the Sabbath. I'm eating the Passover lamb. I'm eating unleavened bread. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Right? And then you go sit on a public bus, or you go to work and sit on a chair that everybody doesn't use, and some mistress woman that sat on your chair before. You're unclean. Y'all see that? So there's a lot of the law that we cannot keep in this filthy society we're in. So if you rest on your ability to keep the law as if that makes you righteous, that's what he's speaking of, is that you're under the curse. Because you're saying, you still have it in your brain that all I have to do is do the law. I don't have to understand the spirit of the law. I don't have to understand that the sacrifice was done away with. All right, this is the part of the law that he's talking about, is you're still under the curse. If you're under the works of the law, which had you sacrificing 2 rams, a bullock, depending on your sin, you had to give over this certain amount of money or this certain thing, right? If you slept with a woman and I don't like you no more. Well, you took my virginity. Well, I don't like you no more. You don't know how to cook. Get out. You were charged 50 shekels of silver that you had to deliver to the priest. That's $13,000 for your little one-night stand. You understand? Are you able to do that for all the one-night stands you done had? It's expensive. Y'all see that? So if you're under the works of the law saying, oh, I'm justified from all that because I just paid off some people, or I'm justified from all the, I don't eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster, so I'm going to heaven. Sorry. You're still under the curse. Your brain is still muddled up. The curses he's talking about, Deuteronomy 28, verse 15 through 68. Right? You shall walk around in darkness as the blind walketh around in noonday. You understand? That's what kind of curse you're in. You're blind because you still think sacrifice is the way to the kingdom. Oh, I have to sacrifice 3 bulls and everything because I messed up last week. No, the righteousness that came from the law was, I don't do these things because it will hurt my neighbor and my relationship with the Most High. Simple as that. Y'all see that? That's what your thought process is in everything you do, so that there is no law for you. There is no, I need to be told not to do this. Y'all see that? But see, for people that don't understand, they stop at the colon and they say, see, if you're under the works of the law, you're under the curse. If you're doing the law, you're still cursed. No, because when you read the law, it was to be passed down throughout our generations forever. That didn't change. All right? It says, for it is written, cursed is everyone that continueth not in all things which are written in the book of the law to do them. So it's making it clear, if you read past the colon, that you are to continue in the works of the law. You understand? That you are to continue in the law. But what he's clarifying for you is that if you are resting on the law as your salvation, matter of fact, if you just read up, it's right there. We start at verse 1. O foolish Galatians, who hath bewitched you? Read that for me.
O foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you, that ye should not obey the truth, before whose eyes Jesus Christ has been evidently set forth, crucified among you.
So he's asking the Galatians, who bewitched you? Who tricked you into thinking that you did not have to do the law anymore? Who tricked you into thinking that you can eat whatever you want to eat, smoke what you want to smoke, drink what you want to drink? Who tricked you into that? Go ahead.
Verse 2. This only would I learn of you. Receive ye the Spirit by the works of the law, and by the hearing of faith.
Or by the hearing of faith. How did you get the truth? Did you do it just because you were not eating pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster? Or did somebody preach to you the words of Christ and the life of Christ and tell you this is the life you are to lead? You understand? Did somebody come and teach you that you have to apply the law now? That you can't just go around sinning and sacrificing animals. No. Stop sinning. That's the point. You understand? What is sin? Sin is a transgression of the law. So, how do we get that that's done away with? Okay, if we're going to stop at the colon, as many are under the works of the law are under the curse. You still stop at stop signs, so you're cursed. I mean, let's not stop at Christ's law or God's law. You know what I mean? Let's not just exclude the Most High's law. Let's keep all laws. Let's throw away all laws. The law of gravity. You should be flying right now. If you're not flying, you're cursed. See how stupid it sounds? Okay. Murder. Let's throw that out. Let's just kill people. What? Yeah, let's just murder people for no. I like your shoes. Oh, thanks. Yeah. That's okay. I'm not under the works of the law no more. Huh? Y'all see that? It doesn't make sense when you actually logically process it. That's why you have to read context and beyond punctuation marks. You understand? As we read up, he's going to ask these certain things so you can understand leading up to verse 10 what that means. Read on.
Are ye so foolish? Having been in the Spirit,
Having begun in the Spirit.
Are ye now made perfect by the flesh?
See, you started in the Spirit. What was the Spirit? St. John 15:26. The Holy Spirit that came to you and taught you all things, whatever Christ told you. Well, what are some things Christ told me? Matthew 5, verse 17 through 19. Think not that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I came not to destroy, but to fulfill. Y'all see that? Okay, so what does that mean? That means if he fulfilled the law and you trying to be like Christ, you should fulfill the law. Y'all see that? Okay, so the law's not done away with there, right? But now that you began in that same spirit of Christ, I'm going to follow the law. Why? Because I want to please the Most High. I want to do all things as in the sight of the Most High and not in the sight of men, like Christ did. You began like that, but now you're made perfect by the flesh. Now all of a sudden you acting like just because, I wear fringes, so I'm holy. It doesn't work like that, bro. You can't wear fringes and have sex with your neighbor's wife. It just doesn't compute, bro. You understand? Just because you grow your beard 3 feet long don't mean you get to start killing people now. Y'all see that? But what you had back in this letter to the Galatians, the people of Galatia, was you had cats actually sleeping with their father's wife. You understand? Mm-hmm. Showing you that we did have multiple wives back then and stuff like that, because you want to sleep with your mother. That's not what they talk about. They talk about one of his other wives. You understand? Yeah, cats actually going in. Obviously, sleeping with your mother would be wrong in any culture except white people culture, right? But these cats were sleeping with one of their father's ribs, running through girls that they pops was dealing with. That's a common Jew custom today, right? Y'all see that? So he was having to write them letters like, what the hell are you doing with your life, man? So you're telling me just because you didn't see in the law that you're not supposed to smoke weed, point blank period, that you can smoke weed? Same problems we have today, right? This is what he was talking about. You that boasteth in the law, or as many are under the works of the law are under the curse. You not having righteousness, but saying, I'm going to be legalistic. I don't see it in the law, so I get to do it. Come on, man. He destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Where do you get the word sodomy from? Sodom and Gomorrah, right? But you got brothers now teaching it's okay to go up your wife's Duke shoe. Dude, he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. You can't put the two together? That there were sodomites there? There were people sodomizing people there? You understand? I mean, think about it. That's obviously not okay with him. You had Baal Peor. Have you ever researched Baal Peor and all the people he destroyed for worshiping Baal Peor? Do you know what it takes to worship Baal Peor? Sodomizing. You understand? That's one of the acts. You want to talk about, oh yeah, we can eat the booty like groceries. That's why he was destroying the prophets of Baal. That was worshiping Baal Peor. He's the Lord of the opening. You understand? His worship included the ingestion of fecal matter. You understand? So these are the things he didn't want us to do. But you saying, oh, because I got fringes on and I grow my beard out and I don't shave my head and I don't eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster, it's okay for me to eat the booty like groceries. Because it doesn't say don't eat the booty like groceries in the law. You that are under the works of the law are under the curse. You're an idiot. You understand? You're still blind according to the curses. You're still walking around in gross darkness. You still thinking because you had sex with your neighbor's wife and then you went ahead and sacrificed a lamb that absolves you of the sin of sleeping with your neighbor's wife. No, it didn't cleanse your conscience. It didn't make you not want to sleep with your neighbor's wife out of love for your neighbor. So you that are under the works of the law, you that rest under the works of the law, like, yeah, I'm holy now because I did this, you're wicked as hell. You're just as wicked as old Israel. He was swallowing up with the earth. You understand? You're still under the curse of the law. Y'all see that? So you have to understand, even if you just read that scripture, that is nowhere, right after that colon, it tells you that you're cursed if you do not continue in the law. So you have to have the understanding. You got to get the understanding that this scripture is not throwing away the law. It's throwing away you treating the law like it's your woman, or like it's not your woman, like it's some whore. You understand? I will selectively use you whenever it suits me, but I'm not going to keep the righteousness. That's a whore. You understand? That's not how you do the law, man. Oh, yeah, you know, you got brothers that like, oh, yeah, you know, yeah, okay, I can follow that. I can do that, but, oh, you want me to come to class on the Sabbath? Well, that ain't right, brother. We ain't supposed to travel on the Sabbath. Stop it. All of a sudden, you rested in the law now? Don't you know every Sabbath we used to congregate and get together? We had to travel to do that. Every Sabbath we sat in the class reading the law all day. How did we get there? Y'all see that? Well, it says you ain't supposed to do no sermon, man. Okay, you're cursed. You're still under the curse of the law. You still don't get it. You understand? The curse of the law was simply this. People didn't get what the law was about. Only certain elect did. You understand? Only people like David and Solomon and Job and these people like that, they understood what the law was for. That it was to work righteousness in you. That it was for lawless people. Walk up to Abraham and tell him not to have sex with a donkey. You might get smacked in your face. What the hell? Why would you even come at me with that? Who does that? Till he got into Egypt, and it was like, oh, we need a law. 400 years we was in Egypt, 430 years we was in Egypt. Guess what? Now you needed a law. After 400 and something years of being in America, we're going to need some laws. You're going to see stranger laws than what we came out of Egypt with. Thou shalt not chop off thy penis and tuck it in and turn it into a vagina and sleep with other men. Jesus Christ, who would do that?
It's going to be a law now.
Well, it sounds foolish, right? That's because you're righteous, and that those kind of thoughts go into your brain. It doesn't have to be put on a tablet for you to not do it. That's righteousness. You understand? That's why he said that. As many as are under the works of the law are under the curse. Because you waiting for somebody to say, thou shalt not on a tablet, when all you had to do was say, that's disgusting. I will never touch that. Y'all see that? If you were a human being in any kind of way, you would say, that's not good for me. I'm not going to do that. Y'all see that? What do you need rules for in your house? Do you need it for you? Do you set up rules for you? Hey, when you wake up, wipe your butt crack thoroughly and wash it with soap and water. Don't you already know to do that? Who is that law for? The ones who don't, your children, right? They get in the bath, they swear they took a shower. They come out, they stink like feet and wet ass. You like, what did you do in there? I took a shower.
They take a shower in the sink.
Yeah, like you took a shower. Wait, did you just turn the water on and stand there? Did you turn the water on and let the whole bathroom get hot and do a bunch of push-ups? What the hell did you do in there? Get back in there, introduce the soap to your body, and then let the water rinse all that dirt and soap off of your body. Wash your ass, right? Don't you got to do that for your kids? Because they don't know, right? They don't understand. That's what the law was for. When you read the scriptures, it said the law is for the lawless. It's for you that come out of Egypt and you're so screwed up in your brain off of the things you done seen. You done seen a brother and sister have sex with each other and become the king and queen of Egypt. Oh, well, there must be something. That must be something to that. I must have to do that to become popular. You done seen a man dress up like a woman and go into a brothel full of other men. Is that okay to do? He's one of the elite rich people. I mean, I guess that's what it takes to get along in this society. So when you come out of all that, right, somebody has to say, hey, you know what? We're Israelites. We do not do that, which is how the law was originally written. You do not. You do not steal. You do not. What? This is how we roll, niggas. We do not steal. We do not commit adultery. We do not do this. We do not do none of that crap you've seen in Egypt. You understand? It's only now that later on it became thou shalt not. Why? Because now our kids are growing up lawless. So now we need to know that the Most High said, don't do this. Y'all see that? But no, that what you're seeing right there, if you read past the colon, man, it's clear. These works of the law, if you rest on them, as if that makes you righteous, that is the problem with being under the law. You understand? Following the law does not make you cursed. That's insane. Why would the Most High set down blessing and cursing? I said before you this day, blessing and cursing. Why wouldn't it just say, I said before you this day, curses and more curses? Thou shalt do this, thou shalt do that, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do that. And if you listen to anything I just said right there, you're cursed. But if you do those things and you don't do those things, then you're cursed. What? Yeah, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Really? What the hell you been on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights for, man? To tell me that? I'm screwed? Why did you come down with 10 commandments? Why didn't you just have one tablet that said you're screwed? I was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights and all I got was this stupid rock that says you're screwed. Why didn't you just come down with that and bring me a t-shirt? Like, come on, man. People think Moses was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. And people think he spent all that time up there for nothing, not eating, not drinking. He just spent all that time up there so we could say, yeah, we don't need these. Come on, man. All them laws was to be kept. It was to keep you moral, civil, to keep your diet right, to keep your the ceremonies you did, to keep them orderly. You understand? And then you had the sacrifice of the animals to do away with the wicked sins you did. After Christ died, though, you didn't do the sacrifice of animals. So if you're still resting on that, like, oh yeah, all I gotta do is cut a goat open like we used to do and I'll be good. I'm absolved of my sins. That whole mind state makes you cursed. That's you being destroyed for lack of knowledge. That's a curse. What you had to say?
I was just going to say that's where your wisdom is supposed to kick in at, because it may not be written in the Bible where it says thou shalt not smoke crack, but I know my wisdom is supposed to kick in and say, look, my common sense tells me I shouldn't smoke crack.
Exactly.
I don't have to have it in that written time thou shalt not smoke crack. That's common sense.
Exactly, man. And that's what it's exactly talking about, is people that boast in the law, people that say, okay, you know what? If it's not written in the exact letter of the law, then I can do it. Well, then you're cursed, bro. You know what I mean? Because the Most High said he was also going to hit you with plagues that are not in this book. So you sitting around with AIDS because you duped out another man, and then you trying to figure out, well, why is that wrong? I don't see no laws against what I did. I don't see why I'm cursed like this. Well, because you don't see AIDS in the Bible, you don't get that that's a pestilence that is not written in the book. You waiting for the law to tell you specifics, so you think that gives you a loophole. Then you're under the curse. You just as cursed as Israel was back then, the goddess in slavery, man. Because that's what they thought was happening. They thought that's all they had to do. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, me and Jimbo gonna go have sex with each other, and we'll just sacrifice a lamb. It'll be all right. Because the law says that if a man lies with another man as he lies with a woman and they be found, see, nobody caught us. Oh yeah, if I grab hold of a woman and I have sex with her against her will and we be found. So if I rape a chick and nobody found out about it, we good, right? Curse mentality. See how I can use the law to get away with all kinds of wickedness? This is what Israel was into. But I got my fringes on, so I'm holy. Y'all get it? All right.
Being clean on the outside, but not on the inside.
Whited sepulchres, exactly. What's that? What we got?
If we are trying to live a righteous life and pass away, when we are sent back with our memory wiped, are we still inclined to follow righteousness?
Romans 8, verse 16. Kind of went over this last night. But same scripture applies.
Romans chapter 8 and verse 16. Right there.
Mm-hmm.
Romans chapter 8 verse 16. The Spirit itself bears witness of our spirit that we are the children of God.
See that? So, yeah, when you come back with your memory wiped, yeah, you will be inclined to follow the law, statutes, and commandments. The Spirit is going to bear witness with your spirit that you're a child of the Most High. You understand? Jeremiah 1 and 5. And while we're getting that, I'm going to read this. This is Galatians 3, verse 29. And if you be Yahushua, if you be Christ, then are you Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. So, yes, you are inclined, if you believe in Yahushua, if you believe in Christ and you want to follow his ways, all right, then you are an heir to that promise. You are Abraham's seed. If you're inclined to do everything anti what you see in the scriptures, you're one of the wicked. That helps you determine who you are right there. You understand? If every single point of the Bible, you're just like, no, I ain't doing that. Like, ooh, okay, don't kill people. Okay, I can bend on that one. Right? Don't steal. That's kind of tough. Every point of the law, you just wrestle with it like, I don't know, man. That's a lot to ask. You know what I mean? Miss Johnson got a fat booty. I don't know if I can not have sex with my neighbor's wife. That's tough. Ooh, don't eat pork. Oh, I'm done.
That's how a lot of people
Like,
are.
really? That's what you throwing away the whole Bible for? If on every point of the scriptures you choking on that, you can't do it, that's the Spirit bearing witness that you're not a child of the Most High.
That's right.
You understand? But are you naturally inclined to do the law if you're of the chosen? Of course. Read Jeremiah 1 and 5.
Jeremiah chapter 1 and verse 5. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee.
See that? Before the Most High formed you in the belly, he knew you. So yes, when you come out, you'll be naturally inclined to do righteousness. Y'all see that? You'll still be in a sinful world, learning sinful ways, so you'll take on the traits of a lot of people around you in the environment you're in. But when the truth kicks in, when the truth hits you, you'll accept it. Because you'll know, hey, I always knew I shouldn't do that, or I always knew I should do this, and you'll accept it. You won't buck up against it and throw it out. You see that? So the Spirit will bear witness When you get to that time of life where the Most High says, okay, now, well, read on.
And before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee.
See that? Read.
And ordained thee to be a prophet unto the nations.
See that? Before you even were born, he had already set your spirit apart and gave you orders to be a prophet, to be about the Bible. You understand? So when you grow up to that certain age and the Most High comes to collect from that spirit that he put out in you, you're going to be naturally inclined to accept that job. All right? You will be naturally inclined to righteousness. Unfortunately, you'll be born in this wicked world. Just like Christ prayed for the apostles. He said, listen, I pray not that you take them out of the world, but I pray that you keep them from the evil that is in the world. Y'all see that? So you're going to be born into a wicked world, but the Most High is going to keep you from that evil, from becoming a wicked, worthless bag of meat. All right? So hopefully that helps answer your question. We got anything else?
Yes, sir. Does the tribe of Dan still exist? And why were they able to end or get replaced?
Okay. Dan kind of got assimilated into the rest of the tribes. You really don't read about them after the book of Judges. After the book of Judges, pretty much the tribe of Dan is not even really mentioned. But as High Priest Yeshaya goes into in his book, they're the founders of what you call Denmark, Dan's Mark. All right. So a lot of our people went off into different parts of Europe, Asia. We're all over the earth, literally. All right. So when you read about Denmark, Dan's Mark, that was a place that Israelites founded. The tribe of Dan is more than likely went up in there. They will be considered the original inhabitants of Denmark. Now you go there, it's a bunch of pale people half dead. So we don't know where they are. All right. But the Bible don't really account for them. I'm trying to even remember if they're in the Revelation 7 part. But as you had certain tribes that got either assimilated into the entire tribe, or they had to kind of reboot them. Like the tribe of Benjamin, one of the major tribes, right? They were down to 613 men. They was killed down to 613 men for the whole tribe at one point. You understand? To where they had to bring in women from the other nations around, because the tribe of Benjamin had become almost completely infested as being sodomites. Did y'all know that? Yeah, you gotta read Judges.
Wow.
You read Judges, you find out the tribe of Benjamin had become almost completely sodomitish. You understand? To where they only got, the Most High killed them down to 613 men in one war. They went to war with some people and they wiped them out down to 613 men, to where the ruler had to tell them, hey, listen, we're going to bring in these women and y'all going to procreate with them and bring your tribe back in righteousness. The Most High wipes out the wicked. It don't matter if you Israel or not. He wiped them down to a remnant. But again, he let them come back. You understand? Dan apparently did some wickedness. That's why I said they're an adder in the way. Right? Their curse, their blessing / curse, their prophecy in Genesis 49 was that they were going to be an adder in the way. Right? That they was going to bite the heel and the horse fall backward and all that. They basically became, they must have did something in their history that I haven't read about, but they had to have done something to where it made us go backward. You understand? To where it made all Israel almost fall. So he had to say, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and disperse you through the rest of the tribes. Y'all see that? And then at a certain point, like I said, you don't really read about them at all. Let me see. It's not in 7, right? So even at the end, what happened was you had Ephraim and Manasseh, right? Ephraim replaced Joseph. That's why Joseph doesn't have a tribe. Ephraim took over for Joseph. All right, that was his Joseph's symbol in Israel is his son Ephraim. Manasseh took over for Dan. You understand? Manasseh became that tribe instead of Dan. So you have these kind of assimilations and things like that where the Most High said, you know what? I got to move you out, and I'm putting another person in your place. Did that not happen with the 12 apostles? Judas, got to move you out. Let another man take your place. Let his bishopric let another man take. Y'all see that? The position is still going to be there. So it's like work, right? You go to work and you decide you're just going to screw off and jump on the copy machine with your ass hanging out and make copies, and they fire you. Guess what? They didn't just eliminate your position. They still need somebody to make copies. They just don't need copies of your butt crack. You see what I'm saying? So what do they do? Oh, you gone? Okay, next. And they put somebody else in your position. Dan? Okay, you really went and lived up to the prophecy? Bye. Manasseh, step up. What's that?
But what did Joseph do that he was kind of put aside?
No, Joseph wasn't put aside. It was an honor. It was an honor for your when your son did anything, it reflected on the father. You see that? So he basically gave his son over to Jacob Jacob adopted him. Adopted Joseph's son. You understand? Joseph had to rule Egypt. So he couldn't continue with Israel. You understand? But he took his sons and adopted them as the tribes. That's what you read about in Genesis, or in Exodus or Genesis, that he crossed his hands over and he adopted them as his sons. They were to carry on their father's work in Israel as the rulers of tribes. You see that? So that's how that played out. It wasn't like it was a demotion. No, it was an honor. Just like when you read about, this was a custom of Israelites. The son was a reflection of the father. All right? When Noah got off the boat and Ham laughed at him, did he curse Ham? No, he cursed Canaan. Why? If I curse my son, people think I'm a bad father. I'm cursing your son. They're going to be like, what the hell wrong with your kids, man? They all faggots and bull dykes and running around cutting off women's clitorises. What's wrong with you? That's going to reflect on Ham. See that? That's why we be like, have you seen these nasty Hamites? We don't be like, have you seen these nasty Canaanites? Nah, the son reflects on the father. But we don't be like, have you seen these nasty Noahites? Nah, because clearly there's a difference in the sons of Noah. You see that? Clearly there are righteous nations that came out of Noah, and those Hamites are wicked. See, that reflected back on the father of those nations. See that? So as a custom in Israel, if you bless your son, right, that carried on your lineage. That's how you carried on your name in the earth. All right? And that's all explained in, I think it's Ecclesiasticus, but you basically left, it's Ecclesiasticus where it talks about how you raise up your kids. And we got to get into this reading too, so if you have any more questions, you could save them for after class. And there's a lot more, of course. We're going to do the reading, and then we'll address the rest of the questions after the reading, all right? But let's see. Right, there we go. Ecclesiastes chapter 30. He that loveth his son causeth him oft to feel the rod, that he may have joy of him in the end. He that chastiseth his son shall have joy in him, and shall rejoice in him among his acquaintance. He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him. Though his father die, yet he is as though he were not dead, for he has left one behind him. He has left one behind him, that is like himself. All right. See, so that's the whole point of you having a child, is you raise them up so that it continues your name in the earth. You see that? That's why when they saw Christ, they were like, "Ain't this the carpenter's son?" See that? Well, what does that mean? Oh, he does things carpenter's sons do. He does the same things his father Joseph did. Y'all see that? Which is how you know Joseph was the father. They didn't be like, "Ain't this the son of God?" Y'all notice that? Y'all see that? Nobody knew him as the son of God until the demons start trying to blurt his name out in front of everybody. Y'all see that? Everybody else knew him as the carpenter's son. That's Joseph kid. I ain't gotta listen to that nigga. I watched that little nigga grow up, man, run around playing with tools and everything. That's why Christ had to say that. Prophets was not without honor, save in his own home, his own country. Because nobody liked him back home. They all knew him. They didn't respect him for who he was. You see that? Except for being a carpenter's son. That's it. Y'all understand that? So your lineage was to carry out who you were. So Joseph, in his case, Ephraim carried on his rulership of a tribe. You understand? That was an honor.
That's where I had confusion, because when I first came in the camp, I had gone to a congregation in Colorado. It was a Jewish congregation. They had tribes listed, and they had Joseph up there.
Yeah.
But I had just started coming here, and Joseph wasn't listed. So when I went back there, I'm like, asked even, how come Joseph is up there?
Yeah.
And they wouldn't answer me.
No, see, actually, Joseph got double honor in Israel because both his sons are counted as tribes, and Dan was phased out. You see that? So Joseph actually had a double honor because he saved everybody. He saved the whole nation. He's the one that brought them in, fed them, and kept them from starving to death. You see that? As the ruler of Egypt. So he basically saved all of them. He got double honor, as a matter of fact, because instead of just having one son to continue his name, he has two. You see that? It's like what we do in the Senate right now, right? You have your governors of every state, right? You have representatives from every state go to the White House, and they vote on laws and all that on our behalf, right? The bigger your state is, the more populated it is, the more representatives you have. So the more votes your people have, right? So you get to weigh in a little more. Your opinion matters more. Joseph has two representatives of him in the tribes. You see that? So it's a double honor. And when you go through the scriptures in Ezekiel, it tells you join the two into one stick and everything like that. He said for the tribe of Ephraim and the tribe of Israel, make them one stick. Then he said that Ephraim is Joseph. You see that? So basically that's Joseph continued. Manasseh is his other son. He gets a tribe. You see that? It's a double honor. So as a father, you get to look back and say, my kids got two tribes. You see that? We got two plots of land in Israel. You see that? Whereas Adam looks back at his kids and, can you imagine Adam's hell of a life? Even in the kingdom? Even if he made it? Even after he got right? And just regretted everything he did in the Garden of Eden? Can you imagine him having to look down at his kids right now? Everybody on earth is one of his kids. That little boy that wants to be a little girl and he's wearing a bra and a tutu and putting on makeup and wearing his mama's high heels, that's my kid. I guess. That's the one you want to disown. He gotta look back at the whole earth in dishonor. You understand? That's why Ezra's even coming back like, Adam, what did you do? Oh man, I got my own kids looking at me like I ain't nothing. Y'all see that? Well, because of you, we all under this curse. And you right. Ain't nothing you can do. You gotta eat that for eternity. Y'all see that? or until, I ain't gonna go into that. That's a little too deep. I ain't gonna drop that. Go ahead.
I have a question that's possibly kind of off topic.
Go ahead.
My question is concerning the covenant in 1 Corinthians 11.
Uh-huh.
Can you give me the scripture that you have that would justify man wearing anything on his head when you get the scriptures?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Plenty. Basically, if you look up the word mitri or miter,
Okay.
that was our head thing, but it exposed. If you look up a miter or anything like that, it exposed the crown of the head.
Okay.
All right, because a man could wear headgear, a crown. Even the priests, they wore a mitri and a crown. Right. So when you look in Deuteronomy, matter of fact, let's get scriptures on that just so you have it. Shut up, spy phones. Phones be spying on you, man.
Spy phone.
Let me get this real quick. But yeah, when you look that up, when you look up miter, M-I-T-R-E, and we could even get it in the Zondervan Pictorial Bible Dictionary. But Exodus chapter 28, verse 4, and these are the garments which they shall make. Now these are the priest garments, the Levite priest garments, and an ephod. They shall make a breastplate and an ephod and a robe and a broidered coat, a mitri or a miter, and a girdle. See that? So they had a mitri. Then on top of it says, and they shall make a holy garment for Aaron, thy brother, and his sons, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. Right? When you go down, I'm trying to see where it was about the crown. But they also had a crown with the mitri. All right. You also had the bonnets, goodly bonnets of linen, which you know is like a turban. We wore all that. But the thing was, it never covered our crown because we're the image and glory of the Most High. You understand? So we were to show that we were men. When you go to 1 Corinthians 11, what you're reading is Paul trying to set order in the churches. We just read that Paul was having to tell, or we just talked about how Paul was having to tell one church, I've heard that you got dudes sleeping with their father's wife. That's not right. You see what I'm saying? So he's setting order in the churches. When he told a woman, I suffer not a woman to teach, does that mean a woman can't go share the word of the Most High? No, he was keeping order in the church, meaning you got priests up here talking, and then you got some woman in the back over there trying to whisper to some dude like, yeah, and this is what that scripture means, that was that. Leave that to the preacher. That way I don't got two people talking. You understand? You know it wasn't to outlaw women talking because he also told the men, listen, let the prophet speak one or two and let the other judge. If the other one has something to say, let him hold his peace. So there's order. So there's not 30 guys talking at the one time. He didn't want to be in like the rap videos where you got 30 rappers all trying to rap on the mic. You know what I mean? Or a rap concert. They all trying to rap at the same time. You got 30 rappers doing the same songs. Like, dude, you only need like two guys. You know what I mean? You got all 30 of your crew sitting on stage. Yeah, boy! You know, it's like, we don't need all that. Let's speak one or two, let the other judge. Y'all see that? Like what we're doing right here. This is 3, right? One or two speak. The other one sits by and he might, okay, let me throw in a little something to clarify. Or let me throw in something to add on to that, right? But you don't hear us all talking at the same time, right? Keeps order. Same thing. He didn't want men dressed like women in the church. He didn't want them to appear like women. Matter of fact, he didn't even have them sitting together. You understand? Which is a custom we also keep. We have the men sit up front. We have the sisters sit in the back. That way you're not trying to study the word and you looking over and seeing, because you know how the chairs, some of them don't have the backs to them, you know what I mean? You're looking over seeing Sister Betty's butt crack hanging out the seat. Why do you have them dressed in modest apparel? Okay, well you coming in the class, we don't need every brother going from, oh man, the supreme knowledge of, ooh, what's going on over there? You know what I mean? The attention need to be on the priest. So it was to keep order in the church. He didn't want the men to appear like women. A man wasn't supposed to wear a head covering because at that time, you had men wearing them shawls, right? And even that carried on into the Jewish characteristics and everything. And they would wear a shawl. Well, you look like a woman. You don't look no difference from some old lady putting that thing on her head, right? I mean, if you watch Spider-Man, perfect example. The old ones with Tobey Maguire. You remember those?
Yes.
And the Green Goblin, he's in the building. Help me! Right? He got the head covering on his head.
Yeah, I remember.
Then Spider-Man go in to help him out. He turn around, punch him in the face. Like, oh, that was a grown man, but I came up on you like you was a little old woman needed help. You see that? Because if you look at the law, the scriptures say, lay hands suddenly on no man, right? Okay, well, what if you see some old lady appearing, like old woman appearing to cross the street boldly, and you know there's traffic. Now, it's a grown man that know how to maneuver, right? But you think it's an old lady, so you go grab up on him, he turn around, bow! Right? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were a woman. Oh, wow, you catching another one, right? The confusion is there. The Most High is not the author of confusion, but of peace. You see that? That's why he even told the women, he said, listen, if you're gonna pray or prophesy with your head uncovered, right? If you're gonna create all that distraction in the church, go ahead and shave your head bald. That way everybody won't pay attention to you like that. You see that? That way everybody won't have their attention on your long flowing hair and everything. That's for your man. You leave that to your man. You go keep that between you and him. That don't need to be in the church. He laid down the laws of modest apparel and things like that. This was to keep order in the new churches. So that's why he even says it. You're not going to see this in the law. He said, but I also have the Spirit of Christ. You see that? So these ain't things you're going to go back and say, oh yeah, see a woman right there. Thou shalt not have a woman with her head uncovered. You're not going to see that in Moses' law, if you call it that. All right? But Paul was laying down laws for the church because he had that authority. You understand? Yeah, it's like, okay, if I'm building a house, if you want to come kick it in my house, take your shoes off. It's not in the law, right? But if you want to come in my house, that's what you got to do. Same thing. Paul's the one establishing these churches. He's like, listen, have your women cover their head. Y'all see that? Yeah, just to make it clear, because and then you have people that get confused where it says that her hair is giving her as a covering. I don't know if that's any part of the confusion, but you asked about the men.
Yeah, basically about the men, because I see a lot of camps where, as you said, one where a guy, he actually wear that shawl, as you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
And I went and said, well, if he cut a little hole in the top, was that okay?
Right, and that's how we do it. If we're wearing those, like you'll see some brothers wear the ones that look like the pharaohs. That's a style we gave the Egyptians. You understand?
But Paul says, but every man praying or prophesying with his head covered dishonors his head.
Right, he dishonors Christ.
Right.
Because if you sitting up there praying and prophesying, looking like a damn woman, you look like a tranny.
And you can't tell.
Yeah, and you're basically making it look like Christ is okay with you cross-dressing.
Right.
You see that?
And didn't the priest, and now since the priesthood changed, okay, the Levitical priesthood ended, and then we're in the priesthood of Melchizedek, correct?
Right.
So therefore, the matrix and all are done away with.
No.
No.
Remember, go to 1 Peter 2:9.
1 Peter 2:9.
Mm-hmm. See, yeah, the Levitical priesthood got done away, as in one tribe of priests is no longer. Now you got this.
1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 9.
Y'all with me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
But ye are a chosen generation.
So now the whole generation is chosen, right? Go ahead.
A royal priesthood.
A what?
Royal priesthood.
Go ahead.
And holy nation.
A holy what?
A holy nation.
Holy tribe.
A holy nation.
Holy person.
A holy nation.
All right. The whole nation is now a holy royal priesthood. You understand? We are all required to be dressed like that, to dress like we did back in the day, to represent being priests of the Most High. You understand? That's all of our job. Yeah.
I don't even want to put on earmuffs, nothing to cover, because like I said, a covering is just to conceal the head. And it says Christ is my head. I don't want to conceal it at all. I want to show it with pride.
I hear you.
And so I wanted to get clarity on that.
Yeah.
And say, well, because if it's dishonoring Christ, then that's violating the scripture, correct? And that's why I just don't want to do that.
Right.
And I want to get clarity, because I see a lot of camps, they do it, and some do it, and some don't.
Right.
And others do, and I say, well, what's the truth? Let me get scripture and verse that justifies, shows me exactly what I can do and what I can't do in that area.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
And where you were at in
1 Peter 2, verse 9.
It says we're a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people, that we should show forth his praises to him who has called us out of darkness
Right.
into his marvelous light. In that case, I mean, by following the law, statutes, and command, that's what causes us to be that peculiar person.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because we worship on the Sabbath day.
Right.
You know, instead of Sunday. Although the apostles did gather on Sunday too, back in the Old Testament.
Oh yeah, back then they were spreading it every day. So the gathering was wherever we at, people coming and crowding around us. Because one, they just watch me heal somebody with my shadow, so they crowding around me anyway wherever I go. The only place they didn't follow Peter is into jail. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you know, you look at Christ. He said the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. Right? Everywhere he went, there was a crowd. It's like, dang, man, I'm walking through the wilderness trying to lose y'all niggas. There's 5,000 of y'all. Right? I'm in the bottom of the boat. Y'all won't leave me alone. So everywhere we went was a gathering. And everywhere we went, we were teaching the scriptures. And that's why the whole point was, okay, if you're walking around praying and prophesying, right? If you're doing your job as a Hebrew Israelite, right? Before he formed you in the belly, he knew you and ordained you to be a prophet. If you're doing that job that he ordained you to do, if you're walking worthy of the vocation wherewith you were called, Ephesians 4:1, then guess what? That means you're not going to be doing it with your head covered. See that? Like if I go around and I got this green scarf I wear on my head sometimes, right? And that's just basically because I sweat. Even when I eat, I just pour sweat and it kind of catches that. And my hair I don't have time to take 30 minutes to get my fro every nap out of there. You know what I mean? So sometimes I just do that and I'm going to the hospital, or I'm do that and I'll go off to do whatever I'm going to do. But so I don't look like an Iraqi terrorist when I'm preaching the word, I take that off, regardless of what my hair look like. You know what I mean? Because I don't want that confusion. I don't want them thinking I'm teaching Islam, because that's what it looks like. It looks like those ones they wear over there. You know what I mean? It's a green and checkered kind of thing. Green and black checkered thing. So I take that off. Because why? I don't want to represent any other nation. I want to represent Yahweh Shai. You understand? I want to represent his glory, not no other nation's glory. Then at the same time, if I were to wear it like like they do with the shawl, right? I wouldn't want somebody, they seeing me from behind. If I'm street teaching, they're seeing me from behind thinking a woman is out teaching. You know what I mean? Or some cross-dresser is out teaching the Bible. You don't want to misrepresent when the scriptures say that a man is not to wear that which pertaineth unto a woman. You see that? And neither should a woman wear what pertained to a man. You see that? So yeah, Paul wasn't breaking no laws and doing that. He was just trying to keep order in the church. You see that? But yeah, you had men that were wearing crowns. King David, he wore a crown, right? Saul, we won't use Saul because Saul was off, but Saul also prophesied, right? They used to say, is not Saul one of the prophets? He had a crown. David had a crown. Solomon had a crown, praying and prophesying. You understand? They had things. You had things on your head, but the thing was, you didn't wear it in a womanly fashion. You didn't have it on like that came from the fake Jews. That covering, that little yarmulke, that came from the fake Jews. As a matter of fact, you can see in the Apocrypha, in the book of Maccabees, where they started making us wear the little hat. That was a Greek custom. See that? So we don't wear that. We definitely don't do that. And that was another thing Paul was having to fight against. You had brothers walking around doing the Greek customs. You had doing the Roman customs. There was a separation. When you read in Exodus, he said to put a difference between you and the Egyptians, right? So there were certain things that were outlawed when we came out of Egypt. Don't shave your head. Why? Because the Egyptians shaved their head. That's why history don't know you from an Egyptian now. You got all these Egyptologists running around. We was Egypt. We were Egyptian. We weren't no Hebrews. Wasn't no Hebrews. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, that's why you don't think there was any Hebrews, because we was all running around shaving our heads like y'all.
Look the same.
You know what I mean? In 100 years, when we get 100 years past when we get out of America, there'll be niggas being able to say that if the Most High allowed it. You understand? They'll be able to say, we're no Hebrews, man. Y'all was Americans. Why? Because you was wearing a t-shirt instead of a long flowing garment all the way down to your feet. You weren't dressed like a Hebrew in America. You see what I'm saying? So to eliminate that confusion and to put that separation, that's all Paul was doing, was saying, listen, y'all gonna dress like this in the church. When we get together, when we gather, y'all not gonna dress like you did out in the world. People are gonna know this ain't a gathering of just niggas and prostitutes, you know what I mean? You're gonna dress like this. If we all gather together right now, right, as brothers, we black, we're in America, in our captivity, right? We all just go out in nigga wear, you know what I mean? Pants sagging, booty hanging all out, you know what I mean? A strap, some Timbs on, you know what I mean? And some white beaters. Just hang out on the corner. Watch what happens. What'll happen? For no reason, right? We could just be standing there. We could actually be talking about scriptures. I ain't break it up. What's going on over here? Like, nigga, we was talking about the Bible. It's the appearance. And that's what Paul was trying to maintain was, listen, we're going to look like Israelites when we gather together. That way the Romans have no excuse to come in and do us like they did them 400 men. You know what I mean? Remember they accused Paul of being that? Aren't you that Egyptian that led 400 men into the wilderness? Right? That way there's no confusion. There's no, aren't you that Egyptian? Aren't you that this guy? No, we dress like this. You understand? Ain't you a prostitute? No. My woman, she dresses like this. You understand? That's all this was. Some things were just meant to avoid confusion, just like when you read in the law. When you read the law, a lot of those things, you'd be like, what does he care if I plant different types of seeds in my field? How is that a sin? Like, why can't I just use the same field? I can plant grapes and oranges and plant them all in the same field. I can just come in and just, whenever I want my fruit, I can just get the whole basket all mixed up already, right? Why does the Most High gotta intervene on how the hell I raise my crops? It was just to avoid confusion. Because nowadays, what? You eating an apple, but you bite into it, it tastes like an orange. And it don't have no seeds. And you're eating a banana that tastes like they have this thing where they peel the banana back and inside it was like the fruit of an orange inside or something like that. What? They're doing GMO foods by mixing the species of foods. Y'all see that? And it has no nutritional value. It's just for show. And so you could feel like you ate something, but you had no nutritional value in there. You understand? Okay, well, what was the Most High trying to eliminate then? Monsanto, ahead of time. You see that? Don't mix your seeds. Don't do that. Because otherwise you're going to end up with some stuff that is not natural. Because they will crossbreed, cross-pollinate, everything like that, and you'll end up with something that is not good for your body. See that? And that's where you got to go into like alkaline diets and all that, and you'll learn these things. You probably have already, but when you go into those things, you start learning the day. Once they start blending, for one, the seed dies. It stops being a fruit-yielding seed, and then it has no nutritional value. It becomes acidic to my body. It's bad for my body. Okay, so that's why the Most High intervened in where I plant my crops. Now I get it. See that? That's why David said that through thy precepts I get understanding. If I take the law and I go really right through it and I see, okay, the Most High wanted to make a difference between us and the Egyptians. That's why he governed how we did our hair. That's why he governed how we dressed. That's why he governed what we ate. You understand? He wanted to keep us alive longer. That's why he governed what we ate, what we drank, how much we drank. You see that? Because think about it, he's off in the quasars somewhere. He's off rolling in his mansion with many houses, or in his house of many mansions, right? Why does he care what we do down here? Because we're his kids. He loves us. So he said, listen, these are the rules to follow to keep you alive. If you don't do them, you'll die. I mean, it's not rocket science, right? He did it because he loves us. Y'all see that? Okay, you don't want no brother. You know what I mean? Especially not in ancient Israel where brothers was huge. We talk about 16 feet tall. You gotta think about how big Christ must have been. 600 men rolled up on him. They said, are you Christ? He said, I am he. They all fell backward. 600 men. That's how much what they call it, a quaternion or something like that rolled up on him to come arrest him. 600 men fell backward, bro. This ain't no normal statured man. This ain't no 5'4" guy. This ain't Tom Cruise size. You know what I mean? This is a descendant of David. You remember David, right? Who as a child, a grown man, Saul came up to him. Saul was head and shoulders over every other Israelite, right? When they picked him. Saul took his armor off and said, here, you wear this. Gave it to a child. That was a big ass child. Think about it, man. Like, think about this. You get a 8-year-old kid now, right? Put Michael Strahan's football pads on him and throw him out in the field. Does that make sense? No. So that kid had to be pretty big. You understand? David as a ruddy little child was huge. Now this is a descendant of King David. How big was Christ? Carrying his own cross. Why? After he got a butt whooping or 3 by the Romans who were experts in ass whooping. He was still carrying his own cross. You understand? Think about how big this man was. You understand? Now he go out there and he dressed like a woman. He got a shawl on. You see him from the back. Hey, yeah, what's going on? Wait a minute. You ain't a girl. You understand? How you doing, sis? Oh, ooh. You ain't a sister. I'm sorry. You the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. You see that? It avoided all that confusion, man. The Romans didn't have that in their culture. Look at Roman culture, man. You had dudes run around in mini skirts. With no drawers on underneath. You seen all them Roman movies, man. You seen Troy. You seen the Greeks, how they dressed in battle, right? You see them from behind. They got their long blonde hair, right? Brad Pitt, long blonde hair and a mini skirt. You walking away from you like, well, she kind of big in the shoulders, but you know, that skirt up pretty high. And you turn, hey sis, how you doing? Ooh! Y'all see that? He had to put that separation between us and the nations. And that's all Paul was doing at the same time. Same thing the Most High did when he established the law, Paul was having to do in the new churches being established. You understand? So a lot of things he did to set down, they weren't necessarily the law, which is where you get to Galatians where he has to say, you that rest in the law, you're under the curse. Because if I got to sit here and cite which commandment, which precept this law fits under for you to follow it, when you can't just see that, oh, this is just what the Most High would want me to do. You understand? If I got to go through each precept and everything like that just for you to obey, then you still blinded, man. You wouldn't even understand the law and why you were doing that. You get it? It sounds like a justification, and that's where the problem comes in, and that's why Paul concluded it by saying, we have no such custom in the churches. If any man be contentious, we have no such custom. If you decide you don't ever want to wear a mitre ever in your life, we're not going to make you wear one. You see what I'm saying? Right. That's Paul was very balanced, man. You know what I mean? He's like, if that's what's going to cause a brother not to walk with us, okay, then let that go, man. You see that? It's the same as what he told the unbelieving wife. If she dwell with a husband that believes, right? Go ahead and dwell with her. If your wife don't believe, but she's cool to dwell with you, go ahead and let her dwell with you. Because, she might be won over by your conversation later on in life, but at least y'all ain't got to fight about it. Y'all still husband and wife. We don't got to break up no marriages just because she don't believe like you yet. You know what I mean? Vice versa. If you got a unbelieving husband, don't leave him. Stay with him. We ain't got to break up a marriage what the Most High has joined together just because he don't believe like you yet. He's not at your level of faith. Let him roll with you. You see that? Same thing. It's like, listen, okay, keep the unity. If you don't want to wear that, you won't wear it. We had a brother last night, he was wearing a baseball cap. I didn't go into that. Hey, take that off, man. You can't pray and prophesy with your head covered. He just got here. That was his first class. I ain't gonna sit there and drop the whole weight of the law on him, and he don't even know who he is yet. You understand? No, we gotta unify our people first. We'll iron out all the little details. Some of them won't get ironed out till Yahushua get back. You know what I mean? You gonna have cats. We got cats that swear that smoking weed is okay in the Bible. They pull out the scripture and say, "See, canna, bosom, those are the incense and everything like that. The Most High had us mix up, and no matter what you tell them, even though I destroyed that topic, no matter what you tell them, they just won't do it. So it'd be like, listen, okay, we'll do this. Just don't smoke weed when you come in here, or don't come in here smelling like it. You can still roll with us. Just at least do that. Let's compromise there, so you can still get the word of the Most High, and that weight will still be on you. The Most High will still have to deal with you, and you at least get to hear the word, because faith cometh by hearing. You understand? If I can't get you to hear it, then what's the point? If I can't get you to congregate with us to hear the word, just because I legalize you at the door, it's not going to help nobody. We can't gather the tribes together.
No change won't come about in that person if he's not even around to hear it.
There you go. You heard that?
I said, because no change will come about in that person if he's not even around to hear it. Like he was saying about the brother with the baseball cap. If he came in, he was like, "Hey, bro, you're not supposed to be in here with your baseball cap." Well, maybe dude don't like his haircut, or he has something with his head. He just feels uncomfortable with his hat off, and he blasts him about having the cap on. And he's like, "Well, you know what? I'm just not going to be here. I'm not going to come here." So he's not even getting a chance to get the word, to get washed in the word, to come to get those scriptures to where it says, "Hey, you know what? Be convicted in his own heart," where he can say, "You know what? Maybe I shouldn't wear my hat."
Right. He's not even getting the opportunity to learn what promises are promised to him for keeping the rules. What was that?
Oh, okay. But wouldn't that be in a sense where you be trimming your ways to seek love with that person? You trimming trimming your ways to seek love so that this guy can come. The Lord says, and he says, "Cry loud, spare not." The word
He
by his
says,
spirit, just give him the law.
Show my people their transgressions.
So if he comes in, brother, I'm like, "Hey, this law says you are the Christ is your head. Would you take off your hat while you're in here? And if you don't, there's the Lord."
Oh, trust and believe me, we do show our people their transgressions.
Oh, great.
You know, like I said, if he was here today, he would be hearing this conversation, so he would be getting it. You understand? But I have to introduce him to these things.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I was trying. That's what I was trying to say. Like if he wasn't even around, he wouldn't get a chance to even hear that it was wrong to have your hair covered, your head covered in the scriptures.
Let me hit this point. At the end of the law, at the end of Moses giving all of Israel the law, what did Israel have to do? What did you always hear them say after the law was quoted to?
So let it be.
They said, "Well, we'll all that you say we'll do, and amen."
All that you have said we will do, and aman, which means agree or so be it.
Yes, sir.
Right? So they all had to agree on the law. You understand? To be held under the law and accountable to the law, you had to agree with it. If you didn't agree, what was your option? You'd be cut off from among your people. You're not an Israelite. You can go just be you. It didn't mean we just put you to death right away. No. If you want to roll with us, then you got to do these things.
Oh, praises.
You see that?
Yeah.
That's how the law went.
Uh-huh.
You didn't. That's why when it says in Psalm 78 and 5, he showed his law to Israel, his statutes and his judgments unto Jacob, right? He didn't go cram it down the other nation's throat. They had already been introduced to it by the codes of Ernamu and the codes of Hammurabi and all that way back. They had been introduced to the laws of the Most High. They had been introduced in some way to it. They became sinners. They didn't want to do it. They threw it away. Okay, but I'm going to deal with my chosen, my firstborn. They keeping the ways. So I'm going to give them the law, right? But if the other nations sojourned among you, what happened? What were they to do?
They had to obey the law as well.
There you go, right? If they want to eat the Passover, what they have to do? Okay, go ahead and get circumcised. Go ahead and, if you want to live with the Israelites and you have the man pierce your ear or do whatever, and you get to live as an Israelite.
According to the law.
There you go. You see that? So they had to agree was the whole point. Every contract has to be an agreement, right?
Right.
Otherwise, there's no contract. Otherwise, it's forced. You understand? The whole Bible's a contract. It's all law. That's what it's called, Torah, right? The law. If you understand contract law, then you know somebody got to sign on the dotted line. You see that? If they don't sign, there's no contract. If you don't say agreed, aman, at the end, there's no contract. There's no covenant. You understand? Right. That's why we did fall under the curses. Why? Because we agreed to keep the law, to get the blessings. We didn't keep up our end of the contract, so we got the short end of the contract. You got okay, this is what's going to happen to you outside of this. Right? Is it a curse per se? Like, did he come down and intervene and just beat you down? No, you did it yourself. If I say, listen, don't run into traffic blindfolded, you agree with that? You agree with that? Cool. All right. If you decide you disagree with that, what are you welcome to do?
Run into traffic.
Go play in traffic. Get smashed all over the pavement, and don't blame me because I set you up a contract. I did not make that car come and hit you. I just was aware that cars will hit you if you walk across the street blindfolded. You understand? When he set up the dietary laws, he knew pigs ate everything. He knew pigs get trichinosis worms in them. He said, don't eat the pig. Agreed? No? Okay. Then don't get mad at me when you at the doctor and he like, yeah, we're going to have to operate on your intestines. Why? You have 6-foot tapeworms and hookworms and trichinosis worms eating your intestines and trying to make their way into your adrenal gland and your organs. Really? Hey, doctor, why can't I see out of my right eye? Well, you have a trichinosis worm that has wormed its way into your brain stem and is eating that part of your brain that allows you to see out of your right eye. Well, where does that come from? How do I get rid of that? Well, we're going to operate, but you're going to have to stop eating pork, Bob. Well, Jesus, if I would have just done what Jesus told me to do, I'd be okay. I should have signed the contract. You understand? All the law. That's why I said Paul didn't institute nothing. He didn't give nothing to the church that the Most High didn't lay down the same way. This is what I say to do if you won't come in the church. If you agree, come on in. If you disagree, have fun. You know what I mean? This ain't the church for you. You don't run around cramming it down nobody's throat. You see that? That was the old Paul persecuting the churches, right? I'm going to make you believe in the law, right? The new Paul was like, listen, I'm going to set before you blessing and cursing, life and death. You choose what you want, just like Moses did. Listen, you come to church, wear a head covering. If you're a man, don't wear a head covering. You don't want to, you can still roll with us, but you ain't. If you're contentious just about that, what else you won't contend with? You see that? You see that's what we had to watch. That whenever we talk about these legal classes, we always had to watch where it took our people legalistically.
Come as you are, but not say as you are.
Well, because they lost the love that the law required also. Remember, the whole scripture, the whole point was Leviticus 19:17. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt in otherwise rebuke thy neighbor. Right? The whole point was love. Showing love. Okay, well, that means I'm going to show my brother the law to keep him alive because I love him. Right? But what were they doing at the time with an adulterous woman?
Stone him.
I can't wait to stone your ass. Like, really? I did the same kind of sin you do. We did the same sin. It's all the same sin according to the law. Well, the things I do were the same thing you did, but you gonna hit me with a rock? That's why Christ killed him with that. He was like, oh, let him who is without sin cast the first stone. Because you all know the wages of any sin is death.
That's right.
So, go ahead. Why'd they all leave? Woman, where are your accusers? They were so quick to bludgeon your face in with rocks. You know how horrible a death that is?
Oh, that's
How long it takes that niggas miss. They ain't all on point. You just watch it rock. Oh, that almost got oh, that one got me, but I'm not dead yet. I gotta get hit with more rocks to die. That's a horrible death. And Cats was quick to do that and inflict that on somebody that did sins just like them. Because that legalism took them beyond being human.
right.
You see that?
You said the legalism.
Right. I'm going to stick to every point of the law took them beyond being human. It took them outside of the law even. That's why they all had to leave, right? Because they realized, oh, we all broke the law at some point. We're all lawbreakers here. So none of us throw stones, right? Not saying the law was bad. Again, don't get me confused like people confuse Paul. The law is good, right? It's righteous and just and good. But if you get trapped in it, if you get trapped in the I'm going to be a stickler for it, but I'm not going to use it on myself, which is the whole point of the law, to better yourself and better your nation, what is it good for? If the only thing you can think to do is find every occasion towards your brother to put him to death, what is the law good for? Remember, all the Pharisees were doing after they brought the woman around because they wanted to bludgeon her to death with rocks, right? Then when they was following around Christ, what were they doing to him? He run around healing people rather than come in and say, "Hey, can I get some healing? I don't know where you get this authority from, but can I get healed? Can my mama get healed? Can somebody I love get healed from their infirmities?" What was they doing? Seeking occasion to kill him. Well, that's murder. By any definition, right? And by even America's wicked standards, you're still in conspiracy to commit murder. Because there was more than one Pharisee running around trying to find a way to kill him. Didn't it say that when they was accusing him on the Sabbath? That they sought occasion to kill him? Like, okay, so you so gung-ho for the law, you forgot that that's your brother of the tribe of Judah. You forgot that's the carpenter's son. The same brother that made your chair that you sit on. That's his son you want to stone to death. Help me out. You was eating the bread, eating the fish, and now that he in the field picking corn, you want to kill him? Come on, man. You see that? That's why Christ always had to bring them to understanding. Listen, man, my Father works on this day, so I work. I'm doing the will of my Father. What are you doing? You following me through the field trying to accuse me. You supposed to be in the synagogue teaching. What you doing? You know, I'm doing the work of the Most High. You out here just hanging on for crumbs. You see that? Yeah. And you had to notice that we always, because we had another brother come in, and his contention was the fact that that we have businesses that stay open on the Sabbath. That was his contention. Okay, well, they're in malls. If we shut them down on the Sabbath, every Sabbath, they're going to kick us out, kick the whole business out. That means there's no school. That's what pays the rent for the school. You know what I mean? That means we're not able to do our job. Well, if Christ was telling people in St. John 5:17, my Father worketh hitherto, so I work, how can we be any different? That was his stumbling block.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? That's what made him not want to congregate. Then we found out the brother was over there plotting on sleeping with another brother's wife in the congregation. Okay, well, what kind of demon did you have on you while you were sitting here trying to nitpick about us working on the Sabbath? You over here in adultery, in the very act. Y'all see that?
He got a plank in his eye. worrying about the speck in his brother's eye.
You understand? That's the whole point of the law, was to better you and then to go better your neighbor. People didn't get it. They didn't get what the law was about. That's why the few select that did, that's who got written about. The other people was just followers. You don't hear, they named the major people up under Moses that was keeping everything and doing all that they were supposed to do, the righteous men, right? Then it says, behind them was an innumerable multitude, or they led the congregation of Israel, the children of Israel. That's all they called them. Why? Because they didn't have a name. All it was I'm just following, I'm just robotically doing the law. You know what I mean? I slept with my neighbor's wife. Oh, it was good, man. I hope I got my sheep ready. Bruh, that wasn't the point. You just defiled your neighbor's woman. Don't you love your neighbor at all? Don't you care that you just messed up his fit? Don't you care that that she's gonna smell like you? That she got your DNA all mixed up in her now? That 7 years from now she could pop out a kid that's yours and not his. See that? Yeah. The proteins from your sperm stay in a woman for at least 7 years, man.
What? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought also, like you said, when a brother is correcting another brother, that's kind of like showing love instead of basically, because it says the law is perfect. So
Most definitely.
Christ said, "Be ye perfect as your Father is perfect." So as brothers are correcting another brother, that's a sign of love. That's showing, like you said about Leviticus
1917, right? Or 1719, if I didn't
That's the way I
right.
looked at it, and it's showing love. And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
showing where that we can become better together.
Right. It tells you shall in any wise rebuke your neighbor.
And if he's wrong, say no. That's why it should be done with scripture. So therefore they can't argue with the scripture.
Right.
And it has to be where it says this in the law here, and that was written for a purpose.
No doubt.
You know, and so in doing that, that's where I have praise the Most High. I try not to have a stumbling block at anything, but I know I do because I'm not perfect.
Right.
You know? So I'm growing as well. But concerning what you meant about earlier about working on the Sabbath, the Lord says that on the Sabbath day, in order to keep it holy, you can't buy, sell, or do any of those things.
No, he didn't.
It didn't
Ezra said that.
Ezra said that.
Yeah, he said no buying or selling on the Sabbath. Most High didn't say nothing about buying or selling. He said you shall do no servile work therein. Ezra, again, knowing the context, knowing the times, what was Ezra's problem? Half of Israel, they was sleeping with Gentile women. They had Gentile kids that didn't even know Hebrew Israelite ways. Then you had cats coming in from the other nations, waiting at the gate for us to gather at the Sabbath so they could distract away from the teaching on the Sabbath so they could sell figs, and figs are better aged. Dried figs and all that stuff, raisins, it ain't gonna get old. You know what I mean? Wine is better old. You don't have to sell it right away. They wasn't buying water. They wasn't buying things that keep them alive. They was buying cheese and things that are better aged anyway. But those men was coming in just like you would go and set up a booth at the Super Bowl. Because there's all the people are gathered in one spot. Well, these other nations was coming in to prosper off of us in the middle of our Sabbath and distracted away from the teaching. So he said, listen, you can't buy or sell in here, right? Then they was coming and waiting at the gate. So as soon as we got out on the Sabbath, as soon as we got out of the congregation, okay, you're supposed to go home and now continue the Sabbath and keeping it holy, right? But now I'm out trading and bartering over some figs and things like that with some Edomite or some Elamite or whatever, with some other nation. No, that ain't what you were supposed to be doing. So if you come back here again at this gate, I'm going to come out there and lay hands on you. Now, let's stop right there. I'm a priest. If I see you out here on the Sabbath, on the Sabbath am going to go down there and whoop your ass. Well, that's not lawful. That's work. You're going to sweat. Somebody might get their blood on you for a priest. You can't do that. Priests weren't even allowed to sweat. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
That's why they had to wear linen. It draws the sweat up off you. You had nothing unclean that could come into the temple. You understand? When they built Solomon's temple, they worked on the rocks in a quarry and brought the rocks perfectly cut and then put them together at the side of the temple so that there wouldn't be an accidental, I smashed my thumb and blood got on the rocks. At the time of Ezra, at the time of Nehemiah, at the time of, the Maccabees, what they have to do, they took out all the defiled stones, right? Anything that had any kind of defilement on it, that blood had touched, that anything had touched, they took it out and they put the new stones in, right? The priesthood was completely clean. If I go into the laws of how we built the temple and tabernacle, you'd be like, wow, that place was immaculate. Bugs wouldn't even come to the temple because everything was made out of cedar. That same cedar mulch you put around your roses, the whole temple was made out of that, overlaid in gold, so that, gold is pure, right? Metals, they don't get stains and things like that. You just wipe it right off. See that? All that was pure. So the priest couldn't even sweat. But I'm going to come down on the Sabbath and beat you up, put hands on you. If you come by here selling and buying, I'm going to get the blood of other nations all over my fists and my feet. On the Sabbath day? Well, that's not lawful for a priest to do. Sure it is. Because if the Most High stopped working on the Sabbath, we'd all be dead, right? If the angels stopped working on the Sabbath, his servants, we'd all be dead, right? So if we're doing the service of the Most High, that's a full-time job, man. It's made for you, not for you for the Sabbath. What's that?
Okay, but Christ did say it's lawful to do good on the Sabbath day. That's why he was able to heal.
Boom.
But he did not. He said if your donkey falls into a hole, you get him out. But you're not gonna. He says on the Sabbath day that even your animals are to rest.
True.
Okay, so therefore there's no work. I was gonna say, can you have one of the readers read Nehemiah 10:31?
Oh yeah.
And
Go
it'll
ahead.
give you a better understanding of that.
Definitely. Read that. Nehemiah chapter 10, verse 31. Because we've been through that a lot, man. When we have these discrepancies and am I keeping the law? You're never gonna do it, for one. You can find fault with anybody that says that they're keeping the law. You can always find fault. I can go into anyone in here and literally pick them apart because I know all the law, which is why Christ is going to pick me apart because there's certain parts of the law I'm not following. If he was like that, if he didn't have mercy, you understand? Right now, I'm wearing mixed fabrics. You're wearing mixed fabrics.
But we don't have control of the textiles.
Didn't matter.
We don't make our clothes, so we can't.
Scriptures didn't allow for all that. It didn't care if you had control or not. Make control. That was the whole point, right?
Also, we're in captivity. We're still in slavery.
True. But the scriptures will say, you shall keep them wherever you dwell. You see that? That's when you go to Deuteronomy 4. It says, keep therefore and do them wherever you dwell. Didn't matter. Right? So that's why it said all are concluded under as faithless. When we read Galatians 4:6 yesterday, all were concluded as being faithless. Why? Because we didn't faithfully stick to every point of the law. We couldn't. After we went in captivity because we screwed up the whole law, we screwed up everything. We screwed up the whole covenant. So after that, we end up in captivities. Well, shoot, I'm not even supposed to be celebrating these certain holidays over here. I'm supposed to be in Israel doing this. Where do we do the Passover? We had to bring our animals and do all that stuff in Jerusalem, right? But where was the first Passover set up? In Egypt? Well, that's not lawful. You see what I'm saying? We can do this all through the scriptures and even find fault with Christ if we wanted to.
I personally, I can agree to a point, but I don't see how they can find fault with Christ. If they can find a person.
He was picking corn on the Sabbath.
But he said something. He said, and it's in the scripture. He says that if you have a field,
Right.
and I'm coming through your field, and I'm hungry,
Yeah.
I can pluck your corn and eat it.
But you weren't allowed to do it on the Sabbath.
Yeah, on the Sabbath if I'm hungry, but I can't pluck your corn and put it in a bag and take it out because that's stealing. But if I'm hungry, and that's what all of his disciples did. They were hungry, so they plucked corn and ate.
Right.
And he said, is it not lawful to do good on the Sabbath?
No, the gleanings of the corn was for people to be able to gather, for the poor.
Okay, and it's like you can eat on the Sabbath, and they didn't cook. Oh, but we didn't read that scripture.
Oh, let's go ahead. Nehemiah 10:31.
10:31, I think it's, yeah, 31.
Yeah, it's 10:31.
You got it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Nehemiah chapter 10, verse 31. And if the people of the land bring well or any victuals on the Sabbath day to sell, that we would not buy it of them on the Sabbath
Right.
or on the holy day.
No, that's not the law. That's Nehemiah dropped that. So he was able to go ahead and drop that through the Spirit of Christ, just like Paul's doing. The law don't say no buying or selling. You won't find that in any of what Moses dropped.
Okay.
You understand? It didn't say no. Matter of fact, when you went to as a matter of fact, to show you that you did buy and sell on the Sabbath, if you had a sacrifice but you were in a faraway land, what you did was you sold the price of those animals, and then you got the money and you brought it to the place to go sacrifice, to the priest. You brought the money to the priest, they would change it for the animal. They would sacrifice the animal there. Well, you just bought and sold. That's what the money changers were in the temple, the Christ beat. That was lawful.
But isn't it good? Like you said, it's good to do. He was gonna do a good thing on it. But now.
But where does the law say it's good to do good on the Sabbath?
Okay, all right.
See, that's what Christ said.
Yeah, Christ said that.
Mhm.
Because he said man was made for the Sabbath, not the Sabbath for man.
There you go.
Okay, so therefore he said it's lawful for you to do good. That's why he healed the man, and the Pharisee wanted to stone him.
True.
Because they said, oh well, he did work on the Sabbath. He said, how was that work? That did good.
Right. Well, I
He's
mean,
doing good.
what they were buying in Nehemiah, right?
What is sir?
They were buying wine, right?
But,
Wine is good for man, makes the heart merry.
all right.
Is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath?
But see, he says you buy everything you need, and you cook and buy everything on before Friday sundown.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. And
Right.
then on the Sabbath, you have it to eat. I mean, you made leftovers before.
Yeah.
So therefore, you don't have to go out to the restaurants. You don't have to go out barbecue. You don't have to go out to the stores or anything.
True.
Because on the Sabbath, that's how you keep the Sabbath holy. That's what I thought.
Now,
I'm learning as well. But
Question.
See, yes, sir.
question.
Uh,
I live in Benjamin.
you live in Benjamin.
Remember, all the tribes, they were actual nations.
Oh yes, sir.
I live in Benjamin,
Uh,
but I have to come to Jerusalem in Judah's land to celebrate the Passover,
okay.
or to get together for the Sabbath,
Okay.
because we were supposed to have a holy convocation every Sabbath.
Right.
I have to go from Benjamin to Jerusalem every Sabbath.
Uh-huh.
By the time I get there, right, I travel for one.
Right.
My animals have worked; they've carried burdens. If I wanted to bring my food that I made the night before, right, I made my animal work on the Sabbath by carrying my burden. Okay, I get there, right? Some of the food fell off, or I'm still hungry. I didn't bring enough. Whatever happened, the food went bad. Bugs got it. Whatever. We was eating Mediterranean diet. That means fruit flies, all that,
Right.
gnats, all that, right? Okay, I get there. I'm hungry. I starve.
Do you starve? Well, like I said, if you can't go to your brother and get something to eat from him, you don't supposed to go. You're not supposed to buy anything. That's why you have a brother.
But where did you get buying and selling from? Did you get it from the law, or did you get it from Nehemiah?
Yeah, and see that's another problem of mine. See, because I look at the Bible. He says, "Lo, I come in the volume of the book."
That's what Christ said.
And so therefore, all of the book to me, I thought were laws, statutes, and commands.
No doubt.
Everyone.
Right.
Nehemiah was a prophet, was he not?
True.
Okay.
He had the Spirit of Christ,
So
right?
when he said this, he wasn't speaking as an oracle of God.
There you go. He was.
He was.
Yeah.
So we don't have to follow it.
We do have to follow that.
But I thought you said we don't have to.
No, I didn't say we don't have to.
Okay.
You gotta understand that. I said at that time we had to.
Okay. And what's changed?
What do you mean what changed? We don't have a temple to congregate at for the Sabbath.
But he says, "No, you're not. Your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, which you have from God. So the temple is you."
No doubt.
And we are gathered now. This is the holy gathering.
Okay.
Okay.
So the things that Christ dropped.
Wherever we are, isn't that?
Okay, so are we stopping at Nehemiah? This is where it gets technical. Are we stopping at Nehemiah, or are we going to include what Christ said that my Father worketh hitherto, so I work?
Okay, but then again, the work that the Father does is doing good on the Sabbath.
Well,
And
perfect point.
And you can always do good on the Sabbath. It's
Perfect point. IUIC was sorry, they was out street teaching one day. A brother from our San Antonio camp, Shamsuwan, he came with a gallon of water. They was all sweating, they street teaching on the Sabbath. They sweating, all right? The priests of the Most High sweating on the Sabbath, right? Already unlawful. He comes with a gallon of water because he figures they're thirsty. They ask him, brother, did you buy that today? He's like, yeah, I bought y'all a gallon of water because I figured, I wanted to help my brother out. I'm trying to be brotherly in love, right? Okay. We're not going to drink that. You ain't supposed to buy or sell on the Sabbath. Well, bruh, I did this for you. I didn't know you was going to be out here. I saw my brother had need, and I had this world's good, and so I gave to my brother. Is that not the law?
Is it not the law?
Is love the fulfilling of the law?
Okay, but did he have to go buy it to get it for them? To give it to them?
Where else was he going to go dig a well?
All right, check this out. To the best of my ability.
All right.
Okay, one, to assume that they wanted water and didn't bring their own is an assumption on his part. And two, to break the law is also something that he did because the law does state to keep the Sabbath holy. There's no buying, selling, or
the law don't state that. Okay. Nehemiah states that.
Yeah, okay, but then again, we just said Nehemiah was a prophet. He's speaking as the oracle of God, and this should be followed as the oracle of God.
Perfect point.
Okay, so if he said that, and then I'll say if not everyone else,
right.
And I'm going to answer in Greek. I don't believe that I would have, if it was in my case, that I should break the law that was stated, go buy water for somebody. One, I don't know. Okay, just because he says he knows Christ, I don't know him because the Bible says do good to the godly man. And then I'm to know who I'm doing good to.
Right.
So I don't know him. So why am I going to do something to do good to him?
Sure, he knows them. Everybody know IUIC.
Okay, I mean, that's the difference. That's like the people that they would know of God but not know him.
Well, let's see if he kept the law. What's the scripture about if you give a prophet a cup of cold water?
Okay, that says that you receive a prophet's reward.
Okay. So if I see a man prophesying, what should I do?
We don't give every prophet a glass of water.
And then on top of it, my brother Christ told me give him a cup of cold water. I gave him 16 cups of cold water.
I don't want to seem argumentative, but see, I just want to state a case that the fact that I think that I would have thought that following the law, according to this, that one, he shouldn't have went and bought it to give it to them.
Right.
And so he violated the law by doing so, to my understanding. But since you say you don't have to do that, then I can understand why. Was it you that bought the water?
No.
Okay, I can understand why, because as you teach that it's okay, that's why he did it.
Well,
because he did it out of earnest.
Yeah.
Because you were in a sense telling him, you taught him to do something.
Which is the whole spirit of the law. That's what the spirit of the law is knowing, okay, how do I read between the lines and not be a robot? How do I say, you know what? This man, the same scenario that Christ brought out. If your ox falls in a hole, right? Let's use a more relative one that we can relate to, because nowadays we ain't got no ox, right? We don't have a ass falling in the hole. Your mom falls down the stairs. It's the Sabbath.
Right. I'm still doing good, and also it's an emergency because I don't think she planned to fall.
Okay.
I don't think she planned to fall.
Awesome. You take her to the hospital. They tell you it's going to cost $50 for her visit.
Right. I see. I'm in captivity. I have to do according to that. And if you haven't,
But you can't, because there's no buying or selling on the Sabbath.
Because, like I said, in order to do good, you're still doing good.
Right.
And this is
And he was doing good for that brother by buying him water.
All right. No, but
If I'm the Samaritan man, right?
But that's violating the law. I mean, I would think. And see, like taking her to the hospital. I mean, that's like I said, that's an emergency. Him being thirsty and sweating.
Is an emergent. Have you ever done it? Have you street taught before? In full garment?
No.
It's an emergency. Trust me. If you ain't got water or street teaching, brother's been dropped into push-up position for not bringing water.
Well, I would think about it. Since they've done it before, they should have known to bring their own water. And if they were thirsty, they should have got their own.
Right.
But all praise the Most High for you know.
Yeah, and like I said, it's not so much just for the point of argument's sake. It's knowing when the law is to be applied. That was the difference between the righteous and the people that needed the law. That was the whole point. There's so many examples I could use, man. David, right? David wanted to set up sacrifices to the Most High. The man offered him the things that he needed for free. Said, listen, I'll just give it to you. The law didn't have to tell him, no, don't take that for free. Pay for it. The law didn't have to tell him that. You understand? He took that on himself to say no, because that wouldn't be a sacrifice for me. That wouldn't be from me to the Most High. That'd be from you to the Most High. I need to sacrifice something. So I'm going to take out of my pocket because that's my sacrifice. You understand? But the law didn't tell him that he couldn't take that and give it to the Most High. You see that? This is what made him righteous. It made him beloved in the sight of the Most High. That nobody had to tell him, listen, at this point, be righteous. Nobody had to tell him, listen, put away the law that says thou shalt not murder. When it came time to go kill the Philistine, he picked up rocks, right? Picked them out of the lake. Had his sling ready, right? And went to the battle. He had intent. This was not a spur of the moment, we got in a tussle and I had to kill anything. I had intent on killing a giant. Thou shalt not murder. Where do you draw the line at? Do you go by the letter of the law or the spirit of the law?
Oh, you asked me that.
Yeah.
With David and Goliath.
Yeah. With David and anybody, he killed so many people he couldn't build the temple.
But with David and Goliath, that was war. Wasn't a war.
Was it?
Wasn't.
They weren't at war. He was just talking stuff for a whole month.
I thought, yeah, the Philistines were going, and David's army was afraid to fight the Philistines, and then they said, "Will you send out our champion to fight their champion?" That's the way.
No. All Goliath just stepped forth and said, "Listen, you send out your champion." he challenged them, but there was no war at the time.
That's so like because you mentioned Troy before.
Right.
When and almost the first scene when Achilles was still back there asleep.
Right. They stole that from us, but
and they had to go back and get him.
Right.
Because they said their champion was this big bald head guy.
Right.
And our champion was Achilles. He said, "Well, we're gonna save all of these thousands of people dying.
Right.
Just by you two. Whoever wins out of those two."
But was it still murder or not? According to the law, was it murder or not?
According to the war, no, it was not murder. That was war.
According to war, where does it say that in the Bible?
That's war. That wasn't war.
But where does it say in the law that you can murder in times of war?
I think that you're right.
See how the law is now situational? That you have to have the spirit of everything you have to do with the Bible has to have the spirit with it, right? Okay. Now, did Christ, the one who gave Moses the law, did he not say the spirit goes where it listed? In St. John chapter 3. Okay. So what do you have to follow? Do you have to follow the letter or the spirit?
Well, like I said, the letter once you have to first know the law.
Boom.
In order to have the spirit of the law.
There you go.
Because the spirit of Christ, the testimony to Jesus Christ is the spirit of prophecy.
And what does the spirit of the law do?
If you're not, it causes you to be quickened by the spirit.
True.
By the word of God.
What does the spirit of the law then lead you to do?
It leads you into all truth. It leads you into salvation.
It leads you to wisdom, right?
Exactly.
Which is what? What is wisdom?
Fear of the Lord.
That too, but what is wisdom?
Oh, wisdom, I guess, will give you have understanding, make you wise according to.
It gives you the proper application of the law, the proper application of your knowledge,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So if I have wisdom, I know when the law applies and when it doesn't. That's the spirit of the law. Knowing when it applies and when it doesn't. I'm in the middle of a war. Thou shalt not murder does not apply right now. My mom fell down the stairs. No work on the Sabbath does not apply right now.
It doesn't.
Right?
You're right.
Okay. My nation is screwed and destroyed for lack of knowledge. I have to rebuild it and I have no money, so I have to start a business that is required to be open on the Sabbath. That does not apply right now. My father worketh hitherto, so I work. See, they weren't trying to get Christ just for picking the ears of corn, bro. Why was he eating in the field? Because he was out working. He was out doing the work, healing the sick, raising the dead. Walking around was unlawful. He was supposed to be in the synagogue, sitting there with everybody else, saying the Shema. Shema Yeshua, Yahweh Allah Hayanawa, Yahweh Achad. That's what he was supposed to be doing all day on the Sabbath. You understand? According to Jewish law, according to the law, that's what you did. Him and the Pharisees were breaking the law. That was the whole point he was jabbing them with. Like, dude, you're out here. I'm working. I'm doing the work of God. You're out here chastising and criticizing the work of God. Which one of us is breaking the law? Me for doing the righteous works of the law, or you for following me around to criticize what I'm doing? You understand? Well, ain't you a teacher? Didn't he hit Nicodemus with that? They hit him up by night. He said, are you a master of Israel and understandeth not these things? If you, to whom much is given, much is required. If you have all this law knowledge, you're supposed to know when to apply it. When you go to the courtroom, right? The lawyer, he has to decide what laws apply to what you did, right? The judge has to decide that, right? Okay, so likewise, was not Christ a judge of the earth? Did he not decide for you what laws apply and when? By saying, listen, is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath? He's showing you, listen, know when to apply the law. You understand? He had the woman with the menstruous cycle, right? The issue of blood, 12 years. Came and grabbed onto his fringes, which represent the law. The hem in Greek is fringes. All right? So she grabs on his fringes. She's a menstruous woman. He's a priest after the order of Melchizedek, higher than the priesthood of Aaron. She grabs his fringes while she's bleeding. Stone her?
Stone her. Why?
Because she's unclean and she's supposed to be away from everyone. A woman was supposed to be separated in her uncleanness. You understand? That's the law. What's she doing around the crowd of people? What is she doing touching the priests? You understand? That's why she was scared. When he turned around, he said, who touched me? She was scared. She was like, trying to disappear into the crowd. He said, he called her forward. He's like, listen, great is your faith. Why was she afraid?
She was breaking the law.
Because she broke the law. She touched a priest.
I didn't know that was when they said she had an issue of blood.
Right.
But he said for 18 years.
For 12 years.
For
Yeah.
12 years?
Yeah.
And so I mean she was just bleeding straight for 12 years.
Yeah. Lepers, people that had body parts falling off, if you had got wounded in your stones, like if you had your privy part cut off, there's no bandage that stops it from bleeding and urinating and things like that. The muscles aren't there to hold back the urine. All that stuff flows out of you. So you was taken out of the congregation. You couldn't come in. Couldn't be with the congregation of Israel. Lepers had to yell outside the city, I'm unclean, I'm unclean. So everybody stay away from them. A woman with an issue of blood was supposed to be separated in a whole different house by herself and left alone, quarantined. She's over there hanging around people. She's over there following the priest, grabbing onto his garment. When was it ever lawful to grab the priest? You understand?
Yeah, that's
So I have to decide in myself now, do I keep my issue of blood? Or do I grab onto the hem of his garment? Do I grab hold of the law? Do I grab hold of the lawgiver, which is Christ, and ask him to heal me? What do I apply?
What scripture is that?
Huh?
What scripture is that?
The one where the woman grabs hold of his garment?
Yes, sir.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Should be, it could be Matthew, Mark, Luke, or let me see. And this happens. This is all necessary and it's all good for learning, man. That's why I like it. Matthew 9 and 20. Yeah, Mark chapter 5, and then Luke also talks about it in chapter 8.
Matthew.
We'll do Matthew. Matthew chapter 9, verse 20.
Matthew chapter 9 and verse 20. And behold, a woman which was diseased with an issue of blood 12 years, came behind him and touched the hem of his garment.
Mm-hmm. Now, the scriptures do say, lay hands suddenly on no man. Christ was a man. Shouldn't have touched him. Alright? Shouldn't have grabbed hold of his garment. That's breaking the law. Alright? You're bleeding. You're not supposed to be in public. That's breaking the law. Alright? And you're bleeding and touching a priest. Even worse. Because the priests were to touch no unclean thing. Remember? They should have both been put to death now at this point.
Verse 21.
Because there's no excuse for Christ, right? You know all men's thoughts before they even come up to you. You knew she was sneaking up on you.
Yeah.
Touch no unclean thing. Obey the law.
Yeah. And he had to know that she was going to do it because, yeah.
There you go.
I understand what you're saying.
All right, go ahead.
It's a good thing we have grace.
It's a very good thing we have grace. Because the law worketh wrath.
That's why it was done away with.
It wasn't.
The animal sacrifice.
The animal sacrifice. There you go.
Exactly.
Right? That was because that was part of the cruelest act of all, and it led us to human sacrifice. It led us to wanting to kill other people. Because have you ever killed an animal? We kill the sheep for the Passover. We go over there, they let us slice the neck and everything like that.
Okay.
That makes you feel so guilty. Like, I know they're going to kill the animal anyway. So for people to eat it and meat, it's a farmed animal, right? I know it's meant for death. It knows it's meant for death. If you lay them down and you cover their eyes, they stretch their neck out.
Whoa.
It's spooky. Yeah. All the sacrificial animals do it. You could take a dove, flip it like this, it'll lay its neck out, ready for it to get sliced. They know in their spirit already. Dogs don't do it. I try to lay my dog on its back so I can look at her paw. She trying to bite me, do everything. Right? Huh? Right? They know. They know. This ain't my position. You understand? But animals that are meant for sacrifice, they do it. You understand? Even fish do it. That's what's crazy. They know they're meant for eating. You flop them over a certain way, they just lay there. You see what I'm saying? But see, here's the thing. These things that we're reading about, right? All these things were known, okay, this is law, this is law, this is law. Now here's where it applies. You understand? Our people has started saying, okay, I'll just kill an animal whenever I want to do what I want to do. If I want to give my rocks off of my neighbor's wife, that's what we'll do. If I want to steal, that's what I'll do. Because, shoot, if they find me, what am I supposed to do? Oh, pay double? No problem. But I'm going to rob until I get caught. What the hell? What kind of mentality does that breed in you? You don't give a damn about nobody but you. That's why I said, look at the Pharisee mentality. You following me around waiting to kill me, waiting for me to slip up. According to you waiting with the checklist of the law, just so you can say, gotcha. When the hell are you doing the work of the Most High? You understand? When are you preaching? When are you doing your vocation that you were called to before he formed you in the belly? You following me around. You got to understand where the mentality takes you. You understand? And this is how it says the law killeth, right? Because people get so trapped up in, okay, I'm going to be legal, but they forget the righteousness of the law. What the law was set down for, it was to breed righteousness. You understand? It was a stepping stone to righteousness. Like I said, Abraham's here, right? Pre-Mosaic commandments. He's here. We're all supposed to be like faithful Abraham. Abraham didn't have to be told, don't have sex with other men, don't become a tranny, don't have sex with a camel. You didn't have to tell him these things, right? He walked with the Most High. Before the law, before that Mosaic law, right? Then we degraded. From him, we went down into Egypt and became lowered in filth, right? To where we had to be told, listen, just to get you here, much less here, we have to get you at least here to a human being level. All right? You're sleeping with dogs right now. Stop that. You're cross-dressing. Stop it, please. You understand? Just to get you here. We're not even trying to get you. We're not even up to Abraham's level yet. All right? So once I got here, what's the next step? Once the law has got me here, the next step is to get here, which is nobody has to tell me what to do and what not to do, what's right and wrong. You understand? I'm doing all things as unto the Most High and not unto men. Colossians 3:23. Y'all see that? So now, you ain't got to tell me, don't buy a brother water on the Sabbath, or do it, or whatever. I'm going to take the initiative. My brother's thirsty, I'm going to offer that just to create a bond of friendship between us. You understand?
I do understand, but it seems like every time I have more questions, and I'm taking up the questions. Because the last one is Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. It says, trust in the Lord
With all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. So what understanding am I leaning on? Did I say my understanding, or did I give you Christ's understanding?
You said, well, I'm going to take the initiative. Is your understanding?
But that's what Christ told me to do. Give a prophet a cup of cold water. I'm applying the law.
Christ said to follow the law.
True.
Okay.
So what is the law if he says give a prophet a cold water, a cup of cold water?
Yeah, but that's in context.
What is the law if my brother compels me to go a mile?
You're going to go with it 20.
Okay, because Christ said it, so that's the law, right? Okay. Now it doesn't supersede anything that was laid down before. Right? Because what did he say? What is the beginning of the law? Before the law, the commandments were laid down. What does he say in Exodus chapter 20?
I don't understand. Now, see, I only came into the truth 2 years ago. So I don't
Perfect.
know as much as even if you begin to know. Because I'm kind of simple.
Yeah, and I'm not using my experience to find loopholes.
I want to try and just stay to the law.
No, perfect. Perfect. And so you don't get me understood.
And I'm not, and see, that's why I guess I'm more legalistic, as you were saying, or always I'm trying to be.
Yeah, we're supposed to. Now, we're to know the law. And again, to bring us out of base animals to being humans, right?
Okay.
Now, I want to go from being human to being set apart, holy, and righteous. Now, what do I have to do? Know when to apply the law and when it doesn't. I can't be over righteous much, neither be you over wicked. Does not the scripture say that?
Okay, how can I never understood that. How can you be over righteous?
Wow.
See, I don't understand that. I mean,
No, then I'm glad you're here because this is needed, right?
Yes, sir.
That understanding is needed. You can be over righteous.
But how? Yeah, that's right.
In the event that your mom falls down the stairs, you can be over righteous
And not take her to the hospital because it's on the Sabbath.
because it's a Sabbath.
That's
I have to do all things as unto the Most High, not unto men. Sorry, Mom.
That's not using common sense, though.
Where's common sense in the law?
But
Where's common sense in Christ? When did he say use common sense?
yeah, well.
You see where it gets tricky?
I think so because when that wisdom comes, your common sense has to kick in.
True.
And it's like, there's certain people who won't get a blood transfusion if they need it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not common sense. You won't get an operation when they need it. That's not common sense. And also the law says, he says, honor the physician. He put him there for a purpose.
For the uses you may have.
I do understand what you're saying, but being overly righteous, that's just stupid. I think that's being stupid.
That's why the scriptures say don't do it. Don't be over righteous.
Okay.
See, now you're getting it. Right? But now you're seeing the very problem the Pharisees, who were masters of the law. Well, yeah, it's like seeing a stupid college student. You know, like how you broke, you got an engineering degree. You know what I mean? You could build the whole building that you're trying to work in right now, but you can't get a job in the building. Help me out. You're a stupid scholar. You see what I'm saying? And it's like I said, it's the difference between, well, look at David, right? David had to school the priests on something. Did he not? He went there, he came with his men, they were starving, they've been out in the field, they're running away from Saul, they're trying to fight off the enemies of Israel, fighting the Philistines, Saul fighting everybody, right? They're for Israel, doing good. They come into the priest, Abiathar, and they say, hey, we need food, I gotta feed these men, they're dying, I gotta feed my brothers. They're dying. It's not just for me. I want to do good for others.
Right.
Help them live. Right? Israelites.
Right.
Give me some food. Well, we don't have nothing here but the showbread. You know damn well you got more than that, but because you're the priest, y'all getting 10% of all of Israel. But granted, let me eat the showbread then. Is that cool? Well, it's not lawful for nobody to eat that.
Right.
Well, what did Abiathar do, the priest? Did he go to the law and say, no, can't eat that, sorry? He said, hey, yeah, all we have is the showbread, which is not lawful for anybody to eat. But have your men at least abstain from women for at least 3 days. He's like, yeah, we've been in the field. We ain't been around no women. None of these brothers been defiled with women. Okay, well then y'all can eat it. Now they're defiled with blood, guts, all the things that he circumcised 200 Philistines with his bare hands. Okay, dead men, penises in his hands 200 times. After war, meaning they're sweaty, nasty, dead men penises all up in his hands. And now I'm gonna go eat the showbread. The holy showbread, which is set before on top of the Ark of the Covenant to the Most High. Let me get some of that. When did the law apply and when didn't it? It applied just like David gave you the understanding. He said, shall the dead show praises to you in the grave? If I'm dead, can I keep the Sabbath? If I die, my body goes into corruption. Worms crawl all in and out of it. Alright? You literally doo-doo on yourself, urinate on yourself, all your whole body relaxes, all your feces, everything comes out, right? You die on the Sabbath. Well, I can't honor the Sabbath. I've actually dishonored the Sabbath very horribly and embarrassingly on the Sabbath. You see that? So, can the dead praise the Most High? No, they're corrupt, they're dead. Everything about them is unclean. Anybody who touches them is unclean. So can the dead praise him on the Sabbath? No. So can I live today? Can I do the things that require life, like eating? Can I go ahead and feed my brothers so they don't die and their carcass is literally your whole sanctuary in here? You know what I mean? Let me get the showbread real quick. Abiathar the priest has to now make a executive decision. Based on the law, do I apply, I shall love my neighbor as myself? Or do I apply, the showbread is holy unto the Lord, nobody's supposed to eat it? Which one do I apply? Just to give you an example, that even the priests had to make these kind of decisions.
Okay.
They had to go according to the spirit.
Yes.
You understand? The spirit of the law, which is Israel. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. How can I hear you if I'm dead? Let me use that first commandment. Remember Christ said that's the first commandment. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. That's the first commandment. We keep thinking it's the and. He said, and it's thou shalt have no other gods before me. Right? The first commandment is actually to hear. I can't hear if I'm dead. So I'm gonna go ahead and obey the first commandment by feeding these brothers because they can't hear the law if they're dead. They can't do the law if they're dead, and they can't keep Israel alive so that there is a nation of Israel to hear if they're dead. You understand? You got to understand the men he was feeding, man. The men he was feeding single-handedly held down Israel. Saul was too busy chasing David. He had his army spread all over the place. He messed Israel up, man. We were hurting. You understand? If the king has to go to the front line, you know the military is spread too thin. You see that? Hey, cut that phone off, man. Cut the sound off. You know the military spread too thin if the king has to hit the front line. The prince, his son, had to hit the front line. You understand? If the general, David, had to hit the front line, the military spread too damn thin. Then on top of it, you're going to go chase David around with the military? And then everywhere David goes, what does it talk about? Oh, Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, he held down a lentil field and did all this. This man here, he held down this. He killed 2 lion-like men in a pit. This man, he killed 100,000 men and did all. Well, then who's saving Israel? Was it Saul's army or David's army? You understand? So when Abiathar the priest gave him the showbread and his men, he broke the law and he saved Israel.
It's deep. It's deep.
You see how deep it goes? Because again, the Spirit is going to tell you overall. You understand? The Spirit is going to have an overall view of everything that's going on. You understand? So if the Spirit of the Most High says, listen, this is what you're going to do today. Perfect point. It's unlawful to pick up things and move and do all that on the Sabbath, right? Does it ever say that the cloud that Israel followed in the wilderness rested on the Sabbath day? Or did it say whenever the cloud moves, you move?
If they were stopped, that cloud had to be stopped too.
No, they only stopped if the cloud stopped.
Oh, okay.
You understand? It was contingent. If the cloud picks up and moves, it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're in the middle of sexual relations, pick up, grab your stuff, all the camp of Israel is to move. So there was a man out there watching the cloud, waiting for the cloud or the pillar by night, and if the cloud moved, he blew the horn and all the congregation picked up and they left. Sabbath day, clouds moving, gotta go.
What scripture is it that does it say that in this Bible that the cloud moved on the Sabbath?
That's why I said it doesn't. I just explained to you. It didn't say that. It didn't say that it stopped on the Sabbath, and it didn't say it moved on the Sabbath. It said whenever the cloud moves, then you move.
That's the family word is whenever.
So the Spirit goes when it wants to, and the Most High is looking down and He says, "Okay, the cloud gotta move because here come the Amorites. They come and chase you all day. They're gonna come try to rob you. Or here comes some desert pirates. They're gonna try to rob some people in Israel. So I'm gonna go ahead and have the cloud move y'all out the way. Yeah, it's a Sabbath day. Pick your stuff up and move. Right?
I mean, did that ever happen? And does the scripture say that? That's what I'm asking because I'm new to this. I just wanted to find and read that.
It says what I said. It says that, listen, when the cloud moves, you move.
Okay.
You understand?
But you said that they taught on the Sabbath, right?
Who?
In the scripture it said that they taught.
Oh yeah. We had a holy what do they call it?
So they call it convocation.
Convocation. There we
So
go.
if they had a holy convocation, they had to be in one place.
Yeah. When the temple was erected, yes. Or when the tabernacle was erected, yes.
See, that's why I want to
like I said, the tabernacle was set up as a tent, right?
Right.
There's the Holy of Holies, then the pillar was above the whole tabernacle.
Okay.
All right? Yeah, they're having a holy convocation. They're in the middle of teaching, whatever. If they're sacrificing, there was things constantly going on in Israel. Remember, we're in the wilderness, so you're constantly having to forage, find food, find water, find whatever. Everything is constant work anyway.
And they were doing that on the Sabbath.
Everything is constant work.
But
It's in the wilderness.
Didn't they stone a guy for picking up sticks on the
They
Sabbath?
did.
Yeah.
Why? Because after the law was laid down, he was like used to doing work on the Sabbath. He was used to the 10-day work week they had in Egypt, and he was picking up sticks.
And he was either going to make a fire to cook or and so therefore he was going to be violating the Sabbath twice.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So I don't see how they they were going to get water in this because they made an example of him.
So why did they? Let's go on the spirit. Why did the Most High command Moses to have him stoned, and then let David off?
Well, to make an example of him in the wilderness, to make an example of him to everyone else, to let them know the Sabbath is holy.
So it was situational.
Exactly. And also, like I said, and that was his judgment because he totally violated, and then he didn't want other people to do it.
David
Pardon me?
David committed first degree murder, adultery,
Right.
so many other things, right?
Conspiracy.
Conspiracy, all of that. I mean, he literally conspired with Zoab. I forgot the dude's name. I keep forgetting his name. He literally conspired with him to kill Uriah the Hittite.
Right.
After he had impregnated his woman, that he tried to cover that up by having Uriah go in after him. The Most High said, David is a man after my own heart. The Most High killed his son, even though he said, no longer will the children's seat be set on edge from what the fathers did, when the fathers eat a sour grape. So he said, situationally, David is getting off scot-free. I'm going to take his son. I'm going to take his firstborn, even though the Most High doesn't do human sacrifice, right? You see how this is situational?
Oh, he killed it. He killed the first.
Killed that kid
Because of his sin.
to cover David's sin.
No,
That's a sacrifice.
Because of the sin, and also David lost his kingdom. Okay, because of his sin, but David always.
No, David didn't lose his kingdom because of his sin.
No, it was split and it went to.
That was because of Solomon's sin. 1 Kings.
Okay, but,
Yeah.
But didn't David always even though he sinned, he repented.
After he took the kid, they were even.
But still, after he sinned, he still repented.
Right.
And God says when you repent, I'm sure he gave the sacrifice or whatever was needed.
Now, you think all the men that committed adultery in Moses' time wasn't sorry before them rocks came flying out?
But that's
It's situational, you understand? That man was sorry when he was holding them sticks. Soon as they was like, okay, stone him, I'm sure he was like, oh, I didn't mean it. He was sorry. Okay, you be sorry. That's between you and the Most High. We have to stone you.
right.
You understand? That's our job. Okay, woman caught in adultery in the very act. Okay, he who was without sin couldn't cast the stone because they were all sinners. Okay, why didn't Christ bludgeon her with rocks? He was sinless. Why didn't he follow the law? Remember I said you can find fault even in Christ if you're legalistic enough. And I am very legalistic. So I can literally break down Christ and show you all the laws he broke.
Which ones did he break?
He didn't put the woman to death.
Okay, he said it.
The woman caught in adultery. He didn't hit her with a rock and kill her.
Yeah, he wasn't.
He knew who she committed adultery with.
Okay, why wasn't the man there?
How do you know he wasn't?
Well, then shouldn't he have been stoned too?
Yes.
Well, why didn't the other men bring her? Because they were sinners.
Because they were being
Yeah, they were being deceitful.
right. They were using the law to be selective. They were selectively using the law.
To try and trip Christ up.
There you go. And
So
Christ,
he break the law, and he never broke the law.
but he did.
No, he didn't break the law.
Then why didn't he stone the woman?
What did he say? He said, "Go and sin no more." So he absolved her sin.
His very words were, "He who is without sin, cast the first stone." Did Christ sin?
No,
So he should have been the one.
Then
that
he had to cast the stone.
no. But he said, "What did he say? I don't find fault with you either. Go and
But he was a man, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The law was that if you caught a woman in adultery, you took her before the congregation and you stoned her. There was a congregation. None of them could throw the rocks, but he could.
If anyone could find fault with Christ, I would think that would be Antichrist.
They're insane, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the point. That's the whole point, is that if we sit here and find and look for every single fault in a person based off of just what the law says instead of going off what the spirit of the law is,
Right.
we can find fault through every man of the Bible. Everyone. You understand? We would all be concluded under sin, technically.
And if that's the case, then Christ is not perfect.
Boom.
So if he's not perfect, how did he qualify to be the Savior?
Exactly.
So therefore he's not the Savior. Is that what you're saying?
No. That's the problem.
What are you saying?
That, see,
That's what I
according
don't understand.
according to somebody that was completely stuck in the law and didn't get it, they didn't get the whole spirit, the righteousness of the law, then yeah, we will all be concluded under sin. You understand? That's why the prophets even said our righteousness is as filthy rags.
Deep, man.
Like even the most righteous of us is filthy. Christ got touched by a bloody woman. He didn't stone a woman that they caught in adultery that was before many witnesses. Right? That's the law. Bring witnesses. They accused her. Should have been stoned. He didn't do that. He was working on the Sabbath. He confessed it with his mouth. My Father worketh hitherto, so I work. Confession to a sin. Right? I could go all day with it. You could do it, literally break down everything he did and say this is against the law, that's against the law, this is against the law, that's against the law. Or you have to know the spirit. You have to actually know the law and know when these things were okay and when they weren't. You understand? And that was the problem with the Pharisees, being selective and not applying the whole law, which is why Christ had to tell Nicodemus, are you a master of Israel and understand is not these things? This what he was explaining to Nicodemus was the law. You understand? The Spirit goes with it. Listen, I don't get that. What does that mean? Dude, didn't you read Moses when the Spirit was on the tabernacle and it moved? It goes when it wants to. You're supposed to follow it. That's the same thing that was dropped in Moses' time. How do you not know this, but you know the Torah? You see that? Did you not understand it? Well, I just thought it was a good story of this and that. But you were supposed to understand. You see that? Okay, why do you walk around not bald-headed? Why do you walk around not shaved-headed? Well, because God told me not to. That's it. That's the only reason, just because the Most High said way back, don't shave your head? Why did he say not to? Well, he said to make a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. Boom. You understand? Now you're understanding why the law was laid down. Just like people now, right? Again, you tell them, don't eat pork, shrimp, crab, lobster. Well, those laws are old. Those are done away with. We have refrigeration techniques and preservation techniques, and we can put salt on the pork and kill the worms, and we have all the answers, right? Dude, look. The law says don't do it. Now, let's go through the research and find out why you don't do it. The trichinosis worm literally cannot be cooked out of any meat. It doesn't die at cookable temperatures. You literally have to incinerate the meat to where it was nothing but ash for the worm to die. At any edible temperature of meat, that worm will not die. 104 degrees, 110 degrees. 110 degrees is what you're supposed to cook meat to, according to Esau and them, right? Okay, well, you cook the meat to 110 degrees, the trichinosis worm don't die. You eat the pork, you chew the pork up, it's good. Your teeth didn't smash this worm, because the more you cut the worm down, the more you've reproduced the worm. It just grows back out of all its little pieces. So now you just smashed about 1 billion worms into your body. They reproduce asexually. They don't need partners to reproduce. So if one goes in your ear, you got an earworm, he reproduces. You got lots of earworms. They reproduce in your brain. They cut your head open. You got look like a porcupine coming out of your skull. Now you have the understanding, so why don't we do this law thing? Oh, okay. I see why the Most High said not to. Well, good. Now you have the why. You understand? Now you know the spirit of the law. Now you know the farsightedness of the law. That the law said, I know way down the line what's going to happen if you do this. I'm looking out for you further down. You understand? When Christ spared the woman and broke the law and said, I'm not going to stone this woman, I'm actually going to forgive her sins. He was looking way down the line for us. Romans 15:4. The things that were written aforetime were written for our learning. So what were we supposed to learn from that situation? There's times where you are going to literally break the law in order to serve the Most High. Huh? Jesus, I just gave you a lot to choke on right there. Especially if you were raised the law, right? Okay, but when were you raised the Spirit? When did you get that? Through Christ. The Comforter, which is the Holy Spirit, which the Father will send in my name, will teach you all things. It won't just teach you the law now. It will teach you all things, the proper application of the law. You see that? Here's how legalism works. I go to the courtroom, right? Guy gets me on the stand. The lawyer gets me on the stand. He says, did you kill Samuel on Friday the 13th? Yeah, dude, just like Jason, I killed Samuel on Friday the 13th. I'm rolling my eyes, all this. The court stenographer, she's sitting there typing away. Mrs. Stenographer, can you please stand up and read the previous statement back to the court? Lawyer, did you kill Samuel on Friday the 13th? Thought my own. Yes, I killed him just like Jason on Friday the 13th. Now I'll go to jail. Because she didn't read the spirit of what I was saying. She read the letter of what I was saying. Get it?
He was making fun.
Yeah, I mean, from that I can almost, now I can see why, well, you know, a lot of people say, well, that's your interpretation, this is my interpretation, and then they're not following the law. I can almost understand that now. Because they're following their interpretation, their understanding of the Spirit.
That's what caused the division.
Not God's understanding of the Spirit.
That's why Christ is the stumbling block.
Okay.
Remember? He's the stumbling block and rock of offense. Because he's the one that gave the understanding.
Yeah.
You understand? He's the one that came and said, and started doing that and saying, like, well, Paul was still persecuting, right? Paul the Pharisee was still like, yeah, stone Stephen, he's committing blasphemy. Okay? So he's doing what the Bible prescribes, right? What the law prescribes. But Christ previously is like, yeah, I caught a woman in adultery. I went in and forgave her sins. It doesn't say none of the priests got to do that in the Bible. They didn't have that power. Even the priests know. You got this man from the tribe of Judah that Moses spoke nothing concerning priesthood, forgiving sins, saying she could walk. Oh, I forgive you. It's a cool. Go ahead. No rocks. Okay. You breaking the law. You see that? Christ gave us the understanding of the law. That was the whole point. The whole problem with Israel. Why did the Most High count us as wicked as a whole nation? The law.
Didn't follow it.
Nah. Not just we didn't follow it. Some of us followed it too much. Remember what I told you. These same men that was going and doing things against the law, right? The law allows for divorce. True? Before that, there was no divorce. Righteous men didn't divorce their women. They knew I slept with that woman. I bonded my DNA with her. We're bonded for life. Unrighteous men coming out of Egypt didn't know that they didn't have the understanding of righteousness. they had to be given the law. You sleep with this woman, you're bonded for life. But if you find fault with her, you can go ahead and write in a divorce, because I don't want you doing like the Egyptians and trying to bury her in the backyard and act like you don't know what happened to her. You understand? So go ahead and allow them to have a writing of divorce. From the beginning, it was not so. So from the beginning, we had righteousness. In the middle of that, we had the law. We had to step down a little bit. Where are we trying to go back to? Are we trying to go back to the step down, or are we trying to go to the premium level?
I was going to back to the law.
So to get there, the law is a stepping stone. The law is a schoolmaster. What does the schoolmaster do? Yeah. Do they make you a master as soon as you get in, or they teach you how to become a master and you later down the line become a master?
Well, yeah, you know, if you're applying the law, then you learn the law perfectly.
Right.
In order to teach it.
Right.
But if you don't learn the law, the way that the law says it, you can't teach it.
There you go.
I understand that. Yeah.
And then even worse, you can't apply it.
And
And you can't learn to have a mastery of it and to know when it applies.
And then there's a scripture says that what is it one where he says that the blood is on your hands for teaching for it.
Ezekiel 33. If you blow out the trumpet, right? His blood is on your hands.
No, for when you're teaching. If anyone adds anything.
Oh, that's Matthew 5:17 and 19. Right. If any man break one of these least commandments and teach men so, he will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Right.
And then it says because in doing so, it's not good to be teaching if you're not teaching according to the scriptures. And was the brother gonna pull that one and read it?
Matthew 5:17?
Yes.
Yeah. Matthew 5 verse 17 through 19.
Okay.
Hmm?
Matthew chapter 5 verse 17. Think not that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I am come not to destroy, but to fulfill. 18. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled. Verse
Right.
19.
Uh-huh.
Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven.
Boom. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I mean that's point blank period. You are supposed to be teaching to keep the commandments and do them. Right? Now, keep the commandments, meaning retain, keep them, know them. You understand? We have the law posted on the lintels and posts of our doors. We have the law posted on the gates of our cities. We had to talk about the law all day with our sons and our daughters at the dinner table. He was talking about the law. Why? So that you would have a knowledge of it. For what? To know when it applied and when it didn't. That was the whole point. Why are we talking about it all the time? Because Dad, well, what if this happens? Just like we're doing right now, right? Well, what if this happens? Oh, okay. Well, in this case, remember after Moses laid down the law, right? What happened? Somebody did some weird stuff that wasn't in the law. What do we do with this guy? Let me go consult with the Most High. Hey, you're going to have to put him to death. Caleb's daughter, right? The law of inheritance, it goes down to the sons. Caleb didn't have no sons. His daughters came like, we're sitting on this inheritance. If we marry, that becomes our husband's, and then our father has no inheritance left for his seed, right? There's no name for Caleb in Israel, even though he's a great man. Okay, well listen, this is what we're going to do. In this instance, we're going to go ahead and do it like this. You guys are going to get your inheritance. They're going to get they won't get part of that land. That's yours for your seed forever. Well, okay, so we just wrote an amendment or a ratification in the law. These are men of the Spirit. Remember that. This is the whole difference between the spirit of the law and the letter of the law. You understand? It's what's tripping up Israel even to this day. I don't know how to operate in the spirit and do what's right. I went to the law, smoking weed wasn't in there. Well, it said don't put the branch to your nose, but smoking weed. I didn't put a branch in my nose. I'm smoking weed. I can't find it. I can't tell you thou shalt not smoke weed. Well, then it's okay, right? Well, the scripture does say be sober, be vigilant. I don't believe that has to do with smoking weed. I'm perfectly sober. I got justification. Okay, bro. Well, what about can two walk together unless they be agreed? What about gather together, O nation not desired? All the rest of the nation has agreed that we're not going to smoke weed. You going to walk with us or not? So that we can come before the Father as one? Well, no. Okay, well, then you breaking the law more than we're breaking the law. You understand? Because the most important part was the unity. The spirit of the law is about the unification. The letter of the law told you could do what you want, apparently. That's how you interpreted it. Well, what does the spirit of the law say? What does righteousness say? What would a righteous man be doing? You ever see Abraham get high? You ever read about that? You see what I'm saying? But then what do they come back and say? Well, don't say Abraham ate chicken either. Oh my God. This could go all day. You see what I'm saying? But righteousness is going to supersede and say, okay, well, listen. He that doeth righteousness is righteous. So what is everybody else? Right. What is righteousness? It not superseded, but it was above the law. Meaning it was the stepping stone you're trying to get to. You're being a student when you're in the law. When you become a master, you've studied, you got all the law, and now you're a master. You're a teacher of the law. You're a person who knows how and when it applies. You see that? Again, making it simple. Thou shalt not kill. War. Kill people. Go and destroy the sinners, the Amalekites. But you said thou shalt not kill. Go into the land of Canaan. Kill everyone. Take over their land. Make it Jerusalem. Change the name. But you said not to remove the ancient landmark which my fathers had set. Do I argue with the Most High? Jacob have I loved and Esau have I hated. You said abhor not an Edomite. Are you going to make me obey the law? I'm God, nigga. I hate them. That's for me to do. You do this. You do what I said. Right? Okay. Love my neighbor as I love myself. War. You see what I'm saying? It's where we got tripped up. Where Christ became the stumbling block. Because he was giving you the understanding that, listen, the law is perfect and righteous and good, just like Paul said, right? The law is great. The law is to be learned. The law is to be magnified and worshipped and put up on a pedestal. But the Spirit is going to lead you and teach you all things. You understand? So it's going to show you how to maneuver. Thou shalt not bear false witness. David acting like a retard in front of the Philistines, dribbling on his beard. No, damn good and well he ain't retarded, but he's acting retarded and faking it in front of the Philistines.
What was the context? I don't even understand.
Oh, the context is he was running from Saul. He just killed. Remember, he killed the Philistines champion, right? He's running from Saul. He ends up in the Philistine territory. How you doing, sis?
I think I sent a message on the offer app and they gave me this address.
Oh, you're picking up the donations? Okay. Yeah, I forgot that was what's going on right now. You know where the donations are kept, right? In the back? No. Okay. Well, Abadai?
Is she supposed to be okay.
Yeah, just talk to her. She gonna take you back. It's in the back right here.
Thank you.
Alright. Right, so again, David killed Goliath, right? The champion of the Philistines. He'd been killing Philistines. His best friend Jonathan been blowing up their garrisons and doing everything. They've been at war with the Philistines. He ends up in Philistine territory running from Saul. You see what's going on?
Okay.
What he does, the Philistine king was like, they bring him before the Philistine. Oh, who's this guy? He dribbling on himself, acting stupid, right?
So they didn't kill him, right?
So the king says, yeah, this guy, nobody let him live.
Yeah. So I think it was pretty shrewd.
It's very shrewd, but it's bearing false witness
How so? How so?
because he lied. He acted like he was something he's not.
But he said he was okay. See, that's what it gets me. I don't see how if he didn't say anything to them, and the guy assumed that he's retarded or whatever because of how.
Let's make it.
I understand because you're very learned in the scriptures.
No, let's fast forward. Let's fast forward. David, living amongst the Philistines, becomes friends with the king of the Philistines. Marries one of their daughters, Maacah. You're not supposed to make marriages with their women.
Okay.
Marries Maacah. The king gives her to him for a wife, right?
Okay.
While he's with the Philistine king, being friends, the Philistine king gives him 600 Philistine bodyguards to hang out with.
Okay.
All right. Now you remember Peter saying it's an unlawful thing for him that is a Jew to sit and meet with him that is of another nation, right?
Right.
David breaking the law, eating, drinking, friends with the Philistines, marrying a Philistine. Then, fast forward a little more. All right. Israel comes to the Philistines to go to war. David offers to fight for the Philistines against Israelites. Okay, now this is directly murder in context because the murder was about your brother, about Israelites, right? We obviously know that the murder didn't mean in times of war don't kill your enemies, right? So obviously in context the murder thing means, okay, don't kill your brother. He's already plotting to go to war with the Philistines against his own people. King says, no, man. The king is like, yeah, go ahead. His advisors come tell him, are you crazy? This dude might turn on us in the middle of the battle and kill us from behind. What are you talking about? He says, okay, David, I can't put you out there with them. Sorry. David was perfectly willing to serve that king against his own people. Like I said, I can go into anybody because I know the law.
But wasn't David just? I mean, wasn't it somewhere they said, "Well, David won't be king anymore"?
Absolutely not. David was not just in going. Remember, even he said, "It's not for us to put our hand against the Most High's anointed." When it came to killing Saul, right?
Yeah, but David never received any judgment.
Not for none of that. No. It's the only sin David is even mentioned about, that he's technically even mentioned about, is the sin with Bathsheba.
Okay.
You understand? And then the Most High wiped that off. Once he did blood for blood, killed the firstborn, that covered up the sin. Guess what? David's clean. A man after my own heart. You see that? From this man's seed will I raise up a savior to Israel. Damn. You mean the first degree murderer, traitor, treason guy? That guy? The guy that slept with other nations' women, plural, had babies with them? Are you serious? That guy?
Yeah. I guess with all of that, I'm almost ready to say, well, why would anyone want to serve God?
Because they have the spirit
They have
of
the
the Most
spirit.
High.
Oh, okay.
They understand when to turn it on and when to turn it off.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's really that easy. The Most High made things for you to understand. He made things simple for you by giving you Christ. That's why Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but by me. Look at Jacob. Lying ass Jacob.
Yeah.
You gonna sit there, you and your brother comes up to you starving to death, man, and tell him, yeah, you got this food, but it's gonna come at a price. That's your brother. Feed him. Right?
I probably would have done the same thing.
Huh?
If he was older and I knew he got the birthright and I wanted it, Jacob, he could have said, Esau could have said no and just took it. You know, but even though Jacob offered, he didn't steal it.
He didn't steal
He
it.
gave it to him.
Right? But when he went to claim it, what did he do? To his own father.
But what did his mother tell him to do?
Huh?
What did his mother tell him to do? He said she told him how to dress.
Mhm.
She told him what to wear because she heard the Most High say that the older shall serve the younger.
So conspiracy to lie to her
But
father.
she had the promise. See, because from what you're saying, it's like since it sounds like what you're saying, that it's like God's unjust in His decision.
From a legal standpoint,
From a legal standpoint,
if I was
unjust.
being a legal
So you're
eagle.
saying, you would be saying that God's unjust.
If I was being a legal eagle and sticking only to the letter of the law,
That's it.
then yes, there would be fault even with the Most High Himself.
And said that God's unjust, okay?
That is why we weren't called to be legal eagles. We were not called to dwell in the letter of the law. We were called to dwell in the spirit of the law. All His prophets before Him, He said, I put my spirit in you. Right? Think about it. We're not supposed to eat doo-doo, are we? Are we supposed to eat doo-doo?
Well, He said we'll eat our defiled bread in our captivity. We're not
As a curse, right?
As a curse.
But He commanded a prophet to eat doo-doo.
But that was symbolic of what?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, you're right.
Legally, you know, that's the point.
You know, as you're saying, God is unjust, and I can understand your point of view, but I don't think so.
No. Listen, that's not my point of view.
Okay.
I'm saying from a person that's very technical about the law and only sticking to the letter, I can find fault in everything. You understand? That's being over righteous. That's what the law, that's what the scriptures tell you not to do. You understand? And it also tells you don't be over wicked. So there's a certain amount of wickedness you can get away with. Isn't that spooky?
I thought as long as you repented, and then plus we're under grace, if you don't have it together by the time that the Most High comes, then you're through. Because that grace period, like it says, Titus 2:11 and 12.
Yeah, they can get it.
Can I say one thing on this? That's why I like Proverbs 11 verse 1 where it says a false balance is abomination to the law, but a just way is delight.
There you go.
I like that because the law won't balance. Like you're saying about the spirit and the law, it should be a balance there.
See that, or else you have an unjust balance. You have all letter, no understanding. See that? Take America's laws, for instance. They're written in plain English, right? Are they?
But they're written in plain English?
Yeah.
Or not?
That's the question. Is it not all left up into somebody? If I say you have the right to bear arms, right?
Right.
That means you get to walk around with a gun, correct?
Unless there's an ordinance that says you can, yeah.
Well, actually, you don't have the right to walk around with a gun. I said you have the right to bear arms. You have arms. You have the right to walk around with arms on your body. That's all I'm telling you.
Okay.
But you interpreted the law to say that I have the right to have an armament, a gun. I didn't say armament. I said you have the right to bear arms. Which is why Esau, slippery little devil that they are, right? The so-called white man, they can take your guns, and then at the very, very base of it, even though they trap you up in all this legalism and doing all this, these little statutes and policies, right? at the very base, they can say, okay, you have constitutional rights. Let's go to your constitutional rights and let's see if you have the right to bear a gun. Oh, it doesn't say you can have a gun. It says you have the right to bear arms. There they are. Enjoy your rights. See what I'm saying? And this is where you're going to have division in a whole nation, because one side is saying, oh, the law says this, the law says that. But what do they even tell you when you're dealing with the law of America? We have to go with the spirit that our forefathers wrote the Constitution in.
Spirit of the law. Yeah.
You understand? Because you're going according to what it just says and not according to what our founding fathers put down. Well, our founding fathers were slave owners. So when you said we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, they clearly, in the spirit, didn't mean the slaves, black people, was going to have that right. That was their spirit. So when do we decide, like you said, common sense, right? When does that kick in? Well, now I got to understand the Bible. Now I have to understand what Christ was talking about, what Paul was talking about, because I've been going so long according to the letter and saying this has to be this way. There's no gray area. There's no this. When Christ clearly told me, when you have these things, you'll understand when to apply it. You'll understand dark sentences. You'll understand how to serve great men with ease. You'll understand when to speak and when not to. See that? I mean, Christ, he came up before Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate asked him a simple question. Are you the king of the Jews? What should Christ's truthful answer should have been?
Yes.
He didn't even answer. He basically said, "You say that." He didn't press it or deny it.
You got to get legalistic with me. What did I ask?
So technically, you're saying he lied.
What was he truthfully supposed to do?
When he asked him,
When he asked him, "Are you the king of the Jews?"
well, legally, he can't be descendant to his neighbor or his brother, and that person was neither one. But still, like as he said, I agree. Well, I don't agree, but according to what you're saying,
Right.
being the legalistic view, I guess I don't think he lied, because he said, "You say that I am." He didn't say he wasn't.
There you go. That's what he knew about how to apply the law. You understand? A regular, basic lawman would have been like, "Yeah, I'm the king of the Jews." Or wait. No, not the king of the. Wait, that's lying. But Christ knew what to apply when. Let me shut up. Let me hold my tongue. Let me say, you said it. Well, you said it. Is that a yes or a no? Yeah. Yeah, what? Yes or no? It's a yes and a no. What? We could go all day with this. Okay, listen, never mind. Let me ask you this. Are you the Son of God?
Did he ask that? I don't remember asking that.
The Pharisees asked him that. Sorry about that. Right?
Okay.
He claimed he was the Son of God. He didn't say nothing. Why didn't you say yes or no on that? When he got to Pontius Pilate, are you the king of the Jews? He said, "My kingdom were of this world, then would my servants fight." The hell kind of answer is that? Well, I just asked you a straightforward question, man. It's like asking lesbians like if they got a boyfriend or not. You be like, "Hey, you got a boyfriend?" "I have a partner." Or the way they talk, you know what I mean? Like they're a lesbian, but they like acting like they have a boyfriend just so they can fit in with you. It's like they're talking in weird ambiguous tones. So like you don't know that. It's like, why are you doing that? Why don't you just say you got a girlfriend? You eat tacos. Like I get it. You understand? Like, why you didn't just say that? Because I'm having a conversation that I don't want to deal with. You understand? Christ was being forced into a conversation that he didn't want to deal with. So what did the scriptures say? Okay. Lay your hand over your mouth. You see that? Agree with thine adversary quickly. Are you the king of the Jews? You said that I am. We're in agreement. I agree you said it. See? Rather than be direct and give a straight answer for everybody that asks you, no. You get this.
Sounds like Sean Spicer.
Huh?
He sounds like Sean Spicer defending Trump.
All right.
That's your word.
Yeah. See, Christ was a master of the law because he wrote it. But he also respected people like Jacob. Right? He respected that, okay, Jacob played it. He played the game. David played the game. While certain people tripped on the law. Saul was told, wait until I get back. Or let's go straight to it. Saul was told, kill all the sinners, the Amalekites. Slay utterly, old and young. Kill the babies, kill the cattle, kill everything. Destroy everything. He didn't follow that commandment. He thought he was going to use his own interpretation of the law. So at that time, the Most High said, no, you're not. The Most High is going to remove you. I'm going to remove you from being king over Israel. And the way I have to do that is not to kill your kids and destroy your lineage so nobody can rise to the throne of the house of Saul. Damn. Okay, well, just because I broke that law? What about this guy David that you love that's over here setting people up for murder?
In that same process, could you just said that I'm going by the spirit of what you said and not by what you said, so I actually did what you told me?
Right. But what is the spirit? What is knowing the mind of the Most High, though?
It's to do what he tells me.
Do what he tells you, right?
Right.
When he tells you.
When he tells you.
In context.
And as you just stated, and when you don't do that, then you're leaning on your own understanding. Like he said, oh well, I will take these sheep so we can sacrifice them.
Right.
I will take the best and so we won't waste it. I mean, he's leaning on his own understanding.
Right.
And by leaning on his understanding, he is taking his authority and he's away from God's.
There you go.
God's command.
Right?
And that's how, a lot of how things are today, where people lean on their own understanding and they don't accept the word of God.
Which is why, if we say that, hey, we got businesses open on the Sabbath, we're not going to go off our own understanding. We're going to go off of what Christ said. What are you following to let you have a business open on the Sabbath? We're following St. John 5, verse 17.
St. John 5 through 17.
Mm-hmm. While at the same time, we're following the law of the Sabbath, which is have a holy convocation. Sit there teaching all day out of the Bible. We're doing that too. We're multifaceted. St. John 5, verse 17.
St. John chapter 5, verse 17.
Let's start at, is it 15? 16? Yeah, there we go.
St. John chapter 5, verse 16. And therefore did the Jews persecute Jesus and sought to slay him, because he had done these things on the Sabbath day.
So what did Jesus do on the Sabbath day? Afterward, Jesus findeth him in the temple. Or I'm sorry. You gotta start at verse 1. After this, there was a feast of the Jews, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. Now there is at Jerusalem by the sheep market a pool, which is called in the Hebrew tongue Bethesda, having 5 porches. In these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of blind, halt, withered, waiting for the moving of the water. For an angel went down at a certain season into the pool and troubled the water. Whosoever then, first after the troubling of the water, stopped in, he was made whole of whatsoever disease he had. Make a mental note of what we just read right there. Okay? Make a mental note of that this angel would come from heaven, drop down into this pool, and stir the water to heal people. Alright? Make a mental note of that, because it's going to come to bear. It says, and a certain man was there which had an infirmity 38 years. When Yahushua saw him lie and knew that he had been now a long time in that case, he saith unto him, wilt thou be made whole? The impotent man answered him, Sir, I have no man when the water is troubled to put me into the pool. But while I am coming, another steppeth down before me. Yahushua saith unto him, Rise, take up your bed and walk. Now, obviously, this was done on the Sabbath, right? Get up, pick up your bed, and go walking. That's unlawful. They killed the man for picking up sticks. This guy picking up a whole bed. Alright? So this is what they were trying to hang up Christ on. Alright, got you. You made that man pick up his bed and walk. Did you miss the part where I healed the dude? Where I did good for my brother that was lame and impotent and you did nothing all this time for 38 years? Did you miss that part? Because you want to talk about the law? How come you didn't approach the angel that drops down from heaven and works on the Sabbath day? You didn't say nothing to that angel. You didn't dare set foot in that place and talk mess to that angel that was stirring up that water. You're selective with the law, man. You see that? You're picking and choosing what part of the law you're going to serve. Because you ain't said nothing to this angel all this time, man. You see that? Every time that guy comes, that angel comes down and stirs that water, he was breaking the law, especially since he was doing it on the Sabbath. You didn't come down talking to the angel like this. But the Son of God comes, heals a man in front of you, you're going to step to me. Is it because I'm black? Well, you see the Pharisees' problem? Being selective?
To my understanding, the angel and Christ, they were both doing good on the Sabbath, so they're not breaking the Sabbath.
They're working.
But
To your understanding, what was the Pharisees' problem? Let's see. Well, we're going to read it. We're going to read what the Pharisees' problem was. What verse we at?
9.
Verse 9. And immediately the man was made whole and took up his bed and walked. And on the same day was the Sabbath. The Jews therefore said unto him that was cured, It is the Sabbath day. It is not lawful for thee to carry thy bed. This is what they were hanging up Christ on. Right? It wasn't the healing, the doing good. It was because the guy picked his bed up and was walking around with it. You understand? Now check this out. This is where Christ got hung up. He answered them, He that made me whole, the same said unto me, Take up thy bed and walk. So he's like, nah, the brother that he made it so I could walk again. He told me to pick up my bed and walk around. So clearly that supersedes your law that says I gotta lay there another 38 years in my bed. You understand? Or another day in my bed. The man that healed me said, Take up your bed and walk. Check this out. And he that was healed wist not who it was. I'm sorry. Then asked they him, What man is that which said unto you, Take up thy bed and walk? And he that was healed wist not who it was, for Yahushua had conveyed himself away, a multitude being in that place. All right. So these are the reasons they were of the law. They wanted everybody to follow the law. We're following the law. We want you following the law. We want Christ following the law. We want you that just became able after being so long disabled. We want you to not be doing work on the Sabbath. Why are you doing it? Well, this other brother told me to do it. Well, who's that brother? Because whoever should break one of these least commandments to teach men show, he shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. He's supposed to be stoned. Right? That's the law. What was their problem? The law for them. They're not knowing what the law was for. The whole premise of the law sits on this. I am the Lord your God, which led you out of the house of Egypt, Matazarium, bondage, slavery, and captivity. And he says it and clarifies what Egypt means. out of the house of bondage. That's what the whole premise of the law sits on. The whole point of the law is to free you, to make you free. You understand? To make you free from Egyptian law, from religious law, from the law itself. The point of the law is to make you free from the law. Did you know that?
That almost sounds like what Creflo Dollar said.
Almost, except I didn't omit any laws. I didn't say the Big Ten is done away with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No. The point of the law is for you to learn it, memorize it,
Okay.
and then nobody has to teach you the law yourself. It's in you now. You understand? That's the point of the law, is that now you think and act according to the law. Everything you do, nobody has to tell you. Then, it's as you meditate in his law day and night, like David did, right? You start to form a mastery of the law. Now you know when it applies and when it don't. Now I know, okay, buying and selling on the Sabbath? No, that's not right. Why? Because we are here having this holy convocation, and the nations are coming in. For one, they ruining our economy because we shut down our businesses. We sacrifice this one day to the Most High, and you over here taking our money, making money for yourselves every day of the week. Y'all gotta go, man. Y'all defiling our Sabbath. Y'all making it look like we broke the Sabbath. Get out of here with that. Y'all can wait till tomorrow at least to sell your damn cheese and your wine and your figs that don't get old. You know what I mean? Look, don't even come by here making it look like we do that on the Sabbath. Take that somewhere else. You understand? You can come back tomorrow. If you come here again, I'm going to lay hands on you. See that? Our priests, the reason they were elevated to the priesthood is because they knew the law and then they knew how to apply the law. You understand? Razis, R-A-Z-I-S. Read in the Book of Maccabees. The Greeks are coming to defile the temple. Razis grabs a sword, slices his own belly open, grabs his entrails, throws them at him. What part of the law is that? But what did it do? What was the spirit of that? It taught everybody else that when we read that, that's how stiffly I gotta stick to the law of the Most High. That's how stiffly I gotta stand for the law of the Most High. To say, listen, I'll die for this. If they come at my door, I will die for this. But he broke the law to show us that?
I never read that. Can you give me that scripture so I can read that over?
Yeah, it's 2 Maccabees, I think it's chapter 7. Or if that's not the woman with the 7 children. Or it might be 14. Let me see.
That's first one.
Is it still first Maccabees?
Yes, Christ mentions him, and he mentions another prophet that was slain between the altar. And these occurrences happen in this book of the Maccabees. 7 was chapter 7 was the seven children who the woman cheered on to defy the king and go ahead and get their bodies chopped up into different parts. There it is. Okay, verse 6 is about Eleazar, which is what Christ was talking about. That died between the altar. Find that one for you. It's been a little bit since I read that. But basically, the book of 2 Maccabees is a bunch of brothers dying to uphold the law of the Most High and to set the example of upholding the law of the Most High. So you'll never hear us say that the law is done away with. You'll never hear us say that. You'll never hear us say, do not follow the law. No, what we want, the whole point of the name of the school is the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We want you to know how to practice the law. We want you to know how to apply the law. We want you to become a master of the law. You understand? The only way you get to mastery is by knowing the spirit and the technique. Have you ever took martial arts? Any kind of fighting arts? Boxing?
No, not at all.
None of that. Football?
I played basketball.
You play basketball? Perfect. Okay. All that getting in your squat position and shuffling all the way down the court and then coming back. Do you ever really do that in the game, in that position?
Not all the way down the court, but playing defense, I understand the purpose of it.
You know when, right? You don't do it on offense, right? You don't grab the ball and stand there in squat position and shuffle down like a crab, right? So you know the techniques and when to apply them when you become a player of the game, right?
Right.
When you become a master of the techniques, then you know when to apply them. So you don't always catch the ball and shuffle sideways all the way down the court in squat position and then shoot, right? Or when they tell you, hey, touch this wall, right? And then run down, touch that wall, and then run back. Now you do that under the nets, right? Under the two backboards and everything, right? Okay, but in the game, do you get to touch the wall? No, you're out of bounds. You grab the ball, touch the wall, you're out, right? You're out of bounds. All right, they'll give the ball over to the other team. But why did you have to touch the wall over here, touch the wall over there, touch the wall over there? You were being trained to run up and down the court. Right. So that in the game, you applied what? Run up and down the court, but don't touch the wall. Right? Why are you learning the law? Listen, don't be buying and selling on the Sabbath if you don't have to. That's what you're learning. In learning how to become a master of the law, you're learning, don't buy and sell. Don't do these things if you don't have to. You understand? If in the situation when you read Ezra and Nehemiah, right? Ezra and Nehemiah, when you're reading that situation, you're paying attention to the words. What is he talking about? What were they buying and selling? Was he telling them don't be bringing in food, bringing in water, so these men can live? Don't be trading money in the temple, because that's what you did in the temple. You traded money for the animals and stuff like that. He didn't tell them shut that down, but it specifically tells you what they were buying and selling in Ezra and Nehemiah.
I don't know. I personally don't recall. I don't even recall them in Jerusalem, them selling money and selling animals or stuff in the temple. I
Yeah.
remember Jesus whipped them out at that time. He said, "You turned my father's house into a house of."
And there you have to know why.
Yeah.
You have to know why did Christ beat them out of the temple for doing something that was lawful.
They were selling on the Sabbath day.
Mm-mm.
Or, and then they turned the church, the sanctuary, into a business.
Well, let's see.
Okay, really, so I get a better understanding. I appreciate you being patient with me.
No. This is a school. That's the whole point.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Also, because you said one about you could buy and selling on the Sabbath day if you don't have to. Now, that's one of the things that you learn to apply once you really know the laws.
right, like right now, I'm not gonna drop everything, run over to Walgreens and go buy me a magazine
Okay.
because I gotta do my job.
Oh, great.
You see what I'm saying? Now, afterward, on my own time between going from here to my house, right,
Right.
which is unlawful to do on the Sabbath, I'm traveling. I can, if I go buy a magazine, I'm not disrupting the flow of learning like they were doing in Ezra and Nehemiah. You understand? I'm saying both of them because both books are the book of Ezra. Nehemiah was just Ezra's scribe. Here's where it is. Let's see. No. Let me get it. basically in the law, if you lived in a different country or something like that, right? Genesis. And you were coming to celebrate either Passover or anything like that, you would cash in your animal in the place you're at, take the money, go to the temple, and then buy the animal with the same price. Buy the animal they had, give them the money, then they would sacrifice your animal for you. Let's see. Let's see. No, that's not that one. This was hard to find because it just was about money. Let's see. That's the first one. Man, redeem more money. There it is. Deuteronomy 14 and verse 22. It says, let's see, that should have true. Yeah, right, there it is. Yeah, Deuteronomy 14 verse 22. So this is the law, right?
Deuteronomy chapter 14, verse 22.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed, that the field bringeth forth year by year.
Right.
23. Thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose to place his name there. The tithe of thy corn, the tithe of thy wine, the tithe of thy oil, and the firstling of thine herd, and of thy flock, and thou mayest learn
That thou mayest
learn to fear the Lord thy God always.
Mm-hmm.
24. And if the way be too too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from thee, which the Lord thy God shall choose to set his name there, when the Lord thy God has blessed thee, then shalt thou turn it into money,
Mm-hmm.
and bring it
And bind up.
and bind up the money in thy hand, and shall go unto the place which the Lord thy God shall choose.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusted after, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or whatsoever thy soul desireth. And thou shalt eat there before the Lord thy God, and thy soul shall rejoice, and thou in thine house.
Read on.
27. And the Levite that is within thy gate, thou shalt not forsake him, for he hath no part nor inheritance with thee. 28. At the end of 3 years thou shalt bring forth all thy time in thine increase the same year, and shalt lay it up within thy gates. 29. And the Levite, because he hath no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied.
Okay, so what it's showing you is that we would take the money of this tithe, right? We would go and we would say, okay, it's too far for me to carry all this stuff to go sit it down in the place the Most High wants me to be at and to sit and eat there, right? In this case, in our cases, it was Jerusalem. We were to take it to Jerusalem and do that in the temple, all right, as it later became. Because right now, when he set the law down, we weren't in Jerusalem yet. We hadn't pierced the land of Canaan yet to call it Jerusalem. You understand? Now, when the Most High put his name there, Yerushalayim, right, the place of my rest, that's the place we were to sacrifice. So he said, listen, if the place be too far for you, like I said, if I'm living in Benjamin and I'm supposed to go to Jerusalem, if the place is too far for me, I'm selling my stuff, I'm getting the money, binding that up in my hand, holding that with me until I get there, because it's more portable. Then I'm going to go there and I'm going to go buy whatever my spirit lusteth after, whatever I want to eat. And I eat my sacrifice there, and I don't forget the Levite, I give him his portion. You see what I'm saying? So when you came to Jerusalem, there was money changers. They would take your money and they would give you your sheep or your goat, right? But what did Christ say when he was turning over the tables? The Most High said this should be a place of worship, but you have turned it into a den of thieves. So what were they doing when they were changing the money? The unjust balance. You ever watch the Chinese movies where they got these Chinese movies, the kung fu movies and stuff, but the guy will put he'll bring his stuff, right? And then they'll put the weight of gold in one side to weigh it off with the thing he's trying to sell. And then they'll give him the weight, whatever the weight is, right? Well, in the hucksters ones, right? They had a little weight underneath the gold. They had a little weight attached to the balance, so that when they put the gold on, it automatically weighed more than it should to balance out what was being sold. So now they're shorting this guy the amount of gold he's giving. You understand? What was being done in the temple? They were robbing the people. Just like back in Samuel's day. In Samuel's day, his son, or Eli's sons, right, were basically having sex with the women, coming in the temple. They were taking the greatest portions and right out of the pot, not even having them cooked all the way. They were taking the greatest portions before it even got to the Most High's offering. Same thing. These money changers was changing money, but they were doing unjust balances, keeping unjust weights in the temple, and they were shorting people money. So that's what Christ was upset about. That's why he called them thieves. You understand? It wasn't unlawful that they were changing the money. It was unlawful that they were robbing the people. See that? This is the little nuances we got to look at in the scripture. Just like for me, I just discovered that about the why they didn't go against the angel. That just came to me while I was talking to you. I was like, wow, the angel also came down and worked on the Sabbath. But they didn't say nothing. See that? And then what stood out to me this time was that, dang, they didn't go against Christ for healing on the Sabbath, for doing the good. They went against him because he said, take up your bed and walk.
Right.
Because he told him to work on the Sabbath. That's insane, man.
I can see.
Right. And that's why it sounds weird if I say, don't buy and sell unless you have to. It sounds like, whoa, you're making loopholes. I give a damn. I'm going to be in here teaching all day on the Sabbath. I don't buy and sell on the Sabbath because I don't get time. You understand? I'm doing the work of the Father. But if somebody run across the street and buy me a drink because I'm over here coughing my head off, and they find out that the water jug leaked in the back and all the water's all over the floor, and they don't want me drinking off the floor, and they run and buy me some water, I'm going to drink the water. I'm not going to be like, the law said no, I'm good, guys. You understand? Because can the dead arise and praise you? These are the things righteous men understood. All right. Yeah, and then like I said, you're not gonna see me making no loopholes. You don't see me going and laying with my rib all day on the Sabbath and we're over there having relations. No, there's things you can help. You can turn away your foot from doing your pleasure on the Sabbath. But at the same time, Christ clarified it. The Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. You were not meant to be in bondage up under the Sabbath. I can't move. I can't do anything. I can't, the Sabbath. I can't. Well, that's bondage.
In the scripture you just read, he said that this is the Sabbath. They were talking about the Sabbath too in that scripture, right?
Right?
It says if the way be too far for you, so they had to be traveling.
Yeah.
Right.
So it couldn't have been unlawful to go anywhere, not even to travel, right?
Exactly. But what happened with the Pharisees? The legalistic guys were like, that ain't lawful.
Right.
You walking around.
That's it.
Nigga, you walking around. We walking around. What about that? You see that? This is the things the Pharisees miss. It's like, yeah, you so busy pointing the finger with the law, but you forgot you got 3 fingers pointed back at you. That then you breaking the law 3 times as much as I had. You sit there talking about, oh, you walk around picking the ears of corn. That's lawful. You don't know the law. I gave you the law. You gonna check me?
Exactly.
Christ was the one that met Moses and said, here's the commandments.
So he said, I know all the loopholes. I know what's there. You can't do it. But then again, I agree with that. Once you do understand the law, then you have mastered the perfect thing.
It's not the Christ.
Still perfect.
Yeah, it's not the Christ knew the loopholes. It's the Christ knew the spirit of the law. You understand? Again, knowing the spirit is me and him are talking about. Yeah, we gonna go smash these crackers. You just come in the room. Why are you guys wanting to smash crackers? Like, I don't get it. No, we're gonna go beat up some white people. Let me clarify. We're not 2 grown men talking about smashing a box of it. But you see what I'm saying? Sorry. Knowing the spirit of what's being said, knowing the context. That's what Christ was trying to give to his people, so that they could be free. So that they wouldn't go to church and the preacher's telling you, whoever smites you on your right cheek, turn to him the other cheek also. And your enemy wants to come in and rape your wife, and he smacks you in the face to get to her, and you're like, hey, give me another one.
Right.
What?
No.
That's not what Jesus is talking about. The understanding was, who's he talking to? He's talking to Israelites. If your enemy smites you on your right cheek, well, what enemies do we have? Our enemies was the Romans, and they were already owning us. You understand?
Wasn't that enemy he's talking about? He's talking about is my brother that I don't like.
There you go. Your enemy, you understand that.
Okay.
But is that what he said? That's why the churches got messed up.
Okay.
They're doing the letter of what he said. See, the churches, they throw away the old law they call Mosaic law, and then they say, I'm going to go with the law of Christ. But then they misunderstand that the same way that our people misunderstood the first law.
Okay.
Because they say, oh, well, I got to turn the other cheek and let them beat your ass and rape your woman. That's not what Christ was talking about, bro. Then on the other side, you got our people that's like, no, I ain't dealing with the church. There's too many contradictions in the Bible. No, right in between that little sliver is the church adding what isn't there. You understand? Not adding what is supposed to be there. They're not putting the spirit in what they just said.
Right.
You understand? Because now you got people saying, well, how's he going to say if your enemy smites you on your right cheek, turn them your left cheek also, and then over here say, those that are my enemies, bring them before me and slay me? What the hell is that? There's a contradiction. Well, you both are reading the letter and not the spirit.
Right.
Because here the letter is telling you, no, you're not going to bend over and let somebody rape your woman and kill your brother. No, you're going to fight your enemies. You understand? You're gonna slay your enemies if they of these other nations. But if it's your brother who you love, and he finds some fault with you, and he comes, man, you stepped on my good Nikes, man. Bow. Okay, listen, man. Go ahead and hit me another one, because obviously you got some issues on you, man. I know you ain't just gonna smack me, your brother, over some shoes, man. So get it all out your system, and then we gotta talk. That's the understanding of what that means. But the churches don't got that. They got the letter. You see that? So you got the church with the letter, the Pharisees with the letter, and nobody with the Holy Spirit, man. Nobody with somebody to say, hey, man, what about in rape cases? He wants it. Your brother said he wants your cloak, so you're supposed to give him your coat also. That's what Jesus said. Okay, he wants my woman. Just hand her over? Well, yeah, see, that's why I want nothing to do with church. Y'all crazy. The spirit.
Wouldn't coveting be, wouldn't coveting says, don't covet thy neighbor's wife, or his ox, or his ass?
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't the law say that? Wouldn't that common sense, knowing the law, say that?
Yeah.
Knowing the whole law.
Exactly.
See that? That's what we teach here.
Oh, great.
You understand? Not that you don't get to cut and paste. You don't get to say, over here I'm not gonna do this, but over here I'm gonna do this. And then over here, no. Then at the same time, we teach you where to cut and paste, because the scripture also tells you precept on precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. So we teach you, listen, in certain situations, like look it. David wasn't supposed to run up in another man's wife. Got his child killed for messing with Bathsheba. But then he picks up Elizabeth or Abigail, another man's wife. What's going on there? That's perfectly okay. Most High blesses it. Kills her husband for him. Ain't that a trip?
Yeah, I really would need to read that, because I haven't read as much as that, because that does sound like God is really
Selective.
Yeah.
Right.
You can do it almost whatever you want.
Well, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And if you want to be like him, you're gonna roll in what he tells you when he tells you. See that? Just like when you read about Jacob, do you read about him stealing everything he ever got around and lying to everyone he was around? No. When he dealt with Laban, even though Laban tricked him and gave him the wrong daughter, right? He still worked for Laban for 14 years. Faithfully. He went over there and did his little thing with the herbs and made more sheep come out for him than for Laban, right? But he didn't steal nothing from Laban. He used his brain. You see that? Now when the angel came down and wrestled with him, did he turn the other cheek? The angels of your brethren, you're supposed to turn the other cheek, bruh. He wrestled with that angel till the breaking of day. The angel said, let me go. He said, I ain't letting you go. Wait a minute. Don't angels speak for God himself? If the angel say let you go, legally I should let him go. Letter of the law, let him go. Jacob, spirit, I'm not letting you go till you bless me. Jacob, blessed by the Most High. You see that? You got to know the spirit of the law. You got to know the spirit of the Most High. How do we learn that? Very intricate study of this law. You understand? This is the only way to know a person's mind, is if they write their mind down in a book and give it to you as an instruction manual, right? So to outside, if I don't know God's mind, outside I look like you're being selective. God is selective. I'm not following that. Knowing the Most High's mind, I'm just going with the Spirit, bro. You understand? I'm going where the Spirit leads me, man. Simple as that. I'm going where. Well, how do I know that I'm going with the Spirit? Because I can show you scripture of what I'm doing right now. How did Christ do it? He had to justify himself everywhere, right? Hey, you over there healing on the Sabbath, man. It ain't lawful to do that. Is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath? See that? See it. The difference between me and you, Pharisee, is I know the mind of my Father, and you know the letters that he put down. I know the mind behind the letter. You see that? And that is only revealed to his servants, the prophets. Amos 3:7. That understanding is only revealed to the elect. You understand? If you get that understanding, you become the elect. So I'm dropping on you some deep wisdom that everybody had to walk out for. But you get that understanding, you become the elect. That's what makes you the 7,000 that have not bowed the knee to Baal. That's what makes you the elect, is knowing the difference between the letter and the law. The letter of the law, and the spirit of the law. That's what gives you the elect status. Everybody else is just a follower. You notice there's not a lot of elect, right? This Bible should be a lot thicker. There was a lot more people in Israel. There was 2.5 million led out of Egypt. Right? 600,000 footmen with their families, right? With the brothers that were under 20 and the brothers that were over 50. That's about 2.5 million, they say. This book should be a lot thicker. Only a few people got a book in here. You see that? If 5 of them go to Moses, how many of them go in the New Testament go to Paul? Yeah, so the rest is like a very few elect that got written about because they knew what? They knew the difference between being legalistic and saying, I'm just letter, and being spiritual. You see that? The churches, they don't got it. They got letter. They don't have spirit. What's that?
So for those back in the biblical time, they are our example. So it was just in them to follow the law, to learn the law, because there weren't very many people before them to teach them, right?
Well, let's see. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 22. Let's see what from the very first man, what did you have? Remember, Adam was breathed into him the breath of life, right? He wasn't given 2 graven stones to read the laws off of. He was given the breath of life. Well, let's see what the breath of life is. Read Wisdom of Solomon 7:22.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 22. For wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me.
So wisdom taught the very first man. What is wisdom? The proper application of knowledge. When the Most High gave Adam, he breathed into him his spirit. Like you see the word breath in the scripture, right? In English. Mm-hmm. In Hebrew, it's rocha, which is spirit. So when he put his spirit into Adam, the spirit taught him all things and brought all things to his remembrance. So he knew everything, he knew the entire mind of the Most High. It was like literally downloaded into his brain. Y'all see that?
Okay.
With the exception that he didn't get to learn the evil. Because the Most High, he does good and he created evil, right? He didn't give Adam the knowledge of the evil. He taught him the good. You understand?
Okay.
So what did he breathe into him? Read on.
For in her is an understanding spirit, holy.
So he breathed into him understanding, holiness. Go ahead.
One only.
Okay.
Manifold.
Right. So he brought into him a singleness of mind, a focus. Right. One only. So he made him focused. Right. Manifold at the same time, meaning he was focused, but he knew how to handle many different things and focus on many different situations. Go ahead.
Subtle.
Subtile, he knew how to do tricks. You understand? He knew how to maneuver around situations. Go ahead.
Lively.
Lively, energetic, happy, charismatic, you call it. Go ahead.
Clear.
Clear. He knew how to explain what he was talking about. Go ahead.
Undefiled.
Undefiled, he was pure in everything he did. This was what was breathed into Adam. Well, it'll come to bear. Read on.
Plain.
Plain, right? He knew how to be simple with things. Go ahead.
Not subject to hurt.
Couldn't get hurt. My feelings ain't hurt. In every situation, my emotion ain't attached. Go ahead.
Loving the thing that is good.
Loving the thing that's good. That's all he knew. Go ahead.
Quick.
Quick. I'm smart. I'm fast. I'm quick on the uptake. Go ahead.
Which cannot be letteth.
Right?
Ready to do good.
Go ahead. That's
Kind.
self-explanatory. Go ahead.
Kind to man.
Kind to man. This was breathed into the heart of Adam. Love. Go ahead.
Steadfast.
Steadfast. Go ahead.
Sure.
Sure. Right? He was dependable. He was sure. He knew exactly what he wanted and how to make decisions and stand on that decision. Go ahead.
Free from care.
Free from care. I ain't worried about what other people think. I'm worried about what the Most High think. Go ahead.
Having all power.
Has all power. Go ahead.
Overseeing all things.
Can oversee the whole earth. Go ahead.
And going through all understanding.
Right?
Pure.
So it goes through all understanding. Adam's wisdom went through all understanding. It knew the law and it knew how to apply it. The second Adam's wisdom did the same thing. Christ, second Adam, right? Did the same thing. Read on.
And the most subtle spirit. 24. For wisdom is more moving than any motion.
Read on.
She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness.
There you go. Go ahead.
For she is the breath.
Doesn't that sound like water to you or the wind?
Refreshing.
Right? It goes through all things by reason of her pureness. It just goes. So if you want to be of the Spirit, what do you got to do?
Just go.
You got to go with the Spirit.
God.
You understand? You can't fight against it like, oh yeah, no, you're supposed to, we're supposed to flow this way. No, I'm the Spirit. I go where I want to. Read on.
For she is the breath of the power of God.
She's what?
She is the breath of the power of God.
So what was put into Adam?
Right.
The breath of the power of the Most High, man. Wisdom was put into Adam. You understand?
Con.
Meaning what? Meaning when Adam walked the earth, he knew how to do everything. He knew how to live according to the law. He knew to sacrifice. Where do you think Noah learned it from? I get off the boat and all of a sudden I just want to kill an animal? I just saved these animals. Why would I kill them? No, he learned that from his forefathers. Adam knew to sacrifice. That skin that he covered himself in came from a dead animal that he sacrificed and he covered his sins. He already had clothes on. That was given to him. You understand? So the things that were breathed into Adam, and from his seed, they already had an understanding of the law. They already knew what the will of the Most High was. It just wasn't inscribed in tablets. They later on, like we went through on the cable show, inscribed it into stone. What you call cuneiform and things like that. They inscribed it into stone, but it came from here. Breathed into them by the Most High. You see that? So yeah, we always had that. But when we got into Egypt, all that got perverted. As we dwelt in Egypt, remember, when you read about Abraham going into Egypt, right? It said they had all these different religions and none of them agreed on anything. Until Abraham came through and was like, he shut down everything. Anything they wanted to discourse on, he would either say, he came there determined that if their wisdom was greater, I'm going to go with you. But what happened? When he got there, they would talk to him and he was like, what about this, and that? Oh yeah, I see your point. We should follow the God of Abraham. That's what Egypt was doing for a while. You understand? But by the time we got there, what did it say? There arose a Pharaoh, and we as Israelites, by the time we got there, right? It said there arose a Pharaoh that knew not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? He didn't know the God of the Hebrews. Guess what that means? We spent 400 years in a place where the Pharaoh ruled the place however the hell he wanted to. You know what I mean? You want to be trannies? Cool. You want to be circus freaks? Go ahead. You want to grow an extra hump on your sack? Go ahead. Right? But we were sitting in there like, this kind of conflicts with the laws of God. And then you had some of us that were selling out saying, hey, I'm going to go do it anyway. You see that? The elect, they got pulled out of Egypt. The ones that want to do their own thing and be like the Egyptians, their firstborn died in Egypt. They didn't put that blood on their streets. I mean, on their posts. It's all good. But yeah, hopefully that answered that question. I'm trying to see if there was anything else online. Real quick. Let's see if there's anything else online. Right. Please save the entire class. This is to be soaked up well in practice. Okay. Let's see. What is your view on Galatians 3:25? Galatians 3:25. To answer your question, no, it's not lawful to have sex on the Sabbath. The reason being is that when you have sex on the Sabbath, you're unclean. The whole point of when it says, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, the word holy translates down as clean. All right? Remember, David and his people couldn't eat the showbread unless they were clean, unless they had abstained from women. That was what counted as their cleanliness. It wasn't washing their hands and getting the grit up from under their nails. It was that they abstained from women for at least 3 days. That's what counted them ceremonially clean to be able to even touch the showbread. All right? So yeah, if you're having sex, it makes you unclean. It makes you defiled for that day. Matter of fact, the law is if you have sex, you wash yourself in water and you're unclean till evening. It's like you touched a dead body. All right? Which is really, really weird. Let's see. What is your view on Galatians 3:25? What we got? From Delonte Williams. Galatians 3:25.
Galatians chapter 3, verse 25.
That answered your question, sis? Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
But after that faith is come, we are no longer under a schoolmaster.
That's exactly explaining what we just talked about for the last couple hours.
Okay.
Once what? Read it again.
But after faith is come, we are no longer under a schoolmaster.
Once your belief is complete and you're locked in completely to the Most High, because that's what faith is, right? Faith is you locking in directly to what the Most High's will is. That's your faith, right? Once that's complete, you're no longer having to be told in statutes and here, grab this precept, grab that precept. You're not having to be talked to like that.
So that's basically what you were saying about what our forefathers were doing. They were locked into the spirit because they didn't have the Bible.
Right. The knowledge of the Bible. Just think of it like this. It was downloaded into us by the Most High. Then we put it down on paper for the people after us. This was written for the generation to come, right? Why? Because that generation didn't have it downloaded directly into them. It was going to be given to them by their fathers.
Right.
Well, if their fathers forget, or if their fathers sin, or if their fathers get wicked and decide they don't want to do it,
Right.
it's in paper. It's in stone.
Right.
All right, so that way they can wake up and say, you know what? The spirit rise up in them and say, I want to do this. You understand?
Fine.
So yeah, it was written in our forefathers' hearts. It was given to us on paper to write it in our own hearts.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Fine.
Once we have it written in our hearts, Now we do it just like our forefathers did. You get it?
Fine.
That's what Galatians 3:25 is basically telling you. Read it again.
Galatians chapter 3, verse 25. But after that faith is come, we are no longer under a schoolmaster.
See that? So once that faith comes, and as you read up, it's talking about the law being our schoolmaster, right? So once that faith comes in, once you're completely obedient to the Most High, you're no longer under a schoolmaster. You no longer have to have him like, hey man, don't have sex with me. Okay, I wasn't even think about that, man. I'm locked up. What the Most High got me on? What you talking about? Oh, you're on that basic stuff. It's okay, man. I understand. Yeah, it's unlawful for a man to have sex with another man. You're right. You understand? And you keep learning. Keep learning, young brother. Right? Because I'm on this right now. I'm up here where you ain't even got to tell me that. You understand? I'm on this different level now where I'm trying to find out exactly what the will of the Most High is. I got the laws, the statutes, and commandments. I'm on the level where I'm trying to find out what to do with it. You know what I mean? Because he told me in here that I'm also going to judge angels. So I'm trying to figure out what the hell that means. You understand? I'm trying to figure out what that means. How am I going to judge angels when the angels drop the law down here? From the Most High, from Christ. How am I going to judge them? You see that? Or who are the angels? Is there a deeper understanding? I'm trying to find out these things. But yeah, I hear you on that law stuff, man. That's right. We got to do that. What is the basic rules to keep the Sabbath? Nowadays, you have your holy convocation. You study the scriptures. You go somewhere where you hearing the word of the Most High. If you can help and abstain from working, meaning if your job isn't requiring you to come in that day, take the day off. Chill. If you can get with other brothers and sisters like yourself, read the Bible, discourse. You understand? Get you a priest, get you a preacher that's going to teach you the scriptures. All right? You don't have to have sex on the Sabbath. You got 6 days out of the week you can get it in. You're not going to die. It's not going to shrivel up if you miss that day. All right? So on that day, you're abstaining from that. You're not going to the club. You're not going to, doing your own pleasure. Let's go to Isaiah 58. I think it's 13. Yeah, and again, I don't want to beat nobody over the head with this stuff and everything like that. The whole point of it is, especially for you, brother, because, I don't know what background you come from. I'm not trying to beat you over the head with my belief. You understand? What I want you on is, like you said, I'm a learned person. I know the law, stuff like that, right? You were telling that about me, right? Okay, I'm trying to get you to that level. That's it. I'm just a teacher for that. You know what I mean? To where you know the law, like all the scriptures we went to, now you can go to and convince yourself. I can't convince you. You know what I mean? If you go home today and thinking, man, these cats is off, I can't convince you. My job is to tell you whether you're here for bear. And then when you go home, you can go over them scriptures yourself like they did in Acts chapter 10, like the Bereans did, Acts chapter 6 or 10. They went through a study to make sure all the things were true. And you could try the Spirit by the Spirit. Try what I told you by the Bible. And keep reading and be like, oh, yeah, see, now I see what he said. Or, hey, you know what? What about this scripture? You can come back, ask again. We'll do it again. You understand? Until you get it to where you understand. Because like you said, you've been in it 2 years, right?
Yeah, me too, yeah.
Right. So for one, you got a lot of things from the world you still overcoming on top of having to master the scriptures. You see that? And whereas for me, I still got a lot of things I'm overcoming, right? But it's not the same level. You see that? Like I've already got the scriptures to fight those things. For things that you might think is like complicated, for me it's like, oh yeah, go here, go here, go here, go here. You see that? But then on my level, I got, oh damn, then somebody else got to show me, go here, go here, go here, go here. You see that? That's what we're here for. Each one teach one, like the brothers say, right? So basic rules for keeping the Sabbath, yeah. You don't have to have sex. You don't have to go clubbing and go out and do it in your own pleasure. Read Isaiah 58 verse 13.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 13. If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, the Lord, the holy of the Lord, honorable, and shall honor him, not doing thy own ways, nor finding thy own pleasure, nor speaking thy own words.
Mm-hmm.
Then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord.
Right. So what he's showing you is, listen, if you turn your foot away from doing your own pleasures, turn your foot away from doing, go ahead and come back in the ways of righteousness. Don't do your own pleasure. Don't do what you want to do. Do what the Most High says to do. Do his laws. Do his commandments. If you don't know them, learn them. Right? 2 Timothy 2:15. 1 Timothy 2:15. Study to show that some approved. A workman that needed not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. Do that on the Sabbath. If you don't know his ways, learn his ways on the Sabbath. Take that time to learn his ways. Y'all see that?
Okay.
And then walk in the ways of righteousness. Then the Most High is going to honor you. Y'all see that?
Okay.
I think about it. You got so much filth and sin, and when is the last time the club washed that away?
Never.
When's the last time having sex washed that away?
No.
Y'all see that? So if you could take one day out of your busy club sex life, out of your busy working for the slave master life, just one day, and say, with whatever free time I got on that day in this captivity, in this hell that we're in, I'm gonna go ahead and dedicate that to the Most High. I'm not gonna go play video games all day. I'm not gonna go sit around having a barbecue and washing my car and making sure it's waxed to a shine, to a brilliant Mr. Clean shine. Y'all see that? I'm gonna do what the Most High said do. If I can take it even as far, I'm not even going to the store today. I'm making sure, I'm not even cooking today. I'm making sure my meals is ready, or I'll eat a sandwich, whatever. Or even beyond that, like some brothers do, like I do often. Fast. Just don't bother. Eat this. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of the Most High shall man live. So eat this. That's the breaking of the bread that you're supposed to be doing on the Sabbath anyway. Y'all see that? Didn't Christ say it? I am the bread of life. Y'all see that? So we got to understand, okay, this is that bread. This is what we're supposed to be eating on that day. Because you got cats, I'm telling you, because you got cats that done left us because we didn't make actual bread for them to eat on the Sabbath. Wow. Because we didn't have a loaf of bread sitting here to pass out to people on the Sabbath day. They didn't want to roll with us. Oh, y'all don't even eat actual bread on the Sabbath. Like, nigga, what about Jesus saying, I am the bread of life? And who was Christ? Lo, I come through the volume of the book. So what are we eating right now?
Bread.
There we go. We're not doing this, carnal. Alright? Sorry. We're not carnally choking the book down and chewing up every page. We're spiritually eating. But if you're carnal, you won't understand that. If you're a letter of the law, you won't understand that. That we are partaking in that bread. That bread that was given to our forefathers in the wilderness. That Christ said he was. Alright? There's a lot to understand to the scriptures, man. There's a deepness just to say the bread of life, man. And knowing Christ and knowing where he came from, man. Bethlehem. Bayath Lacham. House of bread. There's a deepness just to that, man. For him to come and say, I'm the bread of life. I am that bread your fathers ate in the wilderness. Check my birth certificate, nigga. I come from the house of bread. You see that? There's a deepness just to everything Christ said that people overlook, and then they try to be masters of the law. Like, you can't judge people according to the law. You don't even get the law. There's so much deepness in that law you don't understand. Why did the Most High, why, who, what, when, where, why, and how on the scriptures, man? Why did the Most High say, don't muzzle the mouth of the ox that treadeth out the corn? Paul understood it. Did the Most High give a damn about some ox? He said the spirit of the beast go down into the ground. He don't care about that beast. What was he trying to teach you? He's trying to teach you that when you have an animal, treat it good. So that when you meet with a human, I don't even have to tell you to love that brother. You know what I mean? You already been practicing with your ox. When a brother come by and he's hungry, I don't have to teach you feed the hungry, like the apostles had to teach brothers. You know what I mean? If your enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirsts, give him to drink, right? I don't have to teach you that because you already did it for your ox. Y'all see that? But like it says in the book of Romans, Israel had not obtained that which he seeketh for. Why? Because they sought the law, man. They sought the law, but the election have obtained it. They didn't go for the understanding of the law. They just sought the law, the letter. Y'all see that? But the elect, they got the understanding of the law. The elect read in and asked for the showbread. The elect healed on the Sabbath. The elect did the work of the Most High every day of the week. And as they could, still met on the Sabbath. Like the apostles, they still met on the Sabbath. They still taught the law on the Sabbath. That's what I don't get. It was why people think it was done away with. Was the apostles were still gathering every Sabbath, reading the law of Moses, and then explaining it to people. But wait a minute, aren't those the disciples of Christ? Shouldn't they have done away with the law? Peter, no, Lord, I never ate anything common or unclean. But didn't Jesus tell you could eat pork now? When you was walking with him? Y'all get it? Alright, so this is a really good class.
There was another question if you wanted to.
Yeah, if someone asks you how you know you're Hebrew, how do you answer? Well, we use Deuteronomy chapter 28. Deuteronomy chapter 28. We use Genesis chapter 49. And we also use Deuteronomy chapter 33. Alright, now in Deuteronomy 28, you're going to find the blessings that were going to happen to Israel if they obeyed the laws. And then you're going to jump to verse 15 and find out the curses all the way to the end of the book, or the end of the chapter, the curses of us disobeying the laws of the Most High. So that's how we know, because Israel falls under those curses, and then we look at those curses and we say, who do those curses fit today? Well, they only fit the so-called Negroes, West Indians. I don't know if you have the chart on there that you could upload, but the so-called Negroes, West Indians, Haitians, Dominicans, Guatemalans and Panamanians, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Seminole Indians, Argentinians, Chileans, the so-called Mexicans, right? And they only fit those people. And if you see anybody scattered throughout the earth that locks into these scriptures, and then they realize, dang, I've been living in this cursed condition just like these people, then those are the Israelites that were scattered, according to Deuteronomy 28 verse 64. We also go to Genesis chapter 49, which were the blessings that Jacob gave to all his sons. There were future prophecies of how the characteristics of his sons would be in the latter days, in the last times. All right, so he's giving you a prophecy showing you this is the characteristics of you Jews, you Negroes, you West Indians, you Haitians. These characteristics are going to be on you all the way to the last days. You're not going to lose them. All right, so when he says Simeon and Levi are brethren, instruments of cruelty are in their habitations, and we look on the side and we see, the Simeonites are Dominicans, and the the Levites are the Haitians. How do we know? Because they both dwell on that landmass of Hispaniola, one on one side, the other on the other side. They're both brothers in their wickedness and cruelty in that voodoo and Santeria, right? They're both brothers in being some of the most violent gang in the world. Literally comes from the Haitians. All right, the S.O.W gang. All right, so that was right there. Then on the other side, you got the Dominicans that will literally go over to the other side of the island and beat their brothers after they strap them to a phone pole, beat them with a lead pipe to death in front of everybody for being dark. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. So we get to see that, okay, these people live up to their prophecy in the Bible. They're brethren, they live right together, but they're two different people. But at the same time, they have the same characteristics. They both practice the dark arts. They're both masters of it, and then they both go into that cruelty with it. Like, who thinks of the stuff that people do to do voodoo? You go down to New Orleans and stuff where a lot of these Levites go to, and went to in the past, and you find out, dang, you got women that will literally scrape the crust off of their drawers into your food, into your cake, and make a whole cake out of the yeast coming out of their drawers. Just so you won't cheat on them when you go to out of state. You eat the cake, and all of a sudden that's supposed to transform you and make you love them more and not want to ever leave them. That's insane. You want to talk about some cruel things you do for love? That's cruelty. In the name of love, that's what they're doing. That ain't even talking about going into their cruelty when they hate you. That's when they love you. They having you eating placenta, their placenta in your spaghetti. That's for love. Imagine if they don't like you. Like when you went to Haiti back in the day, like 1900s, man, and the witch doctor came out and blew some dust in your face. And then he said, you're going to die in 3 days. And the dust was a neurotoxin they took from a fish, from a blowfish, and you breathe that in and you end up dead technically, but not really, because it's tetrodotoxin. It basically paralyzes everything in your body, but you're still alive. And then they find you and, oh, he's dead. Okay, we don't have no pulse. Throw him in the, okay, let's bury him. And then you bury it underground. And somebody in the middle of the night, the caretaker of the cemetery is throwing the dirt on your box, or maybe he's just walking through the cemetery and hear, and that's you beating on your coffin trying to get out. That's when they hate you.
Wow.
That's what they do when they really, really hate you. You over there buried alive. That's some cruel stuff, man. What they do in the scriptures. Simeon and Levi went over there to the people of Shechem and said, oh, yeah, you could be circumcised and be like us and marry our women. And as soon as they got circumcised and thought they was Israelites and thought they was going to be converts, what happened? Simeon and Levi creep over the wall, slit everybody's throat. You telling me that's not them today? That's them. Y'all see that? So yeah, we got Genesis 49, you got Deuteronomy 28, you got Deuteronomy 33, you got Hosea 4-6, you got Revelations chapter 7, which tells you he's going to gather all those people back together. You understand? Then you got Revelations 2 verse 9 and 3 verse 9, which show you that the people that called themselves the Jews and the Hebrews today, they're not the Jews. They're not the Hebrews. Alright? And again, we have plenty of classes going over those basics and things like that. There's one long one I did a long time ago. It's called From Niggers to Jews. And they literally tried to drop that off of YouTube. And for some reason, they ended up putting it back up. But they took it off for a long time. They didn't want to hear that. Alright, no problem, 33M. Like I said, today's the day. If y'all want questions, we do this. All right. Did anybody else have any questions?
We had some up earlier. Is there any proof Second Ezra 7, verse I think 70 through 140 is the word of the Most High. It isn't in the 1611 KJV. What's the proof that this is authentically inspired?
Talking about the spiritual hell class that we go over. It's not in your regular apocrypha. It's in the New Oxford Annotated Bible with apocrypha, the missing scriptures, supposedly that were taken out of the apocrypha. It is categorically true, and it's reflected. Christ is actually speaking on it when he gives you the story in Luke chapter 16, when he talks about the rich man and Lazarus. All right, he's speaking on a portion of that. Yeah, that's true, and you'll hear people testify that when they are clinically dead and then they bring them back. You'll hear people testify these things. All right, but is there anything to prove it? Yeah, those you got to go further back than just your 1611. You got to go to Hebrew. You got to find the things like the Gutenberg Bible. Like the people of Oxford didn't just get this. You got to think of the name on this book. It's called the New Oxford Annotated Bible with Apocrypha. This is what he's talking about. He or she, I'm not sure. 1 second. Alright, so you got this. Okay, the key word you should know is Oxford. Not the nigga down the street, not the Sesame Street Annotated Bible with Apocrypha. Alright, it's Oxford. These are colleges we founded in Europe. You understand? We taught them our ways. A lot of these books get locked up for a long time and they get kind of dispersed periodically. And then you find out, oh, whoa, there was a Bible 1,500 years old, and there was this. This is one of those things. All right? But to prove that, do your research. As simple as that. Find you a good old Hebrew Bible. They have them out there. They have certain, there's one called the Sephar, Cephar. And it'll even have in there the book of Jasher, book of Enoch, and things like that. Now, I haven't really went through that one to say whether that book of Enoch is the one that they lied and translated under the name of Enoch, or if it's the actual one of the books of Enoch. So I haven't really went through that, but it'll have those scriptures in there. All right. There's a lot of different places where you can find those so-called missing scriptures, and you see that in a lot of books today, man. You get a book called The 13th Tribe by Arthur Kessler. There's 50 pages missing out of the one that you get from the library currently. You know, I have that book, and I go to High Priest Yeshaya in New York, and he's got the other book that's 50 pages heavier than mine. And it looks the same, but because they actually literally took a whole chunk out of that book because they didn't want Arthur Kessler exposing those things. Y'all see that? Your dictionaries. We got a dictionary excerpt we could pull out that was blown up by brothers in the 80s. That shows the original word for caucasoid in the Webster's dictionary, in the unabridged dictionary. It tells you that caucasoid is a subspecies of humankind. I can go on Google, Wikipedia, I can go on, get any modern dictionary right now, and it'll just say no longer in common use. Well, ain't that something? So yeah, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in what does the wicked do all the time? They take stuff out. Why do you have a Bible and Apocrypha? They took the Apocrypha out of the Bible. There's still places, just like with the annotated, there's still places you can buy a Bible with the Apocrypha in it. Alright? Now there's still places you can buy a Bible with the Apocrypha in it and the Apocrypha to the Apocrypha. Y'all see that? Yeah, so, like I said, it's certain things, because our people like to buy name brands, right? What's funny is our people will buy name brands. I ain't wearing it unless it's Nike. Those are $6 shoes, bro. You paying $250 for them. I ain't buying it unless it say Lexus on it. That's a dressed up Toyota.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I ain't buying it unless it say Jaguar on it. Well, that's a dressed up Ford. That's a Ford Taurus you driving. You see that? But when it comes to books that say Oxford on it, we won't look at the brand name on that. That's an Ivy League school that released this book. You understand? And put their stamp on it so that if there's anything in there that's wrong, they look bad. You see that? But we'll sit there and pick up the Willie Lynch letter that no civil rights leader ever talked about before 1990. Martin Luther King didn't preach out of no Willie Lynch. Malcolm X didn't talk about no Willie Lynch. Huey Newton didn't talk about no Willie Lynch. None of these guys. Nat Turner wasn't talking about Willie Lynch. Then in the 90s, when Malcolm X, the movie came out, all of a sudden you popped up with this Willie Lynch paper, how to psychologically break down the black man. But there ain't no record of nobody called Willie Lynch in the Caribbean where they said this man was. There ain't no record of this plantation owner. There was no plantation there under that guy's name. So where you get this thing? Now the syndrome is real, but the paper is talking about vacuums before vacuums were invented. And I don't mean the mechanical vacuum. I mean the actual concept of a vacuum. An empty space that sucks in other things to fill itself. That concept wasn't around yet, but it's in the Willie Lynch paper. And this paper was talked about by no civil rights leader before 1990. Okay. It was talking about balls in a vacuum in the Willie Lynch paper. I was like, when were they doing that in the 1500s? I never heard of it. But we'll buy that. We'll say because it has Black Power stamped all over it. That's it. That's the truth. But when it comes out of Oxford, we don't want. Yeah, that's the white man book. And I ain't clowning you. I'm just saying what our people do on the whole, man. Let's see. Was that it?
There was one more, and it says, why wouldn't many of the present day Native Americans and Hispanics being overrun by the seed of Edom like the present day Ismaelites? Did the Most High intervene somehow?
Why don't they like us?
Why wouldn't many of the present day Native Americans and Hispanics be overrun by the seed of Edom like the present day Ismaelites?
They are overrun by the seed of Esau. The white man completely decimated the Native American, put them on reservations. I'm not sure what you're asking right there. You think they came up because they got a couple casinos? Was that supposed to make up for 100 million of them being slaughtered with smallpox and rape and death? I don't understand the question. Because I've heard this before where cats try to admit them as the tribes because they came up. The scriptures tell you they're going to come up. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. This is the last. They're overcoming. That's how it goes. That's why they're not suffering like all the other tribes en masse. But they are. They're still going through their curses, right? Standing Rock. Did we forget about that? The pipeline, they killing people and arresting them on their own land so they could put a pipe through there that none of them will benefit on and it's going to poison all their water. Did we forget about that? Because it ain't on Facebook no more?
Yeah, it was recent.
Right. Just because it faded out of Facebook don't mean it's not actually currently happening. Flint, Michigan, it ain't being talked about no more either. But niggas are still drinking poison lead-laced water in Michigan, in Detroit, 3 years later. All right, so we can't say that they're not the tribes because they're lighter skinned and because we think they came up on something. They got a couple of damn casinos, man. That can't get their forefathers back. That can't get their culture back that the white man actually took from them and is walking around acting like they're the original Native Americans. They can't get that back. They're in the same condition we are as Jews. We can't get it back until Christ comes back for the world to accept us as Jews. They just think it's a religious choice. See that? We in the same position as the Native American.
No.
They got their land raped out from under them and stolen from them and beat into them a whole other doctrine and made to serve other gods that them and their forefathers did not know. Wood and stone. That happened to them just as well as us black people. Alright? And yes, they did come here into slavery in ships. Alright? What's that?
The last one. What does 1 John 5:7 mean and Matthew 28:19?
1 John 5:7.
1 John chapter 5 and verse 7.
Uh-huh.
The impotent man answered him, Sir, I have no man.
1 John 5:7.
Oh, 1 John, sorry, I'm in John.
1 John 5:7.
1 John 5, 7.
It's 5 and 7 or 17?
5:7.
Okay, 1 John chapter 5, verse 7.
But there are three that bear record in heaven: the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost.
Mhm.
And these three are one.
Yep. So they want to know what that means? Okay, there's the Father, God, the Most High, which you call him, right? There's the Son, or the Word, they call him here, as they also call him in St. John chapter 1, verse 1 down. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And then you have the Holy Spirit, or the Holy Ghost, as it's translated in Greek, which is the same thing as saying Holy Spirit, all right? Which is clarified in St. John chapter 15, verse 26. So when we go to St. John 15, 26, but when the Comforter, which is come, but when the Comforter is come, whom I will send unto you from the Father, even the Spirit of truth. So now you have three different entities clearly being explained right here. You have the Son talking, saying, I will send you the Comforter, which is the Holy Spirit. So that's two separate entities right there. And he said which I will send unto you from the Father. See that? So that's like you saying, okay, my dad wrote a letter, I'm going to send it to you. But me, him, and the letter are one entity? No. There's three separate entities being involved right there. But they all have the same spirit, meaning the Father wrote what he put in the letter, he gave it to the Son. The Son, I agree with that too. I'm following that too. He put it down and gave it to you. They're three separate entities, but they all agree on what was on that letter. And that letter is the mind of both of them. So they are joined in the same mind and the same judgment, as you read about in 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 10. Alright? They should be perfectly joined together in the same mind and the same judgment. Alright? You have in St. John chapter 10, verse 30, where Christ says, I and my Father are one. Well, if I'm thinking that him and his Father are the same entity, then that statement will not make any sense. Why would I say I and my Father? The word and in there separates two entities in itself. So how can me and Samuel be one? Right? We can be one in the same mind. Like, man, Samuel and thought one, man, they like conjoined twins, man. They dress the same, act the same, eat the same things, right? They're like one guy. You talk to him, he say the same thing as the other brother, right? But is he me? See that? No, we're two separate entities. He goes home late with his wife, and I don't go home and late with his wife. Y'all see that? What's that, sis?
I have a question on Romans chapter 8, verse 35 through 39.
All right, so let me get the other part of their question, and then we'll get that.
Okay.
All right. The other part of their question was on Matthew
28:19.
28, verse 19. And that says, "Go you therefore and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit." So those three, right, are three separate entities. That's why they're naming them separate. All right? And we're supposed to go and teach all nations. Yeah, all of them. It goes right along with Zechariah 8 verse 23. Goes right along with Jeremiah chapter 16 verse 19. Alright, so I'll give y'all a second to write those down. Zechariah 8 verse 23. And then Jeremiah 16 verse 19. That scripture goes right with those to show that, yeah, we Israelites will be teaching all nations. Oh, and of course Isaiah chapter 60. Y'all see that? Oh, and Isaiah chapter 2. Verse 1 through 5. There's literally a whole class on that. That's why I just keep popping out scriptures. We are to teach all nations, yeah, all of them. Just like we did in the beginning. What is has already been. There is nothing new under the sun. You Israelites will teach all nations, which means that already happened before. We taught all nations how to be what they are today. We are literally the father of many nations. We are from Abraham. We fathered all these other nations. We treated them just like daddies. When Solomon came up, what did he do? "Hey, Hiram, you African, come on over here, man. I know your people starving, man. Let me buy some trees from you." Did he need them trees from there?
No, he didn't.
Hell no, we had trees in Israel. Nice ones. But he dealt with the king of Sidon, and the king of Sidon, he said, "What? Oh, hey, thank you, man, for feeding me and my people." What is has already been. Turn your news on now. Colin Kaepernick, sitting over there. "Hey, Africans, I'm going to drop y'all $60 million worth of food. I'm going to feed y'all now that I came up. I'm going to go ahead and make sure y'all come up. Make sure y'all eat. Thank you, Jew." We going to do what we always did. We was a daddy to these nations, man. That means we going to teach them too. That's all Christ is ordering us to do there. What else we got? Let's see. That's right. Hopefully that answers her question online, or his question, I don't know. Online, and let's get yours.
Okay, Romans chapter 8, 35 through 39.
Romans chapter 8, verse 35 through what?
35 through 39.
Alright.
Romans chapter 8, verse 35.
39. My question is, at the end of the part, it says, to separate from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord. Like, I thought it was separate. Like, two separate entities.
Oh yeah, that's what it's saying, is what shall separate us from the love of God, right?
Oh.
Which is in Christ Jesus our Lord, right?
Okay.
Which is, that same love is in Christ for the Most High. He loves the Most High. So what's going to separate us from that love that Christ had for his Father?
Oh,
See that? So we should be loving the Most High like Christ loved his Father. All right? Yeah. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father save by me. That's another thing that people misunderstand. Another letter of the Spirit, or a letter of Christ that people stick to and they don't understand.
Bring it out.
Churches say, see, Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. Then some Egyptologist, Hotep, whatever, they can come by and say, hey, see, y'all got them worshiping Christ when you're supposed to worship God only. Your Bible contradicts itself. No. Right in there is the Spirit. That Christ is saying that you can't come to the Father unless you love him like I do. Mm-hmm. Which is what just got cleared up by the Romans 8 verse 35 through 39. Y'all see that? If you don't love the Father like I do, then you can't come to the Father like I do. That's all he's telling you. You can't go unless you go by my way.
I am the way.
There you go. See that? That's what he just said. How you get to my house? Oh, I'm the way. What you mean? I'm going to take you. I'm the way to get to my house because you come to me, I tell you how to get there. See that? Don't that make sense? I mean, if you go into Chinese, Buddhism, monk, kung fu, all that, right? You're going to be taught the Tao. What's the Tao? That's how you say the way in Chinese. And it's going to teach you the way of kung fu or the way of Chinese Confucianism. You know what I mean? It's going to teach you the way, right? Okay, so what's different? All they did was take that from what Christ said. He's the way. All right? What else we got? We got a class called baptism. Just type in baptism, ISB HBK. Matter of fact, I'm gonna see if I can paste that over for you. Right into there to answer your question. Because no, it is absolutely not necessary to be baptized in order to be accepted of the Most High. The way to be accepted of the Most High, if you want to immerse or baptismos yourself in anything, is 1 Timothy 2:15. Get that.
First Timothy chapter 2, verse 15.
You got it?
Got it.
Everybody got it? Okay.
Notwithstanding, you said 2 and 15?
No. 2 Timothy 2.
2 Timothy, okay. 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15. Study to show thyself approved unto God.
So if you must immerse yourself, baptismos in Greek, baptize yourself in anything, immerse yourself in the scriptures, in the study of the Most High. Study to show thyself approved. So if you want to be approved of the Most High, what do you have to do?
Study.
Study the Most High. How do you do that? Lo, I come through the volume of the book. It is written of me. Alright? There you go. Let's see. Will you be opening a school in Dallas, Fort Worth anytime soon, please? There's brothers and sisters out there in Dallas that we were teaching at a certain point. If you want to gather up with them, hey, all right, brother. Hope to see you again, man. No doubt. There's brothers out there that we were teaching for a while out there, and things didn't work out exactly like they needed to. But if we can get a consistent base of brothers and sisters out there that want to be taught consistently, with structure, with order, not on their own time, but on the time that is set up, then yes, we will be happy to teach in the Dallas and Fort Worth area. If you want that to happen, just contact us. Let us know. Let us know that you got brothers and sisters out there that want this word, and they will come Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday for class, or any one of those days, or at least one day a week, and we'll be happy to do it. We were driving back and forth out there once a month at least, to go teach those classes. All right, and then people stopped showing up to that, and things didn't work out with that. So we'll be happy to help out and go out there and teach that work wherever. Shalom, Jeremiah 7 verse 6, is hurt supposed to be heart? Jeremiah 7 and 6. What's that say?
Jeremiah chapter 7 verse 6. If ye oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. I'm sorry, that's 6. Verse 7.
7 verse 6.
Oh, 7 verse 6? Okay, 7 and 6. Okay. If ye oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and shed not innocent blood in this place, neither walk after other gods to your hurt.
And you're asking, does it mean hurt or heart? No, it means hurt, to your hurt, because when you follow those other gods, you end up under the curses.
Yeah, damages you.
And that ends up hurting you. All right, the Most High say he's jealous. All right, so when you do that, the Most High kills you for that. You have 400 prophets of Baal at Elijah's time. He killed them. All right. You had the people worshiping other gods in Moses' time. He opened up the earth and killed them. He sent fire among them. He sent poisonous serpents among them. So yeah, it's to your hurt. It doesn't hurt him. He don't care if you don't believe. That's what he said in Romans chapter 3, verse 3. Right? So what if some did not believe? Shall their unbelief make the word of the Most High of none effect? Is it 3 verse 3 or 3 verse 5? Yeah, you ain't hurt the Most High. It's to your own hurt. To your own detriment. To your own damaging. 3 and 3, right? You don't care if you don't believe. Alright? If you don't believe, that's on you. You just hurt yourself. Like I said, we doing in the same spirit as the Most High. We don't cram this down your throat. Alright? We don't hold you at gunpoint. The Most High gave you the same option. I don't care if you don't believe. If you don't believe, that's on you. That's like a millionaire saying, hey, yeah, I got $1 million for anybody that shows up to my house. If you don't show up, is he going to chase you down through the street trying to give you $1 million? Hell nah. You don't show up, he don't care. That wasn't the offer. Y'all see that? Alright, and he showed you that and also in the parable. He sent men out to invite people to the supper, right? And people didn't want to show up. So he said, go into the highways and byways. He didn't say, hey, yeah, no, go again. Go knock on their door again and beg them to come back to the supper. Like, skip it. Find some bums. Find some trashy losers and whores or whatever. Just go out there and find somebody to come in here and so I can have some people to party with. Y'all see that? Oh, the people I invited didn't want to show up? Screw them. Next. That's how the Most High think. That's how we think. Listen, we will be happy to teach anybody in your state, your city, your country even. If y'all don't want us, we ain't gonna sit there begging you. You had your chance. When Yahushua comes and he says, hey, listen, why didn't you set something up for them brothers so they can go ahead and teach in your area and save people's lives from the destruction I'm bringing? That's gonna be on you. That ain't on us. Our job is to tell you whether you hear or you forbear. Y'all see that? We put it on YouTube, made it available for the whole world, man. We did our part. Our sound went into all the earth. I can show you the analytics on YouTube. We done our part. You gotta now come. All right. What else we got? There's a school in the DC area. I'm sure there's schools all over. I don't know if it's our school, but yeah, if you can look for the Hebrew Israelites in Washington DC, and there's probably brothers out there teaching. I know there are. And link up with them. All right, you can still match up what they say to what we say and see if they agree or disagree or whatever. As long as they're following the Bible, you know what I mean? And as long as they're teaching these basics that we teach y'all, follow them. All right? But yeah, ISB HBK, Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge, we're not out there yet. But again, we'll be glad to come out. That was it? Any questions from class? No? Alright. Good? Good. Alright, we thank you for joining us for the last 6 hours. Damn. Alright, yeah, we definitely appreciate that. Y'all come and join us anytime. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday and Wednesday from 7 to 10 p.m. Friday from 6 to 9 p.m. And then Saturday class is 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. allegedly. All right. Yeah, because it never works out like that. But we don't mind. We love it. All right. We appreciate y'all for joining us. And with that, we're going to say shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom.